Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Naruto loved Sarda and builds harem with her? It was too early to wake up, damn it. Last night, he was surrounded by paperwork that seemed to pile up more without his consent. To make it worse, he didn't get to see his wife all day. He came home late to find his food cold and his wife already asleep. He couldn't blame her, really. Because she was in maternity leave and the pregnancy was getting her tired than usual. A simple walk could put her to sleep for 4 hours. He sighed wistfully and climbed in bed after warming and eating his food. And now the sun's rays were hitting him full blast and he cursed the slight crack between the curtains. He turned to his left to see 6:30 a.m. in bright red colors and he laid his head back on his pillow, sad that he wouldn't be able to sleep again. It irked him that no matter how many times he tried to go back to sleep, his body wouldn't let him. Finally giving up after 10 minutes of twisting and turning, he lay on his side and smiled widely. Hinata was still dead to the world and her bed hair was tangled in balls. He tucked a strand of indigo behind her ear and caressed her cheek, savoring the feeling of soft skin underneath his callous thumb. He scooted closer to her, drawn in by her warmth and comforting aura, and rubbed his nose with hers, careful not to wake her. She shifted in her sleep and, as if she sensed that her husband was closer, snuggled into his chest. This was a perfect moment for him, seeing his wife, the one he came to love. The one who loved him first before anyone knew him, sleeping contentedly beside him, in their house, and pregnant with their child. He sniffed back his emotions and winded his arms around her, his nose buried in her hair. Taking it all in. It was worth waking up so early. All right, Boruto, when I move this way try to block my hit with your arms. If you can't, try using the taijutsu style I showed you, alright? Gotcha, Dadbasa. With an eager jump, Boruto ran towards his father, wanting to show off in front of his family. When he was close to his father's range, he threw his fist out. Only for it to be caught by his father's palm. Disappointed that he didn't land a hit, he yelled and swung his foot to his father's side. Yada, I got you now, Chu-san. At the last second, Naruto's other palm caught his foot and twisted Boruto, making the younger Uzumaki land on the floor with a huff. Himawari stood up quickly but Hinata laid a reassuring hand on her daughter's shoulder. It is okay, Hima-chan. Boruto-kun is learning. Don't you want your Ani to grow up strong like your Chi-Chi? Himawari shyly glanced down before sitting down beside her mother, her tiny hands clutched in front of her chest. Strong like Chi-Chi. Quote, Hi, Hima-chan. Boruto-kun will grow up strong like Chi-Chi and you will too. Hinata smiled reassuringly at her youngest and kissed her pale forehead, making Himawari giggle and resumed braiding her mother's long hair. Himawari sighed with delight and snuggled closer to Hinata's lavender-scented hair. Haha, Oya's hair is so soft, thought Himawari with a smile. Hinata, noticing the small smile, couldn't help but giggle. A hand tentatively reached out and touched little Himawari's hair, making the little girl look up at her beautiful mother. Himawari's hair is also beautiful. Himawari smiled and opted to snuggle close to her mother, watching how her brother and father traded blows after blows. Nay, Hokage-chan, why don't you train Boruto-ni-san? Asked Himawari after a moment of silence, her blue eyes shining with curiosity. Yeah, Ka-san, why don't cha? Boruto closed his eyes and scratched his head. Then an idea came to him. He snapped, had his eyes open and opened his mouth to say his idea out loud without thinking it through, a trait that he inherited from his father. Is it because you're weaker than Chu-san? A heavy silence hung in the air. Naruto stared at his son in disbelief. Hinata was frozen in her spot. Himawari looked between the three with confusion. And Boruto? Boruto was smiling as if he just answered $1 million question correctly. Anyo, Boruto, don't say that about your Ka-chan. She's strong too. Just maybe not as strong as me. Naruto mumbled the last part to himself but, unluckily, Hinata heard it. Disbelief was written all over her face. Sure. Lately she hasn't been on missions or practicing her Gyuken style because her children needed her, the house needed to be clean, someone had to pick up the groceries. Someone had to do the laundry. My. Has she become a housewife? Anyo, Hokage-chan, what did you say? Nothing Hima-chan. Nothing. Maybe it is time for me to partake in Boruto's training. But Hinata, maybe you shouldn't. You haven't practiced in a long time and maybe you can hurt yourself. I don't know if you can. Ignoring her husband's concerned remarks, she stood up and dusted her pants. She turned and went into the house to change to her training gear, but before she entered she turned back and gave Naruto a small smile. Then let's train, so I'll warm up, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at his wife who was stretching and tying her pouch on her thigh. He was worried and nervous that Hinata's fighting style has gone rusty, but he dared not say it out loud. Not that he doubted her abilities to fight. He was there beside her in the war and has seen what she's capable of when she fought Pine, but it's just been such a long time since then. Time can change so many things. And Hinata hasn't practiced in a long while. Or maybe he was scared of losing to his wife. He mentally shook his head. Of course not. He knew he was stronger than her, but there was a nagging doubt in the corner of his mind. What if he lost in front of his children? The Nonodime losing to his wife. He'll become the laughing stock of Konoha. Despite him thinking that time changes so many things, his stubborn and childish attitude still remains. His eyes took in a challenging glint and he slid to a taijutsu stance, determination burning in his body. I won't lose. And Hinata saw all of this. She watched as her husband looked at her with concern and doubt to fear and embarrassment to finally determination. She bit her lip from smiling. Oh, Naruto-kun, you'll never change. Without warning, he launched at her and swung a fist. She activated her Byakugan and blocked his oncoming attack. She dodged his other fist and cartwheeled away in time when two cage buncheons came from underground. The thrill of fighting once more filled her body. Adrenaline was pumping through her veins, making her believe she was invincible. With a yell, she struck her husband on the shoulder only for him to pop out of existence. The smoke obscured her vision, but she quickly evaded all of the attacks of her husband and his cage buncheons. To Himawari and Boruto, their parents were a blur. They were in a we, and Himawari squealed every time she saw her mother land a hit on her father only for him to disappear. By this point, Boruto couldn't wait to be trained by his mother. Naruto watched with a calculative gaze as his wife destroyed through his horde of cage buncheons. He transformed to an ordinary rock and was waiting for the perfect opening. He forgot how hard it was to bring down the defense of a Hyuga. His clones started to form a Rasenshuriken and he was about to drop his transformation to stop the disaster from happening when he saw his wife shift into a stance he's seen a long time ago. Hake Rokujian Sho. She struck every one of his cage buncheons and smoke covered the training ground that was their backyard. She breathed in deeply and pumped more chakra to her eyes, trying to detect where her husband was. She felt her chakra reserves drop immensely, but she's not about to give up. She took in a deep breath and concentrated on her hearing and smell. There, she glanced up and watched as her husband was getting closer and closer to her with a Rasengan in hand. She bit her lip and concentrated more chakra. Rasengan, Hakusho Kaden. When both jutsu's explosion of chakra enveloped the training field, making Boruto and Himawari close their eyes. A blast of wind pushed several plants away and a crater formed around Hinata, who stood panting but in a traditional Hyuga stance. She glanced around her Byakugan not picking up any traces of her husband's bright chakra. Suddenly, an enhanced fist hit her stomach, making her skid backwards before hitting the brick wall, making it crack. She coughed out nothing but air and rubbed her stomach, wincing when she touched a soft spot. She glanced up and saw her Naruto in sage mode, his orange-toed eyes taking in her crumbled form. She knew that if Naruto didn't hold back in his hit, she would have passed out from the pain. Naruto hated himself when his fist made contact with his wife's stomach, but it happened. Before he could pull back and he was cursing himself mentally. Why did he have to be so childish and go all out on his wife who just wanted to prove to his son that she wasn't weak? And she wasn't, he knew that. Because ever since she was little she was labeled as such and she tried so hard to prove them wrong. Her dedication to show the world that she wasn't as weak as she looked pushed her into becoming one of the strongest kunoichi he's ever seen. Her jutsus are amazingly strong with chakra control that can rival Sakura's and book worthy according to Sasuke. It was amazing that she was able to create her own jutsu at the age of 12 and be able to perform it despite having a few days to practice. With a sad sigh, He was ready to drop his sage mode and apologize on his knees when he felt a thick chakra in the air. Yuho Sohaiken. Quicker than lightning, Hinata was running to him with her twin lion fists blazing with chakra. Her hand connected on his shoulder, then his stomach. She twirled and landed a hit on his other shoulder. He could already feel his tenketsu shutting down. Before he could shunshin out of there, Hinata yelled, "Hake Rokuji and show." All of his tenketsu shut down and he crumbled to the floor the moment Hinata finished her jutsu. Seconds later, his wife also joined him on the dirt floor, chakra exhaustion catching up to her fatigued body. He could vaguely hear the shouts of his children before seeing Hinata closing her eyes, a small smile on her face. He, too, blackened out before smiling out of pride. "Hinata, you shouldn't perform Hake Rokuge Uyin show twice if you haven't trained for years." "Ah, so his children got Sakura-chan, I know. Gomen ne, Sakura-san." He heard a sharp intake of breath before hearing Sakura implying her medical jutsu on, presumably, Hinata. He immediately sat up, ignoring his children's surprised shouts and Sakura's scolding and instead focused on a pale-looking Hinata who had bandages around her stomach. He winced and tumbled out of the couch he was laying on, making his way to Hinata's side who was sitting on the other couch. Himawari was about to run to her father's side but Boruto held her back. "I think San's going to apologize." Hima Imouto, Dadbasa. Surprised by her older brother's serious face, she reluctantly stood by his side, clinging to his shirt. Naruto went on his knees and cupped Hinata's face. Sakura slowly moving to the background with a fond smile on her face. "Hinata Koi, are you okay?" "Gomen I shouldn't have hit you with sage mode. I know how strong I am when I activate it, yet I was blinded by my own selfish desires and look where it got me, Datbeo. Onagai, forgive me." Naruto placed his forehead on his wife's sweaty one and gazed into her lavender-tinted eyes. "Onagai." Feeling a bit brave, Hinata placed her chapped lips onto Naruto's parted ones, making him take a deep breath out of surprise before responding to the kiss. He placed his hand on the back of her head and pushed her closer, moving his lips against her own. Suddenly, the passionate moment was interrupted by Boruto's loud exclamation of disgust. Naruto and Hinata parted and glanced at their son, who was pouting and gagging. And Himawari, who was blushing and laughing at her brother's antics. Naruto looked back at his wife and caressed her cheek. "From now on, we'll both train our children, nay." Hinata smiled. She couldn't agree more. It was an average Saturday night in Kyoto University, one of the most prestigious universities that Tokyo has to offer. The rate of graduation as at its highest peak, and the guarantee of finding a job is 85%. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hiyashi, had his eyes set on this school ever since Hinata was a small child. He's pushed his oldest daughter as close to perfection as it can get, and his stern and harsh ways of treatment was rewarded. Now he tells his coworkers with pride that his Hinata is attending Kyoto University, majoring in business, so she can take over their family's company. However, Hiyashi never took into consideration what Hinata wanted. Ever since Hinata was a small, little girl, she was fascinated how a seed becomes a tree or a flower. How her body has evolved from a month to 3 years old. How since the start of time, human existence came from one ancestor and was broken down into 2 groups. And from those 2 groups, one overcame the other by just a little. And from that group, its branches grew and grew till survival of the fittest came in and evolved their body. It fascinated her and she stayed up many hours, watching documentaries about anthropology and the growth of human revolution. She tried to voice out her passion, but her father always pushed her own opinions aside. "I just want the best for you," he would say, and back then, she believed his words. It was around her high school years that she started to realize that majoring in business was good for him instead for her. Since then, she's secretly been buying books about ecology and evolution, reading volumes of it and taking notes. It's been a week since she started living in the university's campus, and she began to debate whether or not she should tell her father that she will not major in business but in anthropology instead. She wriggled her hands and wiped the sweat that started to accumulate on her palms. Her roommate left a few minutes ago to party the boring out of me, and tried to convince the shy and antisocial Hinata to come along. Of course, ever since elementary, Hiyashi had forbid Hinata to bond with any friend or attend any occasions unless it was beneficial. Because of the lack of social life, Hinata became rather reserved and stuck to herself instead. Her roommate reluctantly left but not before suggesting a website where Hinata can chat with random strangers, specifically the university's students. A couple of years ago, this group of psychology students decided to form a chatting website that had all of the university's students registered in it. So what it does is that it immediately finds you a match and you're talking with a complete stranger who attends this school. It was supposed to be a project to show that if you're comfortable by a complete stranger who might be the person next to you, it can help you become more social or something like that. Anyway, try it. If you don't like it, well, you can read or something. Nay. Quote. Hinata glanced at the screen that had a chibi student pointing to a box that says chat now. Would it be so bad to try something new? She wasn't attending any party. She was just going to talk to a complete stranger, and if she feels uncomfortable she can just exit it with no hard feelings. The more she thought about it, the more she warmed up to it. It can also distract her from her problem. She clicked the box and a web page immediately came up. In it, it said, looking for stranger to talk to. She anxiously waited before a loud ding made her jump. Looking at the screen, it read, "Found a match. You are chatting with a stranger. Say hi." She took in a deep breath before placing her fingers on the keyboard. "I can do this." The first couple of times the conversations failed. The stranger either asked for her age and sex, and if her answer unsatisfied them, they immediately disconnected. Didn't disconnect. The conversations usually led down a road of sexuality and horniness. Something that made Hinata squeal with embarrassment and horror, making her click the exit button multiple times. Sometimes the conversation started of pleasant, with a ple, hello, and how are you, before leading to a roadblock, officially ending the boring and small conversation. When she failed a couple of more times, Hinata began to truly believe that not only did she suck at having real-life conversation, she also sucks at having virtually ones. Deciding to try one more time before waving the white flag, she clicked exit and was matched up by a new stranger. "You. Hello, stranger. Hello, how are you? You. I am well, and you?" Stranger. "Well, you know, university stress. Always throwing you homework before you can even breathe. It's like today, I had this professor. You know, the one with the bushy brows and horrible bowl cut. You. Guy sensei." Stranger. "Yeah, him. Well, I forgot to do his homework and he exclaimed that I had to go up in front of the class and act out the play we were supposed to read today. I had to do all of the parts. You. Oh, that's horrible." Stranger. "Yeah, well, I also had to act the girl parts and it was so embarrassing. Some guys were hooting at me to sway my hips and I was like, no way, but then I thought I should get guy baka back, so then I purposely tied my shirt like a bra so my whole stomach was showing, and you should have seen the class." You. Oh my. Stranger. "Yeah, I mean, my body is something to brag about because, if I say so myself, I'm pretty sexy." Hinata didn't know why, but she giggled at the stranger's response. You. I bet you are. Did she just type that? Stranger. Is that sarcasm? I can't really tell. The conversation went on till 1 in the morning. They talked about different topics, all ranging from politics to the newest restaurant that just opened up a few blocks away. It surprised herself how she was able to keep up with the conversation, and after an hour or so chatting with the stranger, she was able to input her own opinions and start a whole different conversation. She felt confident and a sense of pride overtook her. She was able to become social. Yes, it was a virtual chat, but it was something. The conversation was coming to a close and a surge of panic overtook her. She didn't want to stop talking to this funny stranger. She wanted to learn more about him, her, and perhaps, if they wanted to, become friends. Stranger. So I have a feeling that you won't type it, so I guess I'll take one for the team. Sigh. Can I have your cell phone number or something? I really like talking to you and I would love to keep talking to ya. What should she say? Without thinking it twice she responded. You. I do have a cell phone number. It would be my pleasure to talk to you more. It was fun talking to you. It's 81956-487-542136. And if I can ask, what is your name? Stranger. Yada. It's awesome that you want to talk to me as much as I want to talk to you. The name's Uzumaki Naruto and you, fake. British accent my stranger dear. You. Hyuga Hinata, it was nice talking to you. I will be awaiting your message, yes. Stranger. You bet. Sayonara. You have disconnected with stranger. Would you like to try again? Hinata barely closed her laptop before crashing down on her bed, her cell phone clutched between her sweaty palms. Coming Sunday morning, Hinata was rudely awakened by her roommate jumping on her. Aino-san, what time is it? Asked Hinata groggily, her hands rubbing off the sleep from her eyes. It's 7 in the morning but Hinata. I need help It's my homework and I know how smart you were and stuff so. Hinata blocked out the rambling of her roommate and decided to place her head on her pillow, too tired to think if it was a rude gesture or not. Oh, whoa, you seem tired. Wait, did you try out that website I showed you? The word website unlocked the memory of last night and Hinata sat up quicker than a blink of an eye, her back cracking from the sudden movement. Ino tumbled back out of shock and watched with a quirk eyebrow as Hinata was scrambling around her bed, looking for something. I see you are no way prepared to help me so I'll just go to Billboard Brow and nag her about it. Hinata nodded but was more focused on finding her phone. She had it with her last night, where was it now? Ino quietly collected her things but before she left, she turned around and pointed to the floor. If you're looking for your phone, it's on the floor. She laughed when she saw Hinata tumble over her bed just to get to the phone. The last the indigo-hair girl heard was Ino's cackling laughter from the hallway. Sighing out of relief, she quickly unlocked her screen and tapped the message icon. It told her that she missed 10 messages. Dear God, was it Uzumaki-san? And sure enough, when she tapped on the 10 messages left behind by a number unknown to her, she was right. Hello, Etta. I got his number right. It's Naruto by the way. You know, the great Uzumaki Naruto that you talked to on the website. I hope I got your number right. This is Hinata, right? I hope I got it right. What if you're a serial killer instead and you now avenue all of my information because I texted you? Oh shit, no, please don't kill me. I don't taste very good. I realized that the last message was weird so ignore that please. Beep. Is Hinata there or asleep? Well, just text me back when you can please. Hinata gasped. He actually texted her. Of course she had her doubts when Uzumaki-san asked for her number. What if he forgot? What if he doesn't really want to talk to her and he just said it out of politeness? But the 10 messages reassured her beating heart that he does want to talk to her in his own free time. A thrill went up and down her spine when she thought that maybe he'll become her first friend in the university. She couldn't count Ino-san just yet but with a fond smile the bright blonde was sneaking her way into her heart. She touched her phone and quickly replied to Uzumaki-san's text messages. You have it right, Uzumaki-san, and I'm sorry I couldn't respond last night, or this morning, I was so tired, I fell asleep so quickly. Sumimasen. With a satisfied smile and a hop in her step, she clicked the home button and waited with bated breath that Uzumaki-san responds soon. After a good hour or so of doing her bed and taking a shower, Hinata comes back with one new message on her phone. She jumped on her bed and unlocked her phone, eagerly touching the message icon. Don't worry about it. So that means you sleep early, yeah. Hi, I do. Do you? And once again, a whole 2 hours of conversation ensued. While Hinata texted her newfound friend, she also took out her books and studied while doing her homework. She wasn't considered a genius for nothing. Many years of Hiyashi pushing his daughter forced her body and mind to get used to many hours of memorization and multitasking. But despite all the work around her head instinctively moved to her phone to check for any messages or she'll be studying a subject only to remember a part of their conversation and she'll laugh. It was a wonderful experience. Hey, what's your schedule? Hinata paused and a small frown formed on her face. Schedule. Hi, schedule. We are from the same university so we might as well meet up and talk, nay. Hinata wasn't expecting that. She quickly locked her phone and pushed it far away from her as if it contained a deadly virus. Her heart jumped every time she thought of his proposition and her body heated to the point that she started sweating out of nervousness despite it being cold in her room. What does she say? She could barely handle a virtual conversation, and all of a sudden life decided to give her chance for a real one, but was she up for it? Was she ready to face reality and actually talk to someone? What if she froze? It was a different story texting someone and actually talking to that person face to face. She wiped away the sweat on her palms and slowly grabbed her phone, not sure what to reply. Can do this, she whispered to herself encouragingly. She unlocked her phone and pressed the message icon once more. His question burned her mind and her heart raced, excited yet nervous. Her stomach did flips as she texted out her response. She clicked send and closed her eyes, a sense of dread and nervousness washing over her. Hi, let's meet at the library that's next to the science building tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. If you can. Her phone vibrated on her palm and a loud ding resounded in the quiet room. She took a deep breath and glanced down, her heart racing and her vision going black. Sure I can. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Smiley face. Oh my, what have I done? After finishing her biology class, she took small and tentative steps towards the library, knowing what awaits her beyond those metal doors. Her cheeks were turning redder with every step she took and her heart seemed to pick up its paw. With every thought surrounding Uzumaki-san. He sounded like such a bright and fun person. Would he be disappointed when he truly sees how she is? Would he up and leave her when he sees her? She wasn't anything outstanding but plain than anything else. She didn't dye her hair because she was perfectly fine with her midnight color. She didn't like to tan because her skin was sensitive if she stayed too long out underneath the sun. She flinched when she thought of piercings or tattoos. The idea of the pain she'll receive made her shiver. She loves staying inside her little room, reading a book or watching a documentary about evolution. She loves little knick-knacks that are odd to everyone else. She loves listening to classic music, but old Japanese music from the 60s are her favorite. She didn't like showy clothes. Long-sleeve shirts or pants fitted her just fine. She didn't notice that she was already in front of the library till she crashed against the metal doors. Some passerbys giggled at her misfortunate and she blushed, opening the doors and closing it while ducking her head. As she looked around, she forgot to ask Uzumaki-san how he looks like. Taking out her phone, she was about to tap on the message icon when she felt a tap on her shoulder. She jumped and twirled around, coming face to face with a 5'10", tan-looking, bright, yellow-haired male with a large smile and amazingly beautiful blue eyes, twinkling with uncontained happiness. Hello there, Hinata. She furrowed her brows. It's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, she blushed and bowed, her mind scrambling about, trying to come back in one piece. My name is Hyuga Hinata. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Uzumaki-san. Naruto scratched his cheek, a light pink blush dusting his cheeks. Uzumaki-san. You don't have to be so formal, Hinata. He waved his hand and Hinata glanced up only to blush when their eyes clashed. They're so pretty, she thought while biting her lip. Who knew someone had such beautiful mesmerizing eyes? Naruto coughed and glanced at the metal doors. Wanna get out of here and talk somewhere more private? That was stepping out of her comfort zone, she knew it. All day yesterday, she was debating on whether or not she should come. She wasn't used to the outgoings or the busy cafes or walking around town. She was used to her own little space, living in her own little world. But this stranger that she met on the web has cracked her small shell so quickly. He made her feel important and that everything she said should never be missed. Her family didn't treat her as such. So when she saw his eager eyes, nervous like hers but also excited for the future, she was sure that she could take one for the team and face this change. Hi, let's go. Years later, Hinata would tell her children that it was thanks to her roommate, Ino, and a chatting website, that she was able to meet her love and husband and their father. Chapter 4. Day 4. Smile. 1. Cuddling. Hinata. I wanna cuddle. Hinata stifled a giggle and returned to her task, placing ornaments on their small Christmas tree. Naruto frowned and kept rolling around his living room, happy that he could See Hinata from this point of view, which was a view to appreciate and sad that she ignored his request for cuddling. Hinata, can we please? Naruto-kun, I still have to make hot chocolate, that can wait. And I have to start making your ramen. Cuddling with you is always better than eating ramen. He smirked when he saw her blush. Her heart was beating 1,000,000 miles per second in her heat. Ing cheeks didn't help to keep down the buzz that was going on throughout her body. Naruto crept up slowly behind her. She was oblivious and reached up to fix a crooked ornament when he encircled his arms around her waist, surprising the lights out of her. Naruto-kun, cuddling first, scolding later. He ran to their room. She was squirming in his arms, and fell down. Hinata was pressed tightly against him and her blush was now a dark red, the tips of her ears also burning. She buried her head on his chest and she felt him rumble with content laughter. She couldn't help but smile shyly. 2. Holding hands. Their date, by far, was going great. She didn't faint and he didn't eat his food like a starved animal. She didn't stutter as much and he didn't trip over his feet. He paid for her food, and she thanked him greatly with a bright smile. By now, however, they were walking aimlessly around the quiet village, trying to prolong the end of their wonderful date. Neither spoke it out loud, but they didn't want this night to end. Their heart beat in unison when that thought registered in their mind and they both chance a glance at the other, only to lock gazes with each other. It was a long intense second before they looked away. Hinata glanced down and clasped her hands together while Naruto scratched his head, nervous that he's been caught. A sudden thought passed through his mind and glanced at Hinata only for his face to fall when he saw that both of her hands were occupied with the other. He wanted to hold her hand so badly, to feel close to her. He mentally applauded himself. He closed the distance between and slyly moved his hands so they can be touching her arms. She felt his heat mingling with her own and watched from the corner of her eye as his hand began snake its way to her arm. Maybe he wanted to hold hands. The thought made her nervous. What if her palms were sweaty? Taking a chance in life, she closed her eyes tightly and released the tight lock her hands had with the other and slowly moved her hands to her side. She felt his knuckles rub against her hand and she couldn't help but intake a sharp breath. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears and she opened her eyes too late. She tripped over her own foot and the shock made her body shut down. Great, now she was going to embarrass herself in front of Naruto-kun. Oh, what would he think when? Hinata, are you okay? His question fanned her ear and his arms were tight around her. For a moment, she couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, but regained control and nodded quickly. Hi, G. Gomen, it's okay. I'm just happy that you didn't get hurt. He saw an opportunity and he took it. He grabbed her hand and flashed a nervous yet bright smile when he saw her questioning gaze. J, just in case you fall again. They resumed their walk. Their hands were interlocked, and their smiles were brightly blinding. 3. Kissing. This kiss was different from the rest. It started off light with Naruto coming to the Hyuga compound and whisking her away for a date. Many hours had passed and before they knew it, the moon was high up in the sky and Konoha's cold, night wind began to pick up. Afraid that Hinata will catch a cold, he took her to his apartment and convinced her to stay until the wind's howling will die down. He worried over her like a mother hen and she couldn't help but giggle in embarrassment and happiness. He, at first, kept a good amount of distance between the two when they sat in his couch. But as the minutes ticked by, his confidence and nervousness began to fade away and he closed the distance between the two. There she began to shiver and he, instinctively, placed his arm around her shoulder, bringing her closer. She blushed at first before settling her head down on his shoulder. A sudden heat took over the two. Maybe it was the comforting aura or how he felt her every curve and he swooped down and kissed her hotly. She moaned out of sudden pleasure and he took the chance to place his tongue inside her hot mouth. He pushed her down gently and he made sure not to add weight onto her. She gripped his shoulder and responded to the kiss, as much as she can. He moved away from her lips and she whined cutely before covering her mouth. He chuckled huskily and began peppering kisses down the column of her neck. She tried to suppress the emotions bubbling inside her but she sped when he kissed the junction between her shoulder and neck. She felt him smile against her skin. Feeling a bit playful, she began to massage his head, enjoying the way his body shivered from her mere touch. He gripped her cheeks suddenly and crashed his lips against hers. It became heated, it became desperate, and they both knew that if they continued, it will lead to a pleasurable night. He moved back, a resounding pop echoing in his quiet living room, and gazed at her lovingly, stroking her warm cheek. She bit her lip and shyly glanced down, gazing at his chin instead of his intense, blue eyes. He chuckled and smiled shyly, kissing her nose so she can look up. Their gazes locked and he caressed her cheek with his thumb, asking if this was what she wanted. She grabbed his hand, a sudden action of boldness, and kissed his palm. Smiling into it, he whooped and carried her to his bedroom, a cheeky smile on his face. 4. Spoiling. They were walking hand in hand down the busy street of Konoha. Vendors yelled out their products and children ran between the people, their giggles mixing with the rest of the noises. The silence between the two was comforting, and Hinata glanced up at her boyfriend. Naruto was smiling and his hand was clasped tightly onto her own. She smiled and looked to her left. She squeezed his hand subconsciously and he glanced down only to see her looking in her far left. Following her gaze, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the bakery. "Hinata-chan, do you want a cinnamon roll?" Hinata jumped slightly and quickly shook her head. I didn't bring any money." He laughed loudly and her eyes widened. Why was he laughing? "Hinata, I love you," she blushed, "and I'll do anything to make you happy. If you want a cinnamon roll, I'll buy you one. If you want a koi, I'll buy you one. If you want a kiss," he smiled when he felt her bury her head against his shoulder, "I'll give it to you with tax." Hinata couldn't help it. She laughed. 5. Playing. Naruto-kun. Stop. I can't breathe. Hinata laughed loudly when Naruto managed to tickle under her armpits. "I got you now, my little Harem." Naruto smiled triumphantly and enjoyed the sound of her rich laughter. Hinata tried to wiggle her way out of his grasp, but he took note of her plan and quickly thought up a way to stop her. "Here you go." He tickled her neck and Hinata couldn't take it anymore. "Naruto-kun, no more. No more, please." She gave one last, mighty laugh before her boyfriend moved away, his own laughter overpowering her own. His chest heaved from all the movement and giggles and his smile was starting to hurt his face. This moment was perfect. "I love you, Hinata. I love you too, Naruto-kun." Chapter 5. Day 5. Ramen. Naruto warily looked down on his bowl. It was supposed to be ramen, that's what Boruto said. But what looked back at him looked like it was taken from a contaminated lake with pig's legs, grass, uncooked eggs, shells of the broken eggs, raw pork, and, was the goddamn thing moving? "I can't eat this. I'm sick." Naruto mentally patted himself. That's a great way to escape. But 2-chan, me and Boruto Nisan worked hard on it. The Woman W would help you. Oh, Nay glanced at his beloved Himawari and he knew he was screwed. He looked at Hinata, who held herself more composed, and saw as she smiled a dazzling smile to her 3-year-old daughter and 6-year-old son. Arigato, Boruto-kun. Himawari-chan. Anyo, was she really? He watched as Hinata shakily reached for her chopsticks and broke them apart, mumbling her thanks, but he caught snippets of, "Please let me make it out of it alive." She dipped her chopsticks into the bowl and he watched as the gooey substance seemed to stick on the wooden utensils. He nearly barfed then and there. He wanted tea. Reach out and stop her, but he knew that if he did, he'll break his children's hearts. He reached for his own chopsticks and mumbled his thanks. He looked at his children from the corner of his eye. ND couldn't help but smile when he took in Boruto's dirty face. It was covered with what looked like to be flour and spice sand. Himawari's beaming smile. Was it worth it? Oh yes it was. In the same time, Hinata and Naruto took out their chopsticks and hanging from the wooden utensils were green noodles. They locked gazes and nodded in the same time. Quickly, without doubting it once more, they ed the noodles in their mouth and slurped it all in. A moment of silence hung over the kitchen. Boruto and Himawari had eager faces with a tinge of pride, however, their parents' faces lost color almost immediately. They puffed out their cheeks and tears started running down their faces. They swallowed without chewing and gave a broken smile to their oblivious children. It was great, Datbeo. I'm so proud of you too. Yada. Heard that, Hima Imouto. They liked it, Datbasa. Himawari gleefully jumped around the kitchen and the young parents smiled at the scene, the horrible taste lingering in their mouth forgotten. This means we can help you cook now, Hokage-chan. Serve them more, Borchuo ni-san. More, more, Hinata and Naruto mentally groaned. But, they thought with a fond smile while looking at each other. It was worth the pain. Chapter 6. Day 6. Pregnancy. Naruto paced nervously around the small apartment he shares with Hinata. He tried to make ramen a couple of times but he failed at waiting for the damn thing to warm up and opted to dump it all on the sink. It was a stupid reason, but his nerves were jumpy at that moment. Hinata was absent and the silence was deafening. He knew he was going to have a bad day when he woke up to Hinata getting ready for a mission. Of course, he tried to reason with her that he could go talk to Kaka-sensei, but she politely turned down the offer. I must protect this village, she said sweetly. He pouted, of course, and tried once more to get her to stay. He was unsuccessful, but at least he managed to convince her to take a shower with him. Let's just say that she arrived a few minutes late in meeting her team. It was lonely now, and a few minutes ago, Naruto decided to take out the trash. When he went into the bathroom, however, he stopped in his tracks when his eyes settled on the white stick in the trash bin. For a moment, he couldn't breathe and he crouched down to get a better look. He was dense in a couple of things. But the little stick that was currently in his trash bin he knew. Oh, he knew these things very well. But why would there be a pregnancy test in the trash, much less in their apartment? Unless, no way, he whispered disbelieving. He backed away until his back hit the wall. His breathing came out rapid and his heart pounded in his ears. For a moment, he stood still, his mind trying to wrap around this new discovery. He snapped out of his musing and made his way once more to the trash bin, nearly kicking the thing in his haste. He crouched down and narrowed his eyes, trying to get a closer view of the goddamn thing. It was obviously used if it was in the trash, and he definitely didn't use it. As the pieces began to click, his eyes widened when he saw a positive sign on it. Oh my God. And, in true Naruto fashion, he fainted. This means that Hinata used it. Does this mean? He choked on his words when realization hit him. Hinata is pregnant. The Quiet answered and Naruto began to shake, not knowing what to do. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. He yelled out in happiness and he grabbed his coat while simultaneously tried to put on his sandals. I'm going to be father. He locked the door of their apartment and promptly ran around Konoha screaming at the top of his lungs that he's going to be a father. 3 days later, Hinata arrives tired and dirty. See you later, Hinata, yelled Kiba while Akamaru barked. Good night. She smiled widely and waved goodbye to her dear friends before running to the Hokage tower to turn in their report. They were tired, she reasoned. And I volunteered to go. A sudden dread filled the pit of her stomach when she remembered the real reason on volunteering. She began to feel nauseous over small things. The past couple of days and sudden tiredness washed over her, getting in the way of her daily routine. She began to worry when she threw up after eating her second cinnamon roll. The smell made her nose twitch and her stomach turn. Naruto, of course, began to worry, but she waved it off, promising with a smile that she'll go to the doctor. But she was a smart girl and knew these symptoms all too well. She bought a pregnancy test and the night before her mission, she decided to face the moment of truth. Of course, after she took it, not even a few seconds after that, Naruto began to knock on the bathroom door, asking if she was almost done because he really needed to use the restroom. She worriedly glanced at the door, then at the pregnancy test on her hands before throwing it on the TRA. Shish and throwing some toilet paper on top of it. It was a wrong move because that following night, they made love, and the next day, well, Naruto-kun can be pretty persuasive in some things. But now she remembered her little mistake and dreaded going back home. It's time to face the consequences, she reasoned as she opened the door to the Hokage's office. Kakashi looked up from his papers and smiled when he saw Hinata. Odd, she thought. Kakashi-sama never smiles at me when I'm about to give a mission report. Ah, Hinata-san, you're back. A certain someone has been yelling throughout the day how displeased he is of your departure. She blushed. Give me the report tomorrow. Without a second glance, he resumed his work. Hinata stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Kakashi glanced up once more. Ian smiled when he saw her disbelieving eyes. Trust me when I say that you should get home quickly. Naruto has something to tell you. Immediately worry settled in her soul and she bowed, mumbling her thanks. Before turning around and leaving. Be okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata arrived out of breath. She quietly opened the door and slipped out of her sandals, closing the door carefully. She glanced around and saw the light from the bedroom on. She smiled and, for a moment, her troublesome pregnancy test was forgotten. All she wanted now was to get a bone-crushing hug from her lover and cuddle the rest of the night. The door was left ajar and she pushed the door, making it squeak. She watched as Naruto gave a sudden jolt and turned around quicker than lightning, a kunai in hand. She was surprised to say the least. Naruto's training in Sage Mode had expanded his senses in chakra. By the time she was within a mile from Konoha, Naruto surely would have sensed her chakra. But to be this surprise. What was Naruto doing that distracted him from sensing her chakra? She saw Naruto put the kunai back in a hidden department and he smiled almost guiltily, shifting his stance as to block something from her view. Gomen ne, Hinata, it's just. She was tempted to use her Byakuganzome of his habits has rubbed on her but decided to wait it out. She approached him and she saw him tense. She smiled to cover up her curiosity and hugged him tightly. Tadaima, Naruto-kun, she whispered while burying her head on his chest. He relaxed and returned the hug, his arms tightening around her. Okari. Hinata. He buried his nose in her hair and took in a deep breath. He missed her so much. His eyes snapped open when he remembered what exactly was on their bed. Laughing nervously, he squeezed her once more before moving back. She had a questioning look on her face and he smiled while caressing her cheek. Nay, Hinata, are you pregnant? Blunt as always, Hinata's eyes widened before glancing down, her heart squeezing from many emotions. Even though in the past they have talked about having a family, this unforeseen pregnancy has put a damper on Naruto's future. Maybe he didn't plan on staying too long with her. Maybe he wasn't looking for a stable relationship that was easily thrown out the wagon because they've been dating for years but he'll have to stay because of her pregnancy. Poor Hinata has the misfortunate of overthinking and Naruto watched this with amusement and a tinge of worry. He suddenly kissed her, a way of telling her that it wasn't a bad thing. Hinata, I'm so happy. She watched as his eyes became glazy from the unshed tears and she felt a sob coming up her throat. She blinked back her own happiness and smiled something dazzling that left Naruto breathless. I'm glad. He engulfed her in a mighty hug and they both sighed in unison. Nay, Hinata, why didn't you tell me? He wasn't hurt, just curious. She sighed and buried her nose on his chest, taking in his musky scent. I forgot about the pregnancy test. Naruto laughed and squeezed her once more before kissing her forehead. You're so cute. She blushed and fiddled with her hands. Suddenly, she glanced behind him and her heart stopped only to pick up again. She moved past him and tenderly touched the clothes on the bed. Okay, I can explain. She turned around, a blue onesie in one hand and a pink one in the other. I got too excited and since I don't know the gender, I just bought one for each. Dabbeo, he sheepishly looked down while scratching his head, a blush on his face. Hinata smiled and hugged him tightly. The onesies clutched tightly in her hands. We'll be a wonderful family, she thought happily. Chapter 7. Day 7. Wedding planning. It was an awkward situation and Naruto has been involved in too many awkward situations. The first time was when Naruto accidentally walked in on his girlfriend changing. The second was when he forgot that he now lived with Hinata and farted loudly and so on and so forth. But now, sitting in a quiet room with Hyuga Hiyashi sitting across from him, this might top off all of his awkward moments. He shakily reached for his cup of tea and took a sip. He bit his lip when the hot liquid burned the tip of his tongue and quickly placed the small cup back. His hands squeezed his pants and his eyes darted around the room. He wished his fiancée was here right now. Hinata was better in dealing with her own father than him. But, then again, Hiyashi did specifically request an audience with him. Maybe he found out that Hinata and I are having sex. The thought made Naruto sweat bullets and he nervously scratched the back of his head. Hiyashi took in a sharp breath before placing his cup down. Uzumaki-san, do you have an idea on why you are here? Naruto's back erected. No, Hyuga-sama, I don't know, actually. Hiashi nodded and reached for what looked like a folder underneath the low table. Naruto placed his hands on his knees and leaned forward, his blue eyes narrowing in curiosity. The stern Hyuga then placed the folder in the middle of the table. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and glanced at Hiashi, who was looking at him with a blank stare. Do you want me to? Yes, please do. Nodding too quickly, his bandaged hand grabbed the folder and shakily opened it. Within the folder were notes upon notes about his wedding. The nervousness vanished and in its place was curiosity. He grabbed the notes and skimmed through it. The stage must be placed underneath the sakura tree so when night approaches, the lanterns can be lit up and set the mood. The tables must be turned an 85-degree angle so all 100 tables can fit in the courtyard. Uzuman is a dish for his wedding and Hinata has requested several other dishes. I have contacted different restaurants throughout Konoha and I calculated that all dishes will arrive approximately around 3 o'clock. I have narrowed down my decisions to 4 colors that will decorate the wedding: thistle, lavender pink, orange, and silver. Naruto placed the notes down and fingered the 4 stripes of cloth, eyes wide, and glanced up and saw Hiashi with his eyes close and hands cradling the still warm cup of tea. Naruto, for once in his life, didn't know how to react. That's a lie. He wanted to laugh so hard that his sides will hurt because the Hyuga Hiashi took Tim out of his schedule to write down notes upon notes. Naruto counted at least 15 pages about Naruto's wedding and even chose colors for them. Was he asking for his approval? Hyuga-sama, what do? Quote, you are going to be married to my daughter soon. Please call me by my first name. Hiashi-sama, about this. I merely ask that you look over my plans for your wedding. I will accept nothing but the best for my daughter. Do not worry, I added your dish, ramen, to the menu, and after thinking it over, I also relent in adding orange as a main color as well. Naruto was silent for a few moments before cracking a wide smile. He snapped the folder shut and stood up, bowing in a playful manner to his soon-to-be father-in-law. I'm sure Hinata will love this. Don't worry, I'll come back tomorrow so we can both work on this. After all, we both want the best for Hinata. Hiashi nodded, signaling Naruto that he may leave. Saying his farewells, Naruto left with a loud whoop, eager to tell his fiancée what her father did. Hiashi smiled once the door slid shut. That boy will be good for you, Hinata. Week 1 question. Week 1 question. Why are Naruto and Hinata perfect for each other? It's hard to find a couple that's so polar opposite yet fit each other perfectly like a piece in a puzzle. When I first read this question I had to pause and think about it. So then I started from the very beginning. Ever since Naruto was a child, he wanted attention, and because he had the misfortunate of having the Kyuubi sealed in him, that chance was easily taken away. He was alone most of his childhood, and even when he was placed in Team 7 he still had little attention from his teammates. Hinata, also, was alone as a child. She was known as the weak Hyuga from everybody in her family, and even Hanabi, at some point, started focusing on training instead of her dear, elder sister. She was too shy to have any friends, I believe, and she was probably alone till she was placed in Team 8. Now that we know their childhood, I believe that only Hinata would be the only one who understands Naruto in a depth that no one else can. They both share a lonely childhood and they both know how it feels being looked down upon. She'll know how to coax Naruto out of his loneliness and sadness and vice versa. And that depth keeps getting deeper. We move on to the Chunin arc where the rookie 12 are probably around 12 to 14 years old. Everyone knows the 2 important Naruhina interactions here. When Hinata was fighting Neji, who was verbally abusing her, her defense was easily broken when she heard all of her insecurities. Those insecurities sounding strangely familiar to Naruto's. Why would Kishimoto take his time to focus on this subject? Why did he take time to draw Naruto gripping the container Hinata gave him in anger? It's because Naruto has the same insecurities as Hinata. When Neji's insults were directed at Hinata, it was also directed at Naruto, and it angered him when he watched Hinata crumble. He knew what was going through Hinata's mind at that moment because he was in that position in so many times. He knew what to say to her so she can pick herself up again. When one falls, the other will be sure to pick the other up. When Naruto was about to fight Neji, he opened up to Hinata. From this point, the reader has seen Naruto has an unbeatable force, someone who's always cheery and never giving up. But here, he confesses to Hinata how maybe he shouldn't fight Neji because he might lose. Why would Naruto confess to Hinata, who at this point, is a minor character and was introduced just a few chapters ago? My theory is because Naruto probably knew Hinata won't bring him down with harsh words. He knew that if he had to take a chance and show someone his doubtful thoughts, it'll be Hinata because she understands how Naruto is feeling. Of course he was taken by surprise when she actually responds his little confession with words that not only made him feel happy but also brought up his spirits. In that moment, she wasn't just a shy girl to him but someone that he likes. Now pause here for a moment. Again, from this point we had never heard Naruto say that to anyone in that way. It's different in Sakura's case because he wants a date with her, but has he ever said, "I like people like you," to our cherry blossom? No, Hinata has won his acknowledgement. After Naruto won his battle against Neji, he remembers Hinata and tries to find her in the crowd. He remembers Hinata calling him a proud failure and that even if he lost, he'll still be amazing because he'll keep trying. He was happy and full of pride that not only did he prove everybody wrong and won a battle that many doubted, but he proved Hinata was right. Nothing feels better than showing the person who praised from the beginning that they were right in believing you from the start. A little mini intervention. I will never forget when they were taking the exam and Naruto and Hinata ended up sitting together. Why would Kishimoto make it as such? Why Hinata? The few panels that were shown displayed Hinata showing affection and concern. She watched Naruto as he starts spiraling in nervousness and she shyly offers her exam. Knowing the danger she was putting herself in, I'll like to say that Hinata, by far at that point, is the only other character besides Iruka that showed Naruto a bit of affection and committing a selfless act. Iruka took a shuriken to his back in order to protect Naruto from that happened. Of course, Naruto saw Iruka as a precious person, and when Hinata offered her exam, knowing he can get not only her but her team kicked out, Naruto became suspicious because no one in his age group had ever done that to him. Maybe Naruhina was planned out since the beginning. We have our Tim, Skip and Naruto is back in the village. We forward to one of the big two Naruhina moments we see in Naruto. The pain arc was just amazing, the battles but also Hinata's confession. I was thinking about this a lot and I came to the conclusion that this was a needed factor in the Naruto storyline. Like Sasuke joining Orochimaru and Jiraiya being killed off by pain, Hinata's confession was a needed must. Why? Well, not only does Hinata get some screen time but she proves to everyone, especially Naruto, how strong and how true she kept to her Nindo throughout those 3 years. From a meek girl, she grew to a strong woman who was stood in the face of pain, one of the strongest villains in the Naruto universe. She confessed her love and we sadly don't hear a response from Naruto but the panels where she tells him that his smile saved her. The way Naruto looks at her makes me wonder how much he treasures her. The way his eyes held so much emotion and passion that it makes you wonder why Kishimoto drew it that way. After she gets stabbed, not only does Naruto get pissed, he goes into the sixth tail form of the Kyuubi. There have been a few cases before where he goes Kyuubi, the battle with Sasuke, when he's training with Jiraiya, and when Orochimaru taunted Naruto. So why go to this extreme? Sakura, who was Naruto's crush, was almost killed in front of him when Gaara trapped her under his sand and Naruto managed to control himself. And that scene was when they were younger, when Naruto was easily swayed by his emotions. So it's obvious that Hinata's confession did sink in. Now we fast forward to the war and after Neji's death, Naruto almost gave in, if it wasn't for Hinata's slap of Soin Madara and Obito. It's amazing that out of all the characters, Hinata's speech moves Naruto the way Naruto's speeches moves other people. Think about it, she's been the only one who was capable of bringing him out of his depression by her words alone. If it wasn't for Hinata's little motivational speech before the Chunin exam, Naruto might have lost to Neji. If it wasn't for Hinata intervening pain, Naruto might have been taken away and would have never learned that someone actually loves him, mind you. She was the only character to say, "I love you," to him. And if it wasn't for Hinata bringing him out of his depression, the tides of war could have been changed drastically. She became an imp. Important part to not only Naruto's life but for the whole universe. Others, of course, played big parts, but for Naruto she became his personal little son. They are the same yet different. They strive for the same goal. They understand each other in a way no one can. They will both move on to the future, together. This is why they are meant to be. Naruto and Hinata, I'm happy for you. Chapter 9. Day 8. Secret Lovers. Their relationship was a hardship. They met under a cloudy sky after school. He usually stayed behind to catch some bad luck and beat the shit out of people just for his amusement. Hi's dad is notorious for being Japan's biggest and fearsome yakuza, and it comes with benefits. Everyone within the network cowered under his stare, and he grew up being cocky, believing that a simple GLA NCE will bring people down to their knees. There was big argument once when he wanted to keep his father's last name instead of his mother's. You'll go to jail if you have my name, Naruto. Just deal with it. Of course, being Naruto, he avoided his dad like a plague. After a few shouting matches with his mother, he reunited with his old man and returned hunting down their enemies. When he first entered the school, you could practically smell royalty off of him, and his smirks didn't drive away the male students but urged them to fight him. It also brought along a troublesome fan club. He paid no mind to the girls who practically opened their legs without his consent. Oddly enough, he looked more interested in burying his fist in someone's face than sex. Many people report that his eyes become the devil's before delivering the last punch. So he stayed after school on that fateful day, ready to jump out of his shelter and into the rain to find trouble when he heard a squeak behind him. She was known as the daughter of the famed policeman who not only brought down the biggest yakuza in 1985 when he was just a rookie, age 20, according to the files, but discovered and exploited a trafficking network within the 80s Japanese government. He managed to save thousands of children in time. A bit later on the occasions, and those Japanese children would have been shipped off overseas. People praise his name, and if they manage to catch a glimpse of the famed Hyuga Hiyashi, they'll brag about it for days. I actually saw him, the Hyuga Dono. After his victorious conquest, the police nked him up until he achieved chief of police. He is well respected all over Japan and is now working on catching the biggest yakuza of this century, Namikaze Minato. His daughter is known for her hers name, but she lived under his shadow, still does. Hinata is the definition of shy and meek. She speaks when spoken to, but besides from that, she watches from the background. She's not heartless or ruthless like her father, but kind-hearted and noble like her mother. She's not interested of continuing his legacy. Her interest lies in helping others, a social worker. She dare not speak her opposition. She tried once and the result was disastrous. Her father kicked her out and she had to live at Ino's house for a few days, then Kiba's. It was the toughest for her in those days. Since she was small, all she heard was that she was a weak lineage and she will bring shame to the Hyuga family. Always listen and never disobey became her way of life. Within those days, she thought it over and came to believe that now she'll be shunned. She tried to commit suicide but was stopped in time by Kiba bursting in the restroom with Shino close behind him. Counseling and her friends helped her out of her depression, also school activities. She loved staying after school to water the plants or help clean the classrooms, anything to keep her mind out of her current situation. She still lives under Kiba's roof and she was becoming more self-conscious. Maybe it's time looking for a job. Fortunately today she was supposed to water the plants, but the unexpected rain had fulfilled her job. Now is the time looking for a job. She thought nervously. Will I be able to get one? She took off her slippers and reached for her shoes when she saw Uzumaki Naruto. He was an intimidating figure, standing 5 feet 10. And having a body with broad shoulders makes a person like her seem tiny. She squeaked and immediately covered her mouth. She hastily put on her shoes and attempted to hide behind the lockers, but Naruto turned at the last minute. Catching a glimpse of indigo locks, he cocked his head and raised a blonde eyebrow. Who the hell was that? Oi, who's there? Hinata trembled when she heard his question. Should she answer? I'm asking one last time, who's there? She blew out a slow breath, her heart beating faster than ever, and she stepped out of her hiding spot. Her satchel was clutched tight against her chest and her bangs obscured her eyes. Naruto took in her hunch figure and snorted. Why are you looking at the ground? You should look up. When she made no move, Naruto sighed and took 3 large steps. Closing the distance between the two, and hooked a finger under her chin, bring her head up. Lavender-tinted eyes clashed with dark blue and for a moment everything froze. The sound of thing rain was drowned out and they could no longer feel the cold biting their skin. His eyes widened when he took in her round, flush face and her eyes a window to the soul. They signed has never felt such tingling warmth in his life. She, on the other hand, has never seen such dark, blue eyes in her life. Was he from America? His whisker-scarred cheeks made her blush. Cute, she thought. Her heart thumped quickly and she began to quiver. She's never been this close to any male, excluding her childhood friends, and her body began to take in the difference between the sexes. She didn't know this, of course. And she began breath in and out quickly, her short puffs hitting his chin. She was small, he thought. She barely reaches my chin. The height difference fired his ego and he couldn't help but find it attractive. When her breath hit his chin, something awoke within him. He swooped down and kissed her. Shock ran all over her body and she didn't know how to respond. His lips felt warm and sweet and her face flushed. Never had she been kissed and she never thought that her first kiss would be with Uzumaki Naruto of all people. She tried to push away but her arms became jelly and his hands clasped tightly on her shoulders. His fingers made its way to her cheek and one hand cupped her flushed cheek and the other caressed it. He moved away, a popping sound echoing the silent hallways, and he marveled how a simple little girl fired him up quickly. What's your name? His heated question brought her out of her shock. Suddenly it all hit her. They kissed. They didn't even know each other and they kissed. That's the most intimate thing to do and she was saving her first kiss with someone she truly loved and he just took it away like it was nothing. Her eyes gathered tears and he panicked. He paused. When had he ever panicked? Was he such a bad kisser that he disgusted her within a few seconds? Oi, you okay? What's? Before he can finish, she took off. Sumimasen. She cried out over her shoulder before running head first into the rain. She did forget her umbrella in Kiba's house after all. Remembering their little kiss heated the tips of her ears. Oh dear, what had she done? His eyes widened when he saw her reaching the gates of tea off after her, his long coat fluttering behind him. He didn't mind the rain hitting his face and instead focused on the mysterious girl who ran away from him. He always knew that he had the power to make a girl quiver by just a mere gaze, yet this girl didn't moan in pleasure but shook in fear. Maybe she was nervous. His ego dropped a bit at the thought that it was him that made her run for her life, but his legs continued to run after her. She was different from the rest. She didn't wear a low-cut skirt but the standard one with her socks reaching her knees. She didn't wear a sailor shirt but the button one up with sleeves that reached her wrists. She doesn't have highlights of different colors nor has an aura that just screams, "Notice me." She was different and he liked it. Before he knew it, he's reached her. She was still running but she was slower than the beginning. Her hair was soaking wet and one glance on her chest. She confirmed that her clothes were becoming like second skin. He grabbed her wrist and she squealed when his sudden stop pulled her back forcefully. She felt as if her shoulder sockets popped out. She crashed against a hard chest and she was too tired to pull away. She knew who has a hold on her wrist and she didn't dare look around, afraid that her blush would engulf her whole face once again. He heard her puffing breaths. She was trembling in his arms and a protective instinct made him blurt out his question. I should take you home. You're shaking. She was surprised and her expression showed it. Was the Uzumaki Naruto offering her refuge? He chuckled when he saw her turn around slowly, her mouth agape. As if reading her thoughts, he answered, well, I can't leave you here alone. Plus, your shirt is becoming see-through. Datbeo. She quickly glanced down and saw with horror how her breasts popped out from her sweater and how her nipples were gradually getting hard from the cold. Hentai. She screamed. She took quick steps back but he caught her wrist, a blush adorning his cheeks. I didn't mean that. Actually, I did but, I just don't want perverts looking at you like that. I didn't mean to blurt it out. They stood in silence and Hinata shivered. Maybe it won't be so bad. She let her thought linger in her mind before parting her lips. Please take care of me. He couldn't believe his ears. Not only did he kiss this girl, but she's now going to his house. He smiled widely and let go of her wrist. Instead he intertwined their fingers and indulged himself with pleasure when he saw her blush. "What's your name, by the way?" "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." Hinata smiled shyly when he smiled widely and pointed his thumb to his chest. He was something else from what she heard and seen in school. Hyuga Hinata, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun. His parents were shocked when he brought home a soaking Hinata. Not only did he bring home a girl for the first time, but she looked like she was about to pass out. She had a raging blush when his mother, Kushina, began to pamper over her and make false accusations about sex. His mother had no shame and smiled in an evil way when not only Hinata fainted but Naruto was close behind her. He managed to catch his new interest and began a match of insults with his mother. He chose to ignore the way his father lingered on Hinata. He noted mentally to talk to him later on about that and carried her to his room, yelling to his mother if she can bring tea for their guest. "Not much of a guest if she's in your room, Naruto." She snorted but followed her son's request. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment and slid open his door, closing it with his foot. He carefully placed her down and smiled when she twitched her nose. He frowned, however, when she began to shake. Her clothes were wetting his sheets, but he paid no mind to it. When Kushina came in with a tray of tea, she ushered her son out, saying that she'll take care of it. He scratched the back of his head and went to the laundry room, grabbing a new clean shirt with pants and threw the soaking clothes into the dryer, clicking the button so it could begin to dry. He slowly made his way back into the hallway and pouted when he heard a squeal in his room. Obviously Hinata was awake now and his mother had the balls to take away his new interest from him. He could wait it out. He hoped. He reached the kitchen and saw his dad looking at the wall with a faraway look in his eyes, his hands interlocked with each other and his chin resting on it. His blue eyes landed on Naruto's form and he managed a smile. "Drop the act, Chu-san. What's up?" Minato shook his head and motioned for Naruto to take a seat. His son did so with a smile on his face. "Any trouble at school today?" "Nah, you know me, I bring trouble to school." Minato chuckled. He knew from all of the reports he got from his son's teachers. It was becoming a hassle to keep Naruto in that school, but he could always pull a few strings to make things balance again. "Have you made friends yet?" Usually Naruto would respond with a loud no, but he watched with shock eyes as his son's eyes moved towards the direction of his room before locking gazes with him once more. "Yeah, I think I made one today. She's really pretty, Pops. And her eyes are just amazing. I want to get to know her." "That's okay, right?" The vulnerability in his voice made Minato smile almost sadly. He doesn't have the heart to break his son's hope. Hinata caught his interest, and when Naruto was determined in something, he doesn't let it go until he accomplishes it. Minato couldn't tell him that bringing Hinata into his life could bring danger to them all. From what he heard from his networking spy, Jiraiya, was that Hiashi had officially kicked out Hinata from the Hyuga house, and from the way this was looking, Hinata is not far from being disowned. Maybe they were safe for now. He'll take the risk, only to see his son smiling the way he did when he looked at Hinata. "Yeah, it's okay. Just remember to keep it a secret. We don't want anyone to know. You know why, right?" Naruto visibly slumped. "Yeah, I know. Our enemies would make her a target and her old man is the head of the police. But I don't even know if she likes me. Maybe what I feel for her is lust." Minato chuckled and stood up when he heard a door slide open. "Why don't you go in there and figure it out if it could become something more?" At first when Naruto entered his room, he felt the shift in the atmosphere. Hinata was changed into one of Kushina's fuzzy pajamas and her long indigo hair was combed and flowed freely. She was nervously playing with her fingers and her shoulders tense when Naruto slid the door shut. Ey stood in deathly silence before Hinata broke the ice. Your Oka-sama is sweet." Naruto laughed, startling Hinata. It was a deep rich sound that left her heart quickening. "Is she usually screams at me whenever I do something stupid." He scratched his cheek at that and Hinata laughed, a hand coming up to cover her mouth. He stopped and couldn't help but stare at Hinata's shaking frame as she laughed. Beautiful, he thought. She stopped her laughing when she noticed all of his attention was on her and she shifted nervously. Only then did it dawn on her that she was sitting in his bed. Sumimasen, she squealed as she jumped off his bed. No, no, it's okay. Please sit, Datbeo. She looked down at her feet that were snuggled up by warm purple socks. When she saw Naruto sit on his bed and patted the empty space beside him, she gave in and sat, making sure to keep some distance between the two. It was quiet for a few more seconds, the sound of raindrops hitting his window was heard in his room before Hinata jumped off his bed once more. He was about to complain when she turned to him, her hair managing to brush his nose, and he caught a swift of lavender. Do you have a phone? Huh, oh yeah, we do. Here. He fished out his cell phone. Why do you need it? She grabbed it and unlocked it quickly, her hands shaking from something that was on her mind. Kiba-kun must be worried. Worried. It irked him that this Kiba was worried over Hinata. Ah, well you see, Anyo, I live with him. What? After a few minutes of explaining from her part, Naruto managed to calm down. Phew, thought she was taken. The thought made his heart ache in pain and he patted his chest. What was wrong with him? After the phone call, they settled in a comfortable silence before Naruto started babbling about anything he had in mind. From his morning to what he did during the weekend, he couldn't stop talking and exaggerating his stories. Hinata continued to listen and responded appropriately when the time came. She gasped as he told her story when he went into the woods when he was dared to enter a haunted house. As she took in his loud voice and happy smile, she couldn't put the persona she saw in school and the one she's seeing now together. Where was the tough Uzumaki Naruto she knew? They stayed up late talking and she enjoyed every minute of it. If it wasn't for Kushina slamming the door open with bed hair and screaming at them to go to sleep already, they would have probably stayed up until the sun rose. Hinata woke to a warm bed and an arm tossed over her stomach. She tensed and slowly moved her head to the left and was shocked to see Naruto's sleeping face. His body was so close to her own that any movement would cause their body to make contact. She blushed oddly when she felt one of his legs intertwine with her own. She looked away and opted to look at the ceiling, counting from 100 to 0 in her mind to keep herself from fainting or worse. While she grew accustomed to Naruto's warm body heat and snuggled a bit closer to her heat source. He was different than what she imagined and she smiled warmly when she recalled a moment from last night. She subconsciously placed a hand on his chest and gripped the material of his shirt. He scooted closer to the sudden contact and his arm constricted tighter around Hinata's waist. In unison, they sighed happily and Hinata thought it wasn't so bad waking up to something like this. After their first awkward encounter of finding each other in the other's arms, they set off to school, Naruto being ahead of her by a few feet. She didn't mind the distance but was rather curious when his bright smile transformed into a frown. The closer they came to school the more of a cold aura radiated off of him. He was becoming more of the Uzumaki Naruto she's heard so much in school grounds. Busy with her thoughts, she failed to notice the stoplight ahead of her. Naruto knew the moment he saw Hinata's eyes yesterday. He should have kept his distance. The Hyuga family was known for their unique eye color with no pupils and the prodigy, Hyuga Hiyashi. Ever since Naruto discovered his father's lair with guns and blueprints of the mansion owned by the governor of Japan, he's been with the business and worked alongside his father. He is an experienced killer who, if the time asked for it, will kill without as much as a flinch. He grew in an underground world known for its hideous crimes and being scorned from the public eye. He was used to the questioning gazes he'll get from his school mates. Doesn't he look like Namikaze Minato? Ah, but that can't be. The principal wouldn't let a filthy criminal like that attend this school. He learned how to control his temper when he heard pedestrians talk badly about his father. He learned long ago that having a double life meant survival. So why would he purposely get himself involved with Hinata, Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter? It was just something about her that kept him up at night, leaving him wanting more and more. But as they approached school grounds, he began to worry. How would their classmates react when they see them walking together? School is a cruel place that spreads false rumors like wildfire and he worried that he won't be able to protect Hinata all the time. He made enemies and has a price for his head. If the world found out that he had an attraction for the petite woman, she would become a target. So he decided to keep his distance for now. After school he'll talk to her about living arrangements. It pissed him off that she's living with that Kiba. He'll have to change that. He paused when he reached the street light but watched with horror as Hinata passed him, her head down. He saw a car racing towards her and he reacted quickly. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back, her body crashing against his chest. The car went whizzing past them, the person's honking drawing attention. Oh my god, is that the Uzumaki Naruto holding onto Hyuga Hinata? You think they're dating? Well duh, he wouldn't have saved her if they weren't. She's just probably after the fame. That slut. Naruto whipped his head around and glared menacingly. He pressed Hinata's head closer to his chest, hoping to drown out the words they were spitting at her. But she heard everything. She was used to the name calling but it still hurt from time to time. She felt her chest ache with pain and she bit her lip to stop a sob from coming out. She's been bullied ever since she could remember. The name calling started show RTLY after and the physical attacks way later. When she registered for this high school, she dreaded the first day of school, afraid that she'll have to face any new bullies by herself. But when she learned that Kiba and Shino would also attend the school along with Ino and Sakura, her heart gave out a sigh of relief. No more tormenting, she thought when she passed the school gates. But hearing people talking to her like that right now opened wounds that she tried to recover from. Naruto felt her tremble and immediately knew that something was wrong. He wanted to sit her down and force out some kind of response but even he knew when to keep his distance. Do you still want to go to school? Hinata's head snapped up to meet his own curious yet mischievous gaze. Why you mean skip classes? Naruto laughed loudly and ruffled her hair, making her pout cutely. God, how he wanted to kiss those lips again. Well yeah, I don't want to force you into doing something you don't like. He fed his hands in his pockets and glanced down the street, embarrassed that he was showing a caring side of him. He was cynical, that's what he was known for, so he was still getting used to the concerning glances he'll shot her way or the need to do some silly act in order to make her laugh. Hinata smiled gently and Naruto's breath got caught in his throat. I can hold on. I'm not as weak as I seem to be. He was astounded, to say the least, but then he smiled softly and caressed her cheek with such care that it made her blush. I know, Hinata, I know. Everywhere she went, she heard the low whispers of her classmates. Their eyes followed her like a hawk and her body trembled with fear. Many girls sneered at her and some attempted to bash her head against the lockers. If it weren't for Ino or Sakura, Hinata would have been in the hospital by now. During lunch, Hinata, for the life of her, couldn't find Naruto. Something was telling her to go find him, to be beside him, but her shy nature kicked in and instead followed Sakura and Ino to the rooftops. They engaged her out of her shell and Hinata told them everything. Of course they gushed like little school girls and asked if they were dating. When Hinata responded with a no, she was startled when pain squeezed her chest. Did she really want a relationship with Uzumaki Naruto? She knows the general things about him, he likes ramen and the color orange. Apparently, but nothing more. It surprised her that she wanted to become a part of his personal life, to know him like the back of her hand. Ino and Sakura shared a knowing glance with each other as they watched Hinata's cheek color darken. Don't get hurt, Hinata, they thought in the same time, feeling a sense of doom in the horizon. As Naruto walked down the corridor, he watched as many people scrambled away from him. He was pissed off and he was sure that if anyone bumped into him right now, he couldn't guarantee their safety. He was looking for Hinata's lack of IQ. The Momentand had failed in his conquest. It was after school already and he was damn sure he just missed her. He forgot to tell her in the morning the arrangement he wanted to do. He possibly lost his chance and he was taking it out on the world. He leaned against the doorframe and watched as a few students left the school grounds. His eyes lingered on a couple whose hands were tightly clasped together. His heart ached and an image of a smiling Hinata flashed in his mind. He wanted a relationship with her and he was nervous what would her reaction be. Maybe he was going too fast. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and he whipped around quickly, determined to burn the person with his gaze. He was surprised to see Hinata with her cheeks red. Sumimasen. I was worried that Naruto-kun was hurt. He looked at her for a few more seconds before laughing loudly. Hinata ducked her head, ashamed that she just said that aloud. Hinata is so cute. They both blushed, Hinata more so, and he scratched his cheek. Etta, I was wondering if you want to come home with me. She gave him a questioning gaze and he immediately explained that he'll love to have her Homehe, excluded the part where he actu. Ally wanted her out of the house she shares with Kibon. She won't have to worry about expenses because he'll take care of her. After his winded explanation, with cheeks colored red, they both stood in an awkward silence. Hinata contemplated his request. It's been 1 day since she shared her first kiss with Naruto, taken to his house after he practically saw through her shirt, and talked about everything and anything. It's been a few hours, but she felt as if it's been years she's known him. And she still wanted to learn more. Her heart beat loudly at the thought of living together with him. Maybe, just maybe, they can be more than friends. She was feeling more confident of herself and she knew that he'll bring great changes in her life. She nodded happily and he couldn't help but laugh. Well then, let's go. He grabbed her hand and they raced out of the school. When he confronted his parents about his master plan, Kushina was the first one to jump the gun. She scolded Naruto for not thinking it through. A young teenage girl is going to be living under our roofs. She'll be our responsibility. Kushina knew what kind of trouble Hinata could bring to the family, but, like her husband, she couldn't bring herself to tear the two apart. They were falling for each other, yet they didn't know it themselves. That kind of love, she once told her husband, can become the most wonderful tale you'll ever hear or a fatal tragedy. It's a kind of love that blinds you so deeply and one mistake can cost a life. It's a deep emotion, a bond that roots its way into your soul, and if you get hurt, it'll feel like you're dying. But, Kushina countered, if properly treated right, it'll be the brightest love the world has ever seen. After an hour-long argument, both mother and son simultaneously turned to look at Minato, who had yet to say anything. Hinata, too, decided to be neutral. She told them since the beginning that whatever decision they come up with, she'll understand. She didn't want to burden anyone any longer. After a few intense minutes, Minato smiled widely and Naruto whooped in joy. Kushina, however, gave a concerning look at her husband. Minato waved it off, mouthing the words, "We'll talk about it later." And that's how Hinata ended up with the spare bedroom with Naruto helping her move in. A few hours ago she called Kiba and explained to him that she found a new place to live. When he asked where, she sweated nervously. She was known as the worst liar in the world and she couldn't find it in her heart to lie to her best friend. But Naruto was prepared. He wrote a script for her and made her practice it till she got every word right. She told Kiba that she found a job that paid well in a hotel to live for a cheap price for a while. She said that after a few weeks she'll get a paycheck and she'll be moving out of the hotel and looking for an apartment. Of course, Kiba argued that she could still live in his place till she got enough money, but he countered that she couldn't take the guilt anymore. She wanted to become independent and show the world that she can achieve her dream with determination. Kiba sighed and wished her good luck. Before she hung up, she heard Kiba say, "You'll be able to do it, Hinata. We believe in you." It left her in tears. Her biological family has shunned her out, but a new one opened their arms wide for her. And for that she was grateful. She went to Kiba's house to pack all of her necessities, which wasn't much, and departed with a final fierce hug. "So is that all?" "Wasn't much," mumbled Naruto. He wiped some sweat and sat down beside Hinata. She opted for a traditional futon instead of a bed. She explained that she was used to the traditional style and she felt more relaxed. He decided not to make fun of her unless he wanted to cause their first fight. "I didn't have much in the Hyuga house. I only had my clothes. Otu-sama never allowed any personal items." Naruto frowned and stuck out his tongue. "Well, that sucks, Dabbeo. That's going to be the first thing to change," he thought with a hidden smile. Hinata fiddled with her hands and kept glancing at Naruto and back at the ground. Finally gaining enough confidence to speak up, she said quickly, "Naruto-kun, why are you so different from the one everyone knows in school?" It was a silent for a moment and Hinata worried that she had probed too much. Naruto's smile left his face and he glanced down, her question bouncing around his head. Well, he paused and looked at the door, missing Hinata's surprise expression. I'm more comfortable around my parents. I'm more of my goofy self than the scowling troublemaker. He had to be careful with his words. You see, I had to live up to some people's expectations ever since I was a child. Look at that kid. That's Minato's kid. I bet you he's a big troublemaker. He's going to be one hell of a killer when he's older. They thought that only because I am Mito-san's son that I will also be like him. He wanted to tell her his problems, about the high expectations that weighed down on his shoulders ever since he was a child. The way people would immediately cower in his presence and shed away from his mere touch sickened him. He hated when people glared him down as he walked alongside his father or how people pushed him into becoming the fighter he was today. He tried to fight the destiny that was shoved upon him, but at some point in his life, he learned to embrace this cruel reality. He wanted to become something more than a criminal. He didn't want to follow in his father's footsteps. But what can he do when everywhere he turns he can hear the people cursing his name and judging him before knowing him? It hurt, so to cover the pain, he became the criminal everyone expected of him. But he couldn't tell her that. Before he can finish his sentence, he felt a pair of warm arms encircling around his torso. Hinata took in every facial expression he made. When he stopped in the middle of his sentence, his brows furrowed distress, anger, confusion, his eyes moved to the bottom right, reminiscing about a troubled past, and his eyes glanced down, sadness. I had to live up to some people's expectations since I was a child, his words hit close to home. She knew what it felt like being criticized over every flaw because she wasn't like her prodigy of a father. She knew that feeling so well. His sadness was once reflected in her own lavender ones, but lately she's been thinking of her own faith, of her own life. Living with Naruto showed her had when life shuts you one door it was because it'll open you another. And when that door opens, take it and never let it go. The prospect of finding a job is nerve-wracking, but if it'll help her convey to the world that she's walking in her own shoes, then she'll take it greedily. Seeing Naruto, a boy who's so bright and full of smiles, down her tightly. Hearing that he only acts like his true self. In front of his parents, and now her browed a warm feeling of acceptance within her soul. It honored her to the point that it left her speechless. Her body reacted before her and she found herself hugging Naruto tightly. I understand that feeling, was her muffled response. I am Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter and everyone expects me to become a great police officer like him, but my passion lies somewhere else. I want to help people, not using the system of justice but talking to them and guiding them out of their misery. I want to sit down one-on-one and help map out a solution that will leave them smiling. I don't want to bring down criminals or learn how to use a gun. I want to become a social worker and learn to help people. So you don't have to say no more. I can see it in your eyes, the same pain I felt a few days ago. But someone taught me that with a bit of confidence and a big smile, maybe I could even conquer the world. Her words left him speechless. He's used to these pep talks. She's broken down in front of his parents a couple of times, but never had his parents' motivational speeches left him feeling a sense of warmth or awe. How can a girl he barely met a few days left him feeling better than he ever felt before in his life? Hinata. The husky way he said her name made her shiver and she glanced up. His eyes were tender and slightly misty. She was about to ask if he was okay when he swooped down to kiss her. The first time his lips touched hers, she was shocked and a bit scared. But now, sitting here in his room and being so close to him, she responded shyly. She had a BTTER idea of who he was, and it warmed her heart that she's able to see a different side of Uzumaki Naruto. He was a goofy boy who was always silly and never knew when to stay quiet. But underneath the goofiness laid a good man who would do anything to help the people he cherished. He grasped the back of her head and slowly pushed his weight on her, making her lay down on her back. She massaged his scalp, which earned her a low moan. She smiled in the kiss and he couldn't help but kiss her more fiercely. They parted with smiles on their faces and he kissed her nose. Be mine, Hinata. I will, Naruto-kun. If you'll be mine. She shyly glanced away and he chuckled, grasping her chin and making her look into his eyes. Always. Chapter 10. Day 9. Lord of the Rings. Oh. You know, it's your fault that we're lost, Dobby. Mine. You're an elf. Don't you have magical powers or shit? Only because I'm an elf does not mean that I have magical powers. Exclamation mark quote. Two grown men were seen fighting in a small clearing, the sun bathing them from above. One was noticeably an elf. His long, pointy ears were slightly covered by his black locks which were spiky from the back. He shifted his shoulder when the string of his bow began to cut off circulation. His sword was sheathed on his hip and he was beginning to think that now would be a perfect time to practice his skills. The other was a clansman from the mighty Uzumaki clan, and they were known for their knowledge in seals and a lifetime supply of energy. He was pouting. His yellow locks were held back by a cloth tied around his head as a headband. He wields a large sword with a heavy shield tied behind his back. He proudly proclaims the vest he wears made out of dragon scales was given to him by Jiraiya-sama, the famous wizard that was rumored to be stronger than his master, Sarutobi-sama. Both males, mythical and human, simultaneously turned to the other side, one glaring at the trees and the other pouting like a child. A rustle came from the bushes and they both unsheathed their weapons. As much as they fight, they can also make an amazing combat team. A blur of pink shot out from the greenery and landed a mighty blow on the yellow-haired male who howled in pain. The elf smirked in delight watching his friend whiter in pain, but his eyes widened when the hilt of a metal axe hit him on the stomach, making his knees buckle and the air to escape his lungs. What the hell do you guys think you're doing? We're on a mission right now and Kaka-sensei could not stop complaining about waiting for you guys to piss. How long does it take to use the goddamn restroom? Sakura-chan, whimpered Naruto while rubbing his head. The Dobby got us lost. Naruto gasped and immediately tried to stand on his own feet. How dare you rat me out like that? Wait, Sakura-chan, calm down, please. Her spiky metal helmet with those piercing and raging green eyes made him cower in fear. Sakura took a deep breath in and flipped a lock of pink hair back. She stiffly walked up to a tree and hit the trunk, making the tree dislodge from its roots and flew a few yards away from the group. Naruto gulped down his fear and pulled Sasuke to a shaky stand. There, we're ready, right, Sasuke? Yeah, whatever. Sakura gave them a bright smile and nodded, her pink locks swaying with the movement of her head. Good, now come on. Let's go. As they walked, Sakura decided to stay back and observe the two knuckleheads she had come to love and protect. Her eyes glanced at Naruto, who was animatedly talking to Sasuke. She remembered thinking of him as an annoyance and nothing but a waste of air and space, but then a mission came that she'll never forget. She was close to death because she was stubborn to fight a dragon alone. She knew she had strength rivaled by the gods, but when those eyes of a hunter disposed itself on her, she trembled in fear. Her second hesitation was all she needed for the dragon to spit out the hottest fire she had ever felt. Kakashi was too far and he could only scream out her name. Sasuke was battling their enemy on the other side of the battlefield. It was Naruto, the least expected of them all, that jumped in front of the ball of fire and took the hit. After that, Kakashi sprung into action and casted a spell of death, a very complex spell that only the best of the wizards know, and brought down the beast with a swing of his staff. Sakura, being the only one besides Kakashi that knew about medicine, immediately began to assess the damage but found none. Naruto gave her a sheepish smile and told her that his dragon scale vest is immune to any kind of hits, considering it was a thick layer of skin and scales. Since then she couldn't look at Naruto like the dumbass she thought he was. He was a nice man with good intentions. Then there was Sasuke. Her eyes moved to the dark-haired man's back and watched with a tint of a blush how his muscles flexed. Before Sasuke and Naruto, there was only Kakashi and herself. Her master, Senju Tsunade, suddenly disappeared, but not before appointing another master to take care of her prize student and teach her more complex subjects, as well as taking her arrow the world to accomplish difficult missions and to master her monster strength. At first, she kept a distance from Kakashi. His outfit was shady with his coat covering most of his body. He had a mask that covered most of his face and his gray bangs covered his left eye. But when he began to explain different kinds of medicines and ways to control her fiery hits, he gained her respect and started calling him sensei. He once mentioned how he wanted an apprentice of his own, and now that he had her, he was enthusiastic to have more pupils. They first stumbled upon a hurt and disorientated Sasuke. She remembered the cold rain and how Kakashi pointed out that a figure was leaning against a rock of wall. She watched as Kakashi fingered his staff, so she, too, began to poise for any attack. But as they approached closer, they began to notice it was an elf from the Uchiha clan. The clan was known to be cursed with hatred and many stayed away from their path. So it was odd to find an alone Uchiha looking injured and close to death. Something about him pulled in Sakura, and she was by his side the next moment. It was the blank look in his eyes that made her want to protect him with her bare hands. Oh, how she would give to see a spark in those eyes of his. Since then, she's been trying to make his eyes twinkle with hidden happiness. It has happened and she cherishes those moments forever. It took you guys long enough. Kakashi's drawled out statement made her snap out of her daydream. Yeah, well, these two got lost. It wasn't my fault. Sasuke Tem wanted to go another why and I said, no, this way, and he just rolled his eyes and followed me. Naruto, you're digging your own hole. Naruto slumped. Enough joking around, we have a mission to complete. His serious tone made everyone straighten up and they began their trek down the road. Night fell quickly and they camped by a near cave, three stomachs growling and echoing off the rocky walls. So who's going to go out and hunt? Well, I was thinking Sasuke, since he does have the bow and arrows. No, why Sasuke? Because I refuse to dirty my arrows with animal blood. I rather use it to kill my enemies and taint it with their own blood. Creepy. Sakura-chan, control your man. Naruto. Shanaru. Naruto invaded her fist and laughed maniacally as he ran out of the cave. Kakashi hung back and settled down on the floor. Leaning against the wall, he took off his hat and placed his staff beside him carefully. Someone has to go hunt or we're all going to starve to death. I vote for Naruto to go, said Sakura. A tick mark forming on her forehead and a fist hand on her hip. Why me? Cried out Naruto, not liking the idea of spending a few hours out in the cold. Because last time we decided if I went then you'll go next time. I don't want to. Go or else. She fingered the hilt of her axe and glared down at the Uzumaki. The lack of hunger was getting her cranky. Alright, I'll go. Sheesh, I'll come back. He waved goodbye before being swallowed by the darkness. Sakura shook her head and took off her helmet, gently placing it on the floor. That Naruto. Naruto grumbled for the nth time and kicked a nearby rock. Can't get anything. I have this big ass sword and have the greatest knowledge for sealing and being unpredictable but traps. Nope, can't do that. He glanced around, trying to find some kind of animal to kill but found none. He slumped and leaned against a trunk of a tree. Maybe I can find a nearby lake and get some fish. The idea seemed more appealing the more he thought about it and decided to take action when he heard the sound of panting. He took out his sword and tensed his body, his knees bending and ready to pounce or dodge if needed. He evened out high breathing and narrowed his eyes in the direction he heard the sound from. He heard birds flying away and the sounds of grunting got louder. Deciding to jump into the situation head first, he yelled out a war cry before tearing through the bushes. A small clearing came into view and there, bathed in the moonlight, was a beautiful maiden with long indigo locks fighting off a large boar whose fangs were really close to her face. Fighting off a large boar. Snapping out of his daze, Naruto swung his sword and, missing the girl by a few inches, sliced the throat of the beast. The wild animal gave one last silent cry before falling on the floor with a thud. The maiden huffed and Naruto took his time to pay attention to the small details. Her long hair reached her waist and the wool-brown pant and loose long-sleeve shirt had sweat stains as if she was training for hours. Her hands had blood and Naruto noticed the small blade she had in her petite hands. Only now did he notice the bow and arrows that were leaning against a trunk. The maiden's head snapped to his direction and his breath got caught in his throat. Her eyes were like the moon, wide and full of mystery that it drew him in. He forgot to breathe. What was his name again? Anyo. Her voice was like the finest silk and his posture relaxed, his sword nearly falling out of his hands. Who are you? Her question brought him out of his thoughts. He smiled widely and stabbed the sword on the dirt, leaning against the hilt and trying his best to act cool. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. He pointed his thumb to his chest. Have you heard of me? She paused and shook her head, her teeth nibbling on her lower lip. He nearly lost it then. My name is Hinata. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Just Hinata. The woman nodded quickly. That's a pretty name, Hinata. So I'm just wondering what you, a pretty girl like yourself, is doing out here all alone at night. And you just have a small blade and bows and arrows. Hinata tensed and involuntarily took a step back. Naruto sensed the shifted tension and immediately raised his hand. Look, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just worried, Datbeo. It's not safe. Hinata's eyes entered and Naruto swore he never saw a woman give him such a look. I am fine, thank you. She retreats her bow and arrows and sheathed the small blade in a hidden compartment in her sleeve. Ms. really tired. He eyed the dead boar and a brilliant idea popped into his mind. Why not, Hinata? She glanced at him. I have a small camp nearby. If you want, you can come back with me. Oh no, it's fine. I don't want to bother. You won't bother. Never. See that boar? That boar can feed like 5 people and there will be enough for you and the rest of the gang. Hinata hesitated and Naruto decided to throw his own sense. I want to keep you safe. She jerked and her lips parted in disbelief. He held out his hand while the other grabbed his sword. Come with me. Hinata stared at the offending hand long and hard. After a few seconds, she grabbed it. Oh okay. Guys, I brought back food. Thank God. You took such a long time to get food. Do you know how much I'm starving? How much we're starving? Sakura stopped her accusations when she saw someone behind Naruto. Who are you? She grabbed her axe and steadied herself. She felt Sasuke right behind with his arrow ready on his bow. The only one not moving was Kakashi, who was staring intently on the newcomer. Oi, she's my guest. Hey, Hinata, come here. She stood off to the side with a great blush on her face and she shivered when the night's breeze touched her sweaty back. Naruto was by her side and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. They don't bite, promise. Right, guys. He turned around and glared at his friends. Sakura scowled but placed her heavy axe on the floor. Sasuke was still tense and opted to lowering his weapon, his dark eyes judging the mysterious new maiden. Kakashi stood and slowly made his way towards Hinata. The lavender-eyed female felt his stare and cowered, trying to struggle out of Naruto's one-arm grasp. The whiskered boy felt the fear rolling off of her and moved in front of her, coming nose to nose with his sensei. Naruto, don't challenge me on this one. She looks familiar and I just want to see if she's a danger to our group. Kakashi tried to look past Naruto's broad shoulders but the blonde synced his movement, blocking his view. It was a challenge and the tension grew inside the small cave. Sakura gasped and her green eyes widened. To Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, Kaka's high sensei was like a man with godlike powers, someone who shouldn't be challenged easily. He was a bit playful and a lot of serious when he trains them, but only once did someone try to challenge him and the result was disastrous. It was few weeks after they've found Sasuke and they stumbled upon a babbling blonde idiot who got kicked out of a pub. Naruto, or Baka, as he was dubbed by Sakura, was begging the trio to let him into their group. He explained that his master, Jiraiya, had left him with one last request, to make a name for himself. With a group, Naruto reasoned, I can achieve my late master's last wish. It was during a sparring match that Sasuke called out Kakashi for a challenge. The black-haired male wore such a smug look that everyone thought he already won the battle. But oh, how he was wrong. It took a few seconds for Sasuke to be on his knees, cringing when he saw the wound on his side. Between the 3 students, they made a vow to never let any of them challenge Kakashi. And here he was, facing off. Kakashi with a serious look took a brave step forward and nearly suffocated when she felt the killing intent radiating off of Kakashi. Naruto, I began to see you like a brother and I respected you because you were a pupil of Jiraiya-sama. But if you bring danger into this group, I'm not afraid to use force in order to protect my students. Do you understand? Now move aside so I can see who this newcomer is. Naruto stiffened when he heard the malice in his sensei's tone but stood his ground. Kakashi sighed and snapped his fingers, his staff flying to his open palm. He didn't really want to use any force on his dear student. Hinata suddenly pushed Naruto back, her arms extending, shielding him from Kakashi. She was shaking from the cold or fear, they couldn't tell. The fire in her eyes made her seem like a giant compared to Kakashi. Do not hurt Naruto-kun. He offered me shelter and I first refused the generous offer, but he convinced me otherwise. Please do not hurt him. He is kind to offer a meal to a stranger he found in the woods, no less one with weapons. Only, now did Sakura see Hinata's bow and arrows. So please, analyze me as much as you want. She closed her eyes tightly and waited. Naruto's eyes widened and sudden warmth spread from his chest to his cheeks. No one, besides his family that he vaguely remembered and his master, has accepted him so easily. It took about 4 weeks for his current team to fully accept him, and he remembered the pain when he saw Kakashi sit a bit far away from the group as Sakura and Sasuke were sitting close together, though a reluctant Sasuke. And Naruto was off by the side. Seeing and hearing Hinata protecting and defending him brought him close to tears. Kakashi, noticing his student's wide-eye expression, smiled. Young love. His eye turned serious when he gazed at the maiden whose eyes was still close. He stabbed his wooden staff on the ground and clasped his hands together, his eye closing for concentration. The tip of his staff had a circle with a floating crystal in the middle. The crystal brightened and his students shielded their eyes, the bright, white color nearly blinding them. Kakashi's eye snapped open and he placed his palm on Hinata's sweaty forehead. Immediately he was swallowed in darkness and floating in the consciousness of Hinata. Many images passed by and his eye widened when his suspicion was confirmed. He gasped when he returned to reality and collapsed on the floor. The mind spell he just used took a lot of concentration and power. He was surprised he hadn't passed out yet. Sakura was by his side and placed a glowing green hand on his forehead. He nodded in gratitude and she gave a grim smile back. Hinata. They both snapped at the direction of Naruto's loud bow. Aizen watched as he caught an unconscious indigo maiden. Sasuke decided to stay back, entertained by the events unfurling in front of him. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, I need to tell you something about Hinata. Naruto glanced up at his teacher, clutching Hinata close. Kakashi swatted Sakura's healing hand away and motioned for Sasuke to get closer. Now listen up. Hinata's senses started to come around little by little. She first felt warmth that surrounded her body, making her snuggle closer. The past few days she slept on the dirt, cold floor, and rarely did she find a safe place to build a fire and rest in peace. So this sudden heat source made her body become goo and her mind blanked out from the little pleasure she was experiencing. Then she felt silk underneath her fingertips. How odd. Finally, she heard voices and the smell of cooked meat. What was she doing before falling asleep? Images of bumping into a wild boar and encountering a handsome blonde fellow flashed in her mind and she sat up immediately. Her face burning with embarrassment. 3 sets of eyes stared at her and the sudden attention made her fidget. Hinata, you're all right. You got me worried there for a second. She glanced at the person who spoke and smiled shyly when she saw Naruto smiling back at her, his hand scratching the back of his neck. She looked at the other occupants and smiled at the pink hair. Female, a beauty whose eyes held a fire hotter than any dragon's, who smiled back. A dark-haired male glanced her way before looking back at the fire. The last one who only showed one eye while the R was covered by gray hair stared at her intently. She shivered when she remembered the power he was radiating off and the glare he fixated on Naruto. He must be one powerful wizard. Naruto slowly did his way towards her and she smiled when he offered her a hand. She gratefully took it and placed a hand over her chest when he interlocked their fingers, his grip strong and warm. He sat down and patted the space next to him. She squeezed between Naruto and Sakura, her armor making her seem bigger. Kakashi cleared his throat and all were at attention. Hinata bit her lip when Naruto gave her a sympathetic look. Now, Hinata, you don't have a surname. Oh, they knew. She quickly tried to tug her hand free from Naruto's grasp but he held on. He betrayed her. He reeled her in with SWEET words and promises only to get his hands on her gift. Naruto was just like the other selfish and greedy bastards she's come across. They only want one thing, and that's her family's gift. Sakura grasped her arm and she cried out when she felt her bones break. Hinata wept when she felt her bones regenerate and the once purple bruises she had only seconds ago disappeared. You are a Hyuga, Naruto cupped her face and wiped away her tears, glaring angrily at Sakura. Why did you break her arm? To prove Kaka-sensei's point. She's a Hyuga, Naruto. Don't you get it? The way she pointedly looked at Hinata made Naruto realize what their situation was. She's our mission, he mumbled, realization dawning on him. Hinata glanced up, confused when Naruto brought her closer. Please let me go. I bring no harm, just peace. I'll pay you anything. The maiden's eyes widened in fear and Sakura felt guilty for hurting her. She's probably scared that we lured her in only because of her gift. Hinata, I'm sorry to inform you, but you are our mission. Sasuke spoke coldly while cleaning his sword. We were hired by some merchants to capture the last Hyuga, being you. You were the heir to the Hyuga clan, but a disease unknown plagued your compounds and killed everyone. However, you survived. The Hyuga are known as the healers and are praised for their healing abilities. It is true that anyone, like Sakura, can become a medic, but only a Hyuga can heal without any use of power. Where Sakura can heal her broken bones and a bit of muscle, a Hyuga can heal all of it, including the nerves and cells. You surviving the disease meant that out of all the Hyugas, you have the strongest gene. If it was any other situation, Naruto would have joked that that was the longest Sasuke has ever spoken. The elf stood and sheathed his sword. Kakashi, I think we should tie her up and start taking her back to our employer. Hinata sobbed and tried to wrench herself away from Naruto. She knew what those merchants wanted. For her to bear their child so her gift can pass on. Oh, how she heard the stories of her clan's women being raped brutally when captured. The experience is horrible. Her mother told her once she turned 16, but you do have the power to abort the child and, if possible, mess around with a few nerves in your brain to make you forget the experience. She was scared beyond words when she heard such a thing was common in her clan. Now that she was the last Hyuga, she feared that the possibility of being raped was more possible than death. Kill me please. Naruto nearly lost his grasp on her. What? Death is more welcoming than then. Naruto's eyes widened. Flashes of smirking old men popped into his mind. Those bastards. I won't. Sakura cocked a pink eyebrow. You won't what, Naruto? I won't let you guys take Hinata. He grabbed her by the waist and hoisted her up, Hinata's back colliding with Naruto's chest. She blushed when she felt an arm. Rare stomach and a fierce look on his face made her heart quicken. He grabbed his heavy sword and glared at his comrades. Naruto, what are you doing? Are you turning your backs on us? Her hurt tone made him wince, but he shook his head. Those bastards we call our employers want Hinata only for, he shook his head. And you agree with that, Sakura-chan? Sakura fisted her hands and growled. Of course I don't, Baka. You think I'll go along with this if I knew that the last Hyuga they were looking for was a girl? I thought that the last Hyuga was going to be a guy, but judging from what I've been seeing. Sakura grabbed her axe and fixed her helmet. Kaka-sensei, you once made us memorize that abandoning our missions means we are trash, but abandoning our comrades makes us below trash. Hinata, in the short amount of time I've met her, became my comrade, and I do not wish for any ill to befall on her. Don't you agree, Kakashi-san? Kakashi sighed and stood up, fixing his hat and grabbing his staff. Ma, you're just like Tsunade Hime-sama. But you were right, I was just waiting for you guys to come together and get an answer. He looked at Sasuke, who remained silent since Hinata spoke up. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his so-called best friend. Oi, Tem, what do you say? Don't tell me you want to carry out with this. Sakura took a bold step towards the unresponse. Uchiha and tentatively placed a hand on his forearm. Sasuke-kun, would you join us? He opened his eyes and gazed into warm green orbs and watched with a twinge of warmth when Sakura pouted, putting on her best puppy face. He sighed irritably and shoved her aside, though not harshly. Fine, what are we going to do? Hinata couldn't believe it. These people, strangers, decided not to carry with their mission and opted to put their lives on the line for her. She was raised believing that anyone outside her clan were evil, greedy people who only wanted her because of her amazing healing abilities. Yet Sakura had called her a comrading acquaintance and Naruto has protected her twice without knowing she was a Hyuga with an amazing gift. Kakashi and Sasuke had agreed and the whole thing moved her to tears. Naruto was alarmed when he saw tears running down her face but gaped when Hinata hugged him tightly. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She kept the mantra going, each one breaking with sobs and tears of happiness. He was happy that he was the one to go hunting, otherwise he wouldn't have met Hinata, someone who he knew would make some kind of impact in his life. "I'll always be here for you, Hinata," he whispered into her ear, surprised how true and deep that vow meant to him. It was the beginning of an amazing adventure. Chapter 11. Day 10. Dating. It was humorous the first few dates they had. After the incident with Tonari, Naruto was determined to keep Hinata for himself and only then did he notice the looks men were throwing at his Hinata. He's never experienced this before, mind you. So because Tonari was the first man to try to take away Hinata, Naruto thought every man will be the same. They were official now and everywhere they went they were greeted with wide smiles and glares from the fangirls, not that they noticed. Hinata was still a bit shy around Naruto and nearly fainted when he boldly grabbed her hand. But Naruto was sky high, enjoying the feeling of having someone who loved him genuinely by his side. This feeling, he never wanted it to end. It was on this Sunday afternoon that he noticed a group of males walking their way, chatting amongst them. He shrugged it off and asked Hinata where she wanted to go. She responded, but Naruto's attention was somewhere else. He saw as one of the males glanced their way and elbowed the guy next to him. In return, that man smirked and checked out Hinata in front of him. How dare that bastard look at Hinata? Were they planning on taking her away? Immediately Naruto got into a defensive stank. Ian glared hotly at the group of males who cowered when they saw his stormy eyes. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata was a bit curious and worried when Naruto directed his battle eyes on the group of males before them. "I fought Tonari," boomed out Naruto, "and I'll fight any guy who tries to steal my Hinata." Hinata blushed and gasped when Naruto charged at the group of male civilians in front of them. "Naruto-kun, no." It'll take hours of explanation from an embarrassed but secretly happy Hinata, a pissed-off Sakura, and an amused Kakashi for Naruto to understand that he shouldn't chawl. Every male only because they glanced at Hinata. Naruto didn't know it, but Hinata always made sure to take or suggest them to eat places that he can afford. Their first date, Naruto took them to an expensive restaurant and she watched when his face changed from curiosity to nervousness and horror. She knew this restaurant because it was known for its really high-quality food but expensive prices. She used her Byakugan and discovered that he had little to no money. She convinced him to take her to Ikiraku's, which she didn't really mean because she'll enjoy it there more than the restaurant. After their first date, she noticed how he tried to take them to nice-looking but expensive restaurants and she always watched how his face fell because of the prices. Time and time again she tried to make him see reason that she really didn't mind going to Ichiraku's or going to small, less expensive restaurants. "As long as I'm with you, Naruto-kun, I don't mind," she finally said, her face flushed. When they walked away from another restaurant, his face dejected. Naruto's wide eyes stared at her face for a few seconds before pouting. "Really? Hi. Gee, thanks Hinata." He scratched the back of his neck nervously and closed his eyes in thought. "But you deserve the best, not some cheap ramen stand or a few cinnamon rolls." Truth is, he was a bit nervous about the whole thing. He remembered a certain panel from a magazine he read about dating tips. "You should treat your date with the finest food," and underneath the statement was a picture of a man dressed in a tux taking a woman, who was dressed elegantly, to a very nice-looking restaurant. Ladies love beautiful and high-class restaurants with the best food. The more you offer her the best of the best, the more she'll want to stay by your side. He knew he didn't have the best of the best, and he was afraid that Hinata would up and leave him if he didn't take her to at least one restaurant. She deserved better. The thought of Hinata just leaving him left him shaking in fear and he had to take deep breaths in order not to cry. Hinata sensed his sadness, the way his eyes became downcast, and in a bold move cupped his face. He blushed from the gesture and he nearly closed his eyes when Hinata tiptoed to rub their noses together. Naruto-kun, I don't want the best the world can offer because I already have it. Her breath hit his lips and he licked them, tempted to swoop down and close the gap. But what she said made him furrow his brows in confusion. What does she have that's the best? I have you, Naruto-kun. And nothing will make me change my mind. He bit his lip, still not used to the way her eyes, holding so much love and tenderness, were directed to him, in her words, holding so much emotion and happiness, were said for only his ears to hear. How he loved her so much. I love you, Hinata. He closed his eyes and moved forward. I love you too, Naruto-kun. She closed her eyes and kissed him. So, you and Naruto. Kiba couldn't believe that his shy and sweet teammate managed to get that knucklehead's attention. Not only that, but they're dating. He was still in disbelief. But he was happy for her. He knew ever since they first became teammates that Hinata had a thing for the blonde fool, and he couldn't believe that Naruto couldn't see it, the affectionate way she'll look his way. I hope he's good for her. Hi. Naruto-kun and I are dating. She flushed and decided to check if she had all of her weapons in her pouch to avoid the amusement eyes. I am happy for you. Why? Because you've been in love with him before the world knew him as Uzumaki Naruto, and you deserve the best which he can offer. I also know Naruto won't break your heart. Why? Because he's a Jinchuriki and had to earn the love and attention he has now. He has now the love he has yearned for ever since he was a child, and I doubt he'll let that go without a fight. Shino fixed his shades and headed to the middle of the clearing. Kiba smiled and nodded, patting Akamaru's head. We're going to corner Naruto later on to say a few things. Right now, let's train. He whooped in happiness and ran to catch up to Shino, Akamaru close by. Hinata rubbed her arm and sighed. Gomen, Naruto-kun, I heard that Hinata and you are dating now, Naruto. Naruto blocked the hit. Sakura swung out and jumped back in time when Sai's tiger drawing pounced on him. The yellow-haired male sighed and was conflicted for a moment if he should respond to Sai's observation. Yeah, we are. I read in a book once, Sai began nonchalantly while drawing another tiger, that it takes around 4 to 5 months, in most cases, to have sex. Is that true? Naruto sputtered and blushed, his moment of hesitation costing him a punch to the stomach. He skidded about a few yards before crashing against a tree. Don't say those kinds of things. I also read that some couples do it on the first night. They do. Now Naruto didn't know that. Sai nodded sagely. Considering how Booby-chan loved you for such a long time, I'm not surprised if she bottled up all of her sexual desires for you. A fist connected to Sai's face and he went flying, his body landing on the ground and forming a crater. Don't say another word, growled out Sakura, blushing from anger and embarrassment. She saw the dazed look Naruto had in. Was that blood coming from his nose? I'm surrounded by perverts, she mumbled, crossing her arms across her chest. But inner Sakura argued, I wonder how far Naruto and Hinata have gotten. We'll ask Hinata first, then Naruto, Shanaru. Quote. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and was close to gaping. But he refused to show any expression at this moment. He just returned from his journey and decided to visit Sakura. He was a bit surprised how easily he opened up to the fierce pink-haired lady, and was even more surprised how much he wanted to spend time with her. It annoyed him how she clung to him as if he never tried to kill her more than once, and how she still showed him those love-filled eyes. He was disgusted with himself and decided to let out all the anger on someone who would gladly take it as a challenge. He was surprised, however, when Hinata opened the door instead of Naruto. This is his apartment, right? Sasuke-san, you wish to see Naruto-kun. The timid Hyuga was hiding behind the door, her eyes glancing at him every once in a while. He realized that she was wearing a shirt of Naruto's that obnoxious orange, and a pair of shorts. Ah, no wonder she was embarrassed. Or maybe it was because he found her in Naruto's house. Hi, is Naruto home? Before she can respond, the yellow-haired male put an arm around Hinata's shoulder, not minding that he was wearing nothing but boxers. He was still half asleep, noted Sasuke, and thus probably couldn't see him standing there. The Uchiha put 2 and 2 together and, I see you guys are busy. He tried to cover up his light pink cheeks. I'll be going now, Sasuke. Naruto squinted and his eyes opened widely in the next second. Sasuke, this isn't what it looks like. It's just me and Hinata were dating and we're so used to each other that we practically sleep naked. Hinata's eyes rolled to the back of her head and fainted. Naruto caught her and, if Sasuke didn't know any better, Naruto was close to joining his girlfriend. Dobi, shut up, I don't want an explanation. I just came here to kick your ass, but it looks like you have other matters to attend to, sneers Sasuke, disappointed that he'll be beating the shit out of logs instead of his dumbass friend. He was also a bit pissed off that Naruto was so bold to have sex with his girlfriend. A sudden flame lit up in the Uchiha and he decided to do something about this new challenge. He will not be outdone. He turned around, ignoring Naruto's protests, and headed to the direction where Sakura lives. If only Sasuke knew that Hinata and Naruto fell into a pond during their date in Naruto offered his home so they can both warm up and dry their clothes. Who knew that the dating world would have so much chaos? Chapter 12. Day 11. Kiss. Kissing might be the closest thing of intimacy than any other things. Holding hands were just wonderful and cuddling was even better, but kissing. Nothing made sex can substitute the feelings you get when someone you love and cherish and just have an attraction for presses their lips against your own. Never would Hinata tire from the way Naruto would kiss her hungrily, softly, or shyly. Never would Naruto tire from the way Hinata would kiss him shyly, boldly, or unexpectedly. The feeling of Hinata's soft lips against his chapped ones made him forget about time, and for a moment, all he could feel was the way she massaged her lips against his ow. And in the way a warmth pools at the bottom of his stomach, how his fingers itched to caress her skin or cup the back of her neck to draw her closer. His kisses would always initiate a fire that only he could start, and Hinata would moan quietly, desperate for this fire to grow and grow till she flushes a deep reed. The soft, butterfly kisses he leaves on her neck makes her sigh in happiness, and her body tingles from the way his teeth will scrap her neck then bite her skin, marking her as his own. Her kisses makes him react in different ways. Sometimes he is quick to respond, already cupping her butt and lifting her to their bedroom. Other times he reacts a bit slowly, in disbelief that someone wants him and finds him attractive because he is Naruto, not the hero who saved the world or the ninja known for the many battles he won. The kisses they share are a personal, intimate way to show how much they mean to each other. The kisses are a symbol of their love, and it's something that they would always share between themselves. The mouth is made for communication, and nothing is more articulate than a kiss. Jared Kintz. Chapter 13. Day 12. Meet the grandparents. It was an inconvenience that Naruto and Hinata lived 200 miles away from Hinata's father while they lived 150 miles away from Naruto's parents. So when Hinata went into labor, the first ones to arrive was Minato and Kushina. Both out of breath, though the latter pushed her husband away when it looked like he was going to be the first one to congratulate their son. Naruto was seated beside Hinata, who was gripping his hand in an iron grip before releasing it and mumbling her apologies. It hurt watching his wife and love go through pain, and he barely noticed when his mom slammed the door open, her wild red hair flowing behind her, with an out-of-breath father behind her. Thank God we got here in time, Databane. See, Minato, it was a great choice to let me drive. Naruto's eyes widened. Dad, how many tickets did you get? Minato took a deep breath before apologizing to an angry nurse and turning to his son. 3, but your mom managed to convince the officer out of the 4th one. Naruto sighed and shook his head, a smile on his pale face. Both parents locked eyes with each other and nodded, years of marriage coming into play. Naruto, come with me. Let your mom talk to Hinata for a while. Hinata suddenly gripped Naruto's hand, her eyes wide with fear and nervousness. His heart broke then, and he turned around to give his dad an apologetic look. Kushina smiled, knowing what it felt like to be in the Indigo Maiden's position, and grabbed Hinata's other hand. Let the men have their talk. I'll take care of you, and I'm sure Naruto has enough trust in me to protect you, she cooed to the frightened woman, her violet eyes locking with Naruto's worried blue eyes. Minato clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, and his 23-year-old man looked at him. At this moment, his son looked like his 2-year-old self. Afraid of the world and entering preschool, Minato still remembers the fear in his son's eyes and how he felt powerless for a moment. But when Naruto was born, Minato vowed to make Naruto's happiness his #1 priority. Along with his wife's. Now was a time to share some wisdom. Come on son, I think a break would help. Naruto glanced at Hinata, who reluctantly nodded back. She was afraid of her own comforting source to leave the room, but the way Kushina, someone who she came to see as a best friend and a mother figure, held her hand and how her gaze comforted her, she trusted her life in this woman's hands. When the door closed, Kushina tucked back a sweaty indigo lock and caressed Hinata's flushed cheek. Another contraction broke through and Hinata bit her lip, squeezing her eyes shut and gripping Kushina's hand. After the wave of pain left, Hinata mumbled out a sorry, feeling embarrassed that she just crushed her mother-in-law's hand. I remember being in your shoes, started off Kushina, sighing wistfully. And it was just horrible. Naruto just wouldn't stop moving. One moment he was at my side and the next, he was digging his foot on my pelvis. It hurt Databane. Hinata giggled when Kushina pouted. I remember thinking I couldn't wait till I give birth so this pain would go away. I couldn't wait till my son was born. Kushina squeezed Hinata's hand and smiled. The actual birth hurts like hell, but hearing the first time your baby cries will be worth it. I know the road you have ahead of you might sound scary and it is, but you have created life, and if you can manage that in giving birth, then there's nothing you can do. She wiped away some tears that trailed down Hinata's cheeks. This child would be a creation from my son, your husband, and yourself. It wou LDBR blood and veins, and you will raise this child amazingly. I just know it, Databane. Kushina wiped away some tears, choking on a sob. You guys will do just great. Hinata smiled softly and reached out to grasp Kushina's other hand. She interlocked their fingers and smiled widely, a smile that looked familiar to Naruto's, while shedding some tears. Gee, thank you, Mom. Kushina gasped and let go of one of Hinata's hand to cover her mouth. Kushina knew Hinata's history. Her mother was a beautiful woman and met Hiyashi after a bump in a local cafe. It was love at first sight and they married a few months after they dated. Hinata's mother gave birth to 2 beautiful daughters but tragically died a few years ago from cancer. It was disease that went undetected, and once they discovered the disease, it had spread to her brain and lungs. It was a time of depression for the Hyuga family, and it took 3 days of Naruto's coaxing for her to come out of her sadness. So for her to use the title, Mom, on her brought happy tears to her eyes. You'll be a great mother, Hinata. How are you feeling? Minato managed to get his son across the lobby to a nearby vending machine. The poor Ma. En looked worried, and he's still within reach of his wife's hospital room. Naruto shrugged and shakily took a sip of his bottle of water. I don't know. I'm scared, sad, nervous, even the cold water running down his throat did nothing to alleviate the dryness he felt. Minato nodded and smiled. Did you know I fainted when your mom was giving birth? Naruto's head whipped around so fast, it sounded like his neck broke. What? In his eyes, Naruto always viewed his dad as an unstoppable force, someone who can still be gentle but strong, but to hear him say that, it left him speechless. Minato chuckled, not at all fazed by his son's reaction. Yeah, I couldn't handle it, and I loved your mother even more when she managed to give birth to you. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about having your first child? Naruto looked at the floor, diving deep into his mind to answer that question. How did he feel about this? Ever since he could understand what a family is, he wanted one of his own. He was in awe the way his father would look at his mother, and his whole demeanor would shift to one of tenderness, and you could practically feel the love he had for his wife. He wanted someone to love him the way his mother loves his father. He wanted someone to wake him up on his birthday only to make him his favorite food or bake the goodies he wanted. He wanted to love someone so deeply that the ocean would be jealous. And he found that person. He found Hinata in a library in a summer afternoon. Her book, The Fault in Our Stars, that was clutched firmly against her chest, made him smile, and she blushed. Something he'll never get tired of. He started off with a simple question. Is that your favorite book? Why, yes. Oh, what's your favorite quote? She hesitated, unsure to answer or not. But then she parted her lips and said something that he'll never forget. You gave me a forever within a number of days, and I am grateful. Why? He breathed out. Because and to find someone to love like Augustus loved Hazel. He knew from that moment that the woman who he found on that day in the library would become a part of his life. It was a few years after their marriage that he started to imagine them with a little kid. He'll have his mom's hair and Hinata's eyes. And twins. They'll have a big house so their children can have enough space to play in them. He started to imagine a family with Hinata. He talked it with her and decided to try it out. She, too, shared familiar ideas with him, and he was beyond happy when she told him he's going to be a father. And now that the moment was happening, he was nervous that he won't be an amazing father like his dad. Minato nodded and clasped Naruto's shoulder, understanding that look in his eyes. You're going to do an amazing job because I've raised you well. I've seen the way you look at our family photos and the way you stare at Hinata when she plays with little kids in the preschool that she works. You'll raise your child well like I raised you. Quote, how? Croaked Naruto, his eyes begging his father. How do you know that? Minato smiled. I just know. You are my son and Namikaze Naruto never gives up. I know him and he'll protect his family and raise that child as the best Namikaze ever known. I have faith in you, my son. Naruto cried and grabbed his father, hugging him tightly. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto whipped around and looked at his mother who was standing in the doorway. Hinata is going to give birth right now. Databane. What? Naruto shot out of his seat and ran to the room where a doctor and a few nurses were already surrounding his wife. Good luck, Naruto. I love you. Naruto smiled widely and hugged his mother tightly. I love you too, Mom. Hinata, I'll be there for you, Datbeo. A nurse gently told Kushina to wait in the lobby and the red-headed woman nodded, a few tears escaping her eyes. There was her son, who she gave birth to and saw him grow from a toddler to the man he is today. Starting his own life and creating his own story. How the years have passed by. Minato came around and hugged her close, kissing her forehead. There goes our son, huh? Don't make me cry here, Minato. I don't want my grandchild to see me all ugly. Minato chuckled and led his wife to the lobby, wiping a few of his own tears. Yeah, I have a feeling Naruto is going to love that kid so much. He might become a better father than me. Kushina smiled and settled into her seat, Minato joining her soon after. A moment of silence passed. Kushina heard Hinata's screams of pain but decided to ignore it. The Uzumaki smiled suddenly. At least we beat Hiashi, Databane. She always had a streak to be better than the older Hyuga. Hiashi grumbled as he pulled up into the driveway owned by his daughter and husband. He received a call from a very panicked Naruto that his wife was going into labor. He was in a business trip then, a few days away from his home and a few weeks away from where his daughter lived. And nearly spit out the tea he was drinking when he couldn't believe that the daughter who he still sees as his little girl was going to have a kid. A kid with that Namikaze no less. He still remembers the day Hinata brought home a messy yellow-haired, tan-skinned Naruto who was dressed casually with a sheepish look on his face. Though he disapproved at first glance, he couldn't help but be relieved in the way he would look at Hinata. It was a tender look of love and happiness. His daughter's happiness would always be his first priority. But he still hated the man somewhat. Sure, Naruto had some of his quirks that he liked. He could make an amazing dish ramen. He could make his daughter happy. He would always brighten up the Hyuga household when he visited. He managed to convince Nezuko was revengeful towards Hinata due to an accident involving his father and herself, that seeking vengeance was not the answer, and now, Naruto made him a grandfather. Something he secretly wanted after Hinata married the whiskered tattoo man. But now, sitting in his car while he began to lose feeling in his feet due to the cold, he was a bit nervous to meet this new additional member of the family. He worried that the stress of taking care of a child would push Hinata and Naruto away, and the idea hurt him deeply. For one, his daughter would be killed with every passing second if Naruto just left here. Even he saw the deep love Hinata had for Naruto, and depression would settle in if they get a divorce. Sometimes couples believe that marriage would strengthen the bond, but in some cases, it pushes the people apart. Hiashi would have to bring out his big threats and blackmails if Naruto just left his precious daughter. And two, it just didn't seem right for the two apart. It was as if they were meant for each other, two pieces that mold together perfectly. It'll be a cruel fate to see them part. He sighed and fixed his TA. Didn't have time to change out of his business suit and opened the door. the night's cold air biting his skin. Damn it, why did they have to live so far and somewhere cold? He rang the doorbell and waited for the door to open. What he didn't expect was for Kushina to open the door with a wide smirk on her face. Did he mention that Kushina also irritated him? Kushina, he said stiffly, slightly inclining his head, is Hinata home? Why, she is. Their son is too. The first clue to the newest member of the family. So the child is a boy. You're rather late for this amazing moment. Mind explaining to me why? I have no reasons to explain anything to you. Now if you excuse me, I'll like to see my daughter. And my grandchild, he added in his mind. Kushina smiled even wider, her violet eyes glowing with mischief. I was there for the labor and was one of the first to hold the little angel. They glared at each other, though one had a smirk on her face while the other scowled deeply before the tension broke by Minato popping out from the side. Ah, Hiyashi, it's a pleasure to see you again. Unlike his wife, Minato never tried to invoke some kind of reaction out of him. He extended his hand and the older Hyuga showed it with as much strength he can muster. Yes, it has. Now, like I was telling your wife, Hiyashi shot a look at Kushina's smiling face. I'll like to come in and see my grandchild. Ah, Minato nodded and opened the door wider, pulling Kushina to the side with an arm around her waist. Come on in. Hinata has been waiting for you. Hiyashi nodded his thanks to Minato and took off his coat, placing it on a nearby rack. He walked towards the master bedroom where yellow light pooled out from and knocked on the door once, the Namikaze's close behind him. Come in, drifted out Hinata's soft voice, and he opened the door wider. Father. Oh, it's nice to see you. Their relationship had always been a bit distant since he grew awkward trying to reach a level of intimacy that Hinata had once when her mother. His daughter was gentle and quiet, and he found it in himself to try to close the gap that was formed between them after his wife's passing. He began calling her every week, checking in on her and her rather loud husband. Every week turned into every other day, which then turned into video chatting and exchanging emails. He never knew that he could get close to Hinata the same way he was close to his other daughter, Hanabi, and his nephew, Neji. It was an opportunity he never regretted taking. He took in her appearance. She lay in bed, pillows propped up on the headboard so she was sitting comfortably, and a massive blanket covering her petite body, her husband right next to her. What caught his attention, however, was the bundle she had in her arms. Hinata noticed the slight widening of his eyes and smiled softly, gazing down at her son. No, it was their child now, evidence of the love between her husband and herself. Her blood ran in this little child's veins, as well as her husband's. And it was something that brought her to tears. Naruto wiped away some that escaped and cupped her face. He motioned towards the still Hiyashi and nodded, a wide smile on his face. Father, come meet Namikaze Boruto. Hiyashi was by her side while Naruto moved to the other side of the bed, his parents joining him. Hiyashi gazed at the child that had Naruto's whiskers, though he inherited two in his tuft of blonde hair that was barely growing. Boruto blinked and Hiyashi smiled when he saw the light blue eyes underneath those eyelids. He looks like his father. Hinata smiled tenderly, watching her father caressing her child's soft baby cheek. He's beautiful, isn't he? Kushina whispered, a hand interlocking with Minato's, who was wiping away some tears. Yes, he is. After a pause, Hiyashi continued. He's going to be extraordinary. Chapter 14. Day 13. Festival. Naruto paced in front of Hinata's apartment, his bandaged hand kneading the back of his neck. He was wearing a loose yukata, the obi being orange while the rest of it was black. After a year of dating and the festival of winter finally coming around, Naruto was excited yet nervous to take Hinata out to the bright outskirts of Konoha. The streets were decorated with different color paper lanterns and stands were already up and busy, vendors calling out their products. Couples were everywhere and Naruto was happy that finally he'll be among one of them. He sighed and knocked loudly, the noise making him sweat. His nerves were a frenzy, and it became even more so when the door opened and Hinata came out with a smile on her face. Her kimono was tinted a light lavender with butterfly patterns flying their way up. Her bosom was covered nicely but seemed to protrude out with her obi tied tightly around her waist. She shyly fingered her kimono and closed her door, locking it and placing the key inside a hidden pocket. She turned around and Naruto still held a dazed-like look on his face. She still wasn't used to the tender and loving way he'll look at her. Those eyes that she dreamt of glancing her way had their full attention on her now. It warmed her heart the little but significant things Naruto would do for her. Like taking time out of his schedule to deliver a box of cinnamon rolls or making sure to ask how her day was and if there was anything she needed help with. It felt wonderful having someone who loves and cares for you deeply. "Hinata Haim-chan, shall we go?" Naruto asked cheekily, a wide smile on his face while he extended his arm for her. Hinata smiled with a blush on her cheeks and grabbed his arm, enjoying the warmth radiating from his skin. "Hi, let's go Naruto Oji-kun." It was getting harder to hold all of the prizes Naruto has won her. So far she had a stuffed bunny the size of her body, a koi stuffed animal, a small plushie Kurama, a handmade kite, another small bunny plushie, and a cute little teddy bear wearing a kimono. She didn't try to voice out her opinions because she had a feeling Naruto wanted to give her all of these things. Seeing his smiling and happy face when he won another prize for her made her own lips pull into a love-filled smile, accepting yet another plushie when he presented it to her. Naruto nougarated with the prizes but he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to give Hinata everything that the festival offered and his enthusiasm in pleasing her has blinded him in how many stuffed animals he actually won for her. When he turned around, he expected to see Hinata smiling at him but instead saw her arms trying to hold onto a big pile of plushies, her head obscured by the prizes. "Hinata." The nearby civilians chuckled at the way Naruto fred over her and grabbed half of the stuffed animals, circling an arm around her waist. "Arigato, Naruto-kun. I love all of these plushies you've won for me." Naruto smiled, his eyes closing in happiness, and laughed nervously. "No problem, Hinata, but I think I may have gotten too overboard." Hinata grabbed his free arm and interlocked their fingers, not noticing the way Naruto's face went up in flames. "But you've won them for me and I'll treasure these with all my heart. It'll be memories from our first time in Konoha's winter festival." Watching from the corner of his eye he saw Hinata snuggling into the large bunny he won her and he smiled, satisfied that he brought that twinkle into her eyes. He nodded and began pulling her into the direction of Ichiraku's, a sheepish smile on his face. "Let's eat." Hinata nodded in agreement. It was past 12 at this point but the young couple could care less. After their dinner in Ichiraku's, Naruto suggested to drop off the stuffed animals in his apartment and Hinata agreed quicker than lightning. Her arms were getting tired of carrying all of her precious memoirs. After their stop, they walked aimlessly around the village, smiling when a few children would go up to Naruto and ask for an autograph or a shake of a hand. The way his eyes would just glow with appreciation and she knew that he was trying not to cry. When he was younger, this was all he ever dreamt of and now that dream was a reality and she couldn't be happier for him. His happiness is her life and she'll die to protect her precious Naruto. After hours of holding hands and unexpected kisses, the couple found a secluded spot in the forest. They laid down on the grass, not minding the freezing air surrounding them, and snuggled loser to each other. Their eyes danced with happiness as they began to construct images in the starry sky and laughter filled the clearing. Naruto turned to his side to see Hinata staring up at the sky, a small smile on her pink lips. He moved out of instinct and pressed a warm kiss on her lips. She was stunned. For a moment a gasp passed her lips before returning the gesture. Warmth flooded their system and Naruto moved on top, to shield her from the cold. He deepened the kiss and her hands found its way onto his head, playing with his silky yellow hair. She hummed in happiness and he pulled away, just in time to see her eyes open and revealing lavender eyes reflecting the sky full of stars. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, a hand caressing her cheek. Hinata smiled and a hand came up to trace his whiskers. "You're beautiful too and there are no words to describe how much you mean to me." Naruto sniffed and kissed her lips then her nose then her forehead. "You're too good for me." She shook her head. "No, you're too good for me." He laughed and kissed her cheek. "We could argue about that our whole lives but let's just keep it that we're both too good for each other but," he cupped her cheek, "I'm happy you chose me to love. I love you, Hinata. Forever and ever." Hinata smiled, a few tears trailing down her cheeks. And she kissed his smiling lips. I love you too, Naruto. The lack of honorific made him smile wider and moved to lie on his side, a hand on her hip. Together, under the gaze of the moon and the stars, they fell in love all over again. Chapter 15. Day 14. Proposal. He's been thinking many ways to go about his little cough big cough situation. He could go with the complicated way, which involved waking up in the wee hours in the morning to set up an appointment in the hardest but most elegant restaurant Konoha can offer, finding a tux knowing him, he'll procrastinate and wait for the very same day he'll propose to get the goddamn tux and a beautiful rose for his Hinata, trying to figure out a way to get his girlfriend to the place he wants to pop the question, and finally going down on one knee in a small clearing full of fireflies and a full moon. There, the idea was beautiful and originally crafted. Problem was that 1. There won't be a full moon till a few weeks later and Naruto doesn't want to wait any longer. 2. Fireflies are pretty rare in Konoha. And 3. He doesn't have time to learn the proper way to eat with different sets of forks and spoons. So then, the complicated but more originally crafted way was out. Naruto scratched his head and thought some more. He could go with the shorter and less fashionable way. It consisted of asking Hinata to din at his house and decorating his small apartment with candles. Because candles became a symbol of romance and maybe cook food. No, do not cook the food, Naruto. The last time he tried to, Hinata couldn't come out of the restroom, so takeout food was the best option. He'll rearrange his kitchen and dim the lights. Then once Hinata comes over, he'll set out the food and crack some jokes to make her laugh and smile. To lighten the atmosphere more, he'll take her to the living room where they'll snuggle in his couch and steal kisses from each other. No makeouts because he'll forget about his plan, and once the time was right, he'll get down on one knee and pop the question. Yeah, that sounded great. But, the last time he tried to be romantic with candles, he burned half of his apartment down. He made a vow to Kaka-sensei to never buy candles again. Damn it, why did there have to be a flaw in every one of his plans? He just wanted to ask Hinata to marry him and become his wife, to start a family and have her by his side forever. He loved her so deeply, and the idea of marriage came to mind when he realized he loved her so. He still remembers the first time he kissed her and the exhilarating feeling he felt when all of her love poured into that one kiss. Her skin was soft under his touch, and after a few years of dating, he memorized the map of her body and the way his skin tingled. Her flesh was pressed close to his own. Does he regret it? Never, the thought leaving a sour taste. So how does he go about this? He tried asking for advice, he really did, but the advice would be too girly, too expensive, too unrealistic, too simple, too boring, too much food, too youthful, or it just won't be answered. His friends practically knew that he was going to pop the question to Hinata. So why was it so hard to just take her out, bring her back here, and ask her? Oh, that sounded nice. He bumped his fist into his open palm. He'll go with that. First thing first though, he should probably get that ring. After some assistance from Iruka-sensei, he found the perfect ring for his Hinata. The band was silver with a diamond-shaped stone. The lights reflecting on the small diamond made him think of all the times Hinata made him feel special and loved, the different emotions he went through to realize how much she meant to him, and the feeling of just being happy and high on cloud nine made his eyes water slightly. He rubbed his eyes furiously, but glancing at the ring made him bite his lip as tears rolled down his face. He never imagined that he'll come to this. Ever since a child, he craved for this love that he found. Going into his teenage years, he imagined Sakura taking part of his life, but the image was burned when he realized that the feelings he had was just because he was trying to fill in the loneliness he felt, and the first one that caught his attention was his pink-haired friend who happened to like his rival, so it became more of a competition to gain her attention. But now he felt no feelings beyond the mutual ones. Hinata's name brought a new wave of tears, and a broad smile loved him before he knew the capacity he was capable of, before he knew that he'll become the village's, and before he believed in himself. She became his only source of happiness when he returned the feelings, and now, standing in his living room crying over a ring, he was happy. Why to admit that he finally found someone to love, and God, he'll never let that go. He was ready to make another childhood dream of his come true, to start a family with the person he loves. He nervo. Sly twiddled his thumbs as he waited for Hinata to come out of her family's compound. Today was the day that he's going to propose, and he was sweating bullets, something that got him sweating more. Wait, did he smell? Did he have armpit stains? Does he have time to go back to his apartment, shower, comb his hair, change clothes, and add a dash of cologne? Yeah, he was known as one of the fastest Hinobi, and if he was the hero of the world, why couldn't he go back to his home and get back here in like 5 minutes? The wooden doors opened and Naruto felt a sweat drop roll down the side of his head. Kuso, stop sweating, Baka. Hinata stepped outside and Naruto had to strain himself to not pounce on her and hug her tightly. As if sensing her boyfriend's held back intentions, she shut the wooden doors and hugged him around his waist, burying her head on his chest. Konnichiwa, Naruto. Konnichiwa, Hinata. He snuggled her closer and smiled into her hair, taking in her scent. That's solely Hinata. God, I'm so lucky, he thought, releasing her hold, and instead grabbed her hand, enjoying the feeling of interlocking their fingers. Where are we going today, Naruto? Hinata gazed up at him and smiled, something that made him love her even more. Etta, I was thinking of Ichiraku's, then my apartment for some alone time. He wiggled his eyebrows and laughed when she blushed and rubbed her head on his shoulder. Sure, she mumbled, and he could practically feel the heat of her blush. Hell, he was blushing when he expected no answer to his teasing. Hinata, you naughty little girl, he exclaimed loudly, caught off guard by his own girlfriend's teasing. Naruto, not so loud. Well, it's not like they know. I practically make it my mission to make you scream my. He was silenced when Hinata placed a hand over his mouth, his lips involuntarily kissing her palm. Naruto, she whispered, her face a hot blush. Her eyes scanned their surroundings and sighed out of relief when she saw it was vacant. Naruto laughed, secretly enjoying his torment on his shy and sweet girlfriend. Let's go, Hinata, before it gets too cold. If only she knew that tonight he had something big in plan for her. He decided that Ichiraku's was more of his own pleasurable palace than Hinata's, so he took her to her favorite bakery and ordered her to get what she wanted. At first she protested, but 1 glance to his face made her smile and sigh, mumbling something under her breath that he couldn't catch. She should be used to it by now, him buying her things and to satisfy her needs. Really, it was because he wanted to see her smile, and knowing that it was him that made that smile happen. After buying 3 cinnamon rolls and a cookie for Naruto, they set off to the park. They found a spot with a beautiful view and a comfortable position. He wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and brought her closer. At times he'll stop gazing at the sky and opted to feeding Hinata a piece of cinnamon roll. It'll amuse him when he'll bring the piece of frosting treat close to her mouth only to retrieve it at the last second. She'll pout at him. Of course, he couldn't resist her small smile. After their much playful fun at the park, he decided to invite her over. He tried to act it casual and such, but he knew that he failed miserably. The way that he just started showering in his own sweat at den times squeezing Hinata's hand and then releasing the hold made it all the obvious that he was getting nervous. Wait, were his knees shaking? Oh God, what if he fell? Paranoia started to claw its way into his consciousness, and he prayed to any god that they had mercy on him and that Hinata just didn't notice the not so subtly clues. How can guys in the movies act so casual when they're about to propose? Naruto, are you okay? He snapped at her direction and his eyes widened. Does she know? Of course I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be okay? I feel amazing and you're amazing, and I just want to let you know that I love you very much. The last part sounded desperate and he almost winced. Hinata quirked an eyebrow, however, and he was relieved when he saw her smile. Is your apartment dirty again? Are you sure you want me to come over? So she took it as a different misunderstanding, but he can live with that. I hope not. Actually, I haven't really noticed if it's clean or not, with tea. He whole scheming and trying not to freak out, who could blame him? She giggled and kissed his chin, the only place beside his shoulders that she can reach up and kiss without tiptoeing. I'll help clean up, okay. Gosh, her smile was gorgeous, focusing on Hinata, and solely her, had its ups and downs. Like now, it was a downside. He didn't notice the pole he was heading towards and Hinata tried to pull him back, but his body pulled her instead. And, bam, Kuso, Itai. You pull you. You're going to die. He felt a hand on his forehead where the bump was, and Hinata's concerned eyes filled his visual. Dejbu ka, Naruto. Her eyes scanned his face and he smiled softly, kissing her nose. I'm all right. It's just throbbing. Hinata grabbed his hand and led him to his apartment. We should hurry and put some ice on that. I'll use some medical jutsu to see if you got badly hurt. Her worry tone made him smile wider, and he thanked the heavens that Hinata was in his life. She'll be an amazing wife. Amazing wife. The proposal. Now, how was he going to go about this? After placing a bag of ice on his forehead and doing a quick scan of medical jutsu, the couple snuggled on his couch. His fingers twitched every once in a while, and Naruto was grateful that Hinata either ignored it or just didn't notice. He didn't think it through. He had the basic and vague idea of talking her out to eat and bringing her back, but how the hell was he going to pop the question? Does he do it now? Does he do it after he says an amazing speech? Wait, where was the ring? He secretly patted his pockets, and to his horror he couldn't feel the ring. Was it in his room? Hinata, I got to go to my room to find something important. He was a horrible liar. Okay, Naruto. She moved from her position and he jumped off the bed. Just be a second. He practically ran and almost skidded to a halt in front of his room. He opened drawers, tossed dirty clothes away from his floor, flipped his mattress, and finally found it on the desk near his bed. He glanced around his now very dirty room, and he realized that if he proposes and then wants to have sex with Hinata, it was going to be in the living room. Damn it. A knock made him jump, and he quickly stuffed the ring box in his pocket. Hi. His voice was oddly high-pitched. He coughed a couple of times before responding once more. Hi. Ah, there you go. Naruto, are you okay in there? I heard a crash. He looked at his overturned mattress and debated on letting Hinata see the mess he made or not. It was best if she did. Because she'll ask what made him turn his bed inside out, and he'll have to come up with a smooth answer that was believable. Nothing. It was nothing. Don't worry. I'll be out in a bit. He USLY waited for an answer, and a few minutes later he got a quiet, okay, before hearing the padding of feet walking away from his room. He took in deep breaths before opening his door and closing it firmly. He walked back into his living room and saw Hinata staring out his window, a frown on her face. In a quick fashion, he appeared before her and kissed her pouting lips. Why so sad, Haim? His breath fanned her lips and she blushed, caught off guard by the sudden intimate action. Nothing. I was just wondering. Never mind. She looked away, her cheeks redder than the peak, worked an eyebrow and sat next to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. What is it, Hinata? His breath fanned the shell of her ear and she shivered. I was just wondering how Naruto-kun would be like as a father. A heavy silence followed soon after. Naruto's mind flew out of the current situation and entered the land of disbelief, surprise, and daydreaming. Did this mean that Hinata wanted a family with him? Did she have the same dreams like him? It really wouldn't surprise him, since Hinata loved him since she was a small child, but the thought that she wanted kids with him made his heart race and his whole body heat up. He had something to do. What was it? Acting before thinking, he stumbled to the floor, ignoring the loud squeak from Hinata, took out the ring box with shaky hands. Hinata gasped and read a hand over her agape mouth and watched Naruto go down on one knee. He opened the case and he smirked mentally when he saw the way her eyes lit up and those moons shone with unshed tears of happiness. He smiled blindly and his heart raced with happiness. He knew what he wanted and he was about to take it. Marry me, Hinata, and I promise I'll be the best father and you'll be the best mother for our kids. I'll make you the happiest woman alive, and I promise you that I will never ever leave you alone. I want you by my side, and the feelings I have towards you cannot be described in any language. I love you so much, and please, would you marry me? Hinata smiled widely and got down on her knees. She nodded and tears slid down her cheeks, rosy with emotions. Naruto laughed shakily and grabbed the ring, sliding it into her ring finger. It was hard to take in that Hinata was now his fiancée and not his girlfriend. That this beautiful and amazing creature is going to become his wife and eventually they'll have children. Tears slid down his whiskered cheeks and he brought her closer to seal the deal with a searing kiss. I love you so much, Hinata, that no word would not suffice how much you mean to me. Hinata laughed and hugged him tightly, her lips kissing his neck. Naruto, oh Naruto, I love you so much too. Thank you for choosing me to be your wife and to be by your side. He snuggled closer to her and smiled. Well, let's celebrate. He kissed her hotly. A hand sneakily made its way into her back, and began to push her down. Wait, whispered Hinata, pushing him with little to no force. The kiss initiated a burning desire and it was no surprise that Naruto was already hard. In the living room. His plan was close enough but he got the job done, right? Week 2 question. Post your own Naruhina headcanons. Naruto always says, thank you, or, I love you, every chance he gets to Hinata because he treasures her like a rare jewel. She gave him his family and she was one of the first to believe in him before he himself knew about his capabilities. She was there beside him from the shadows from the start and he could never thank her enough. Hinata, thank you, Naruto said in a whisper a few minutes after they tucked themselves in. Why? She was genuinely curious. What did she do? He snuggled closer to her and wrapped her around his arms. This beautiful creature became his wife and chose him out of all the others to be by her side, gave him his family, and bear his children, and there was nothing else in the world that can top that. He loved her so much that it hurt at times thinking about the depth of his emotions. Thank you for everything. How can you tell someone that their life was in their hands and they'll gladly die to protect them? Hinata brought him closer and kissed his chin, her eyes staring into his own. I love you, Naruto. I love you so much, Hinata. He nearly choked on his own emotions. Boruto's a mama's boy. Oi, Boruto, breathed out Naruto, trying to balance out 2 bags of groceries. Nani, help your old man, nay. One glance was all it took for Boruto to shake his head. You're the Hokage. You can handle a few grocery bags. Naruto's mouth opened wide and he couldn't believe his own son wouldn't help him with the groceries. What he said was true, but that doesn't mean he couldn't bond with his son over groceries. Damn it, was this revenge when Naruto came home late last night and missed their training? Naruto staggered his way into the kitchen and turned around when Hinata came passing through the door. She also struggled with her 2 bags of groceries. Her husband and children eat quite a lot and nearly tripped when she didn't see one of her children's sandals. But he hero of the day was already making his way to the struggling maiden, and Boruto took not 1 bag but both out of his mother's arms and smiled widely. Don't worry, Ka-san, I got these. Go rest. Nay, Hinata, missing her husband's wide-eyed expression, kissed her son's forehead and made her way into the master bedroom. Why would you help your mom but not me? Boruto shrugged and placed the bags on the table. I love my mom. A blush appeared on his cheeks and Naruto grinned. He ruffled his hair and crouched down to his level. Are you a mama's boy? Boruto turned red and stubbornly turned to the other side, refusing to look at his father's eyes. So what if I am? Naruto chuckled and stood to his full height. Who would have known? After dating for a while, Naruto gets protectee. Vey of Hinata, and I could just imagine the way he'll look after her from afar because he doesn't want Hinata to think that he thinks she's weak when they're in a mission and when he sees an enemy ninja see losing in on her he'll go all berserk and overprotective. Naruto-kun, really, I'm all right. Hinata giggled when Naruto caressed her cheek, his eyes scanning over her face and then the rest of her body. You almost fell, Hinata. I don't want you getting hurt, he whispered, this nose rubbing Hinata's cold one. His words held more meaning than he let on. Before he realized how much his girlfriend meant to him, he took for granted all of the wisdom and realization she poured to him, and without knowing it, he could have lost her. More times than he could count, he can recall the moments that he almost did. Her fight against pain was won and his chest begins to hurt when he realizes that Kami could have taken her from him in that moment. In the war, too, if Neji wasn't there to take the hit, she wouldn't be here. Beside him, breathing and loving him even more. He wouldn't be so happy. He almost lost her to that Tonari guy, but now he had her safe and sound and he's planning on keeping it that way. He knew she can defend herself, she was amazingly strong, but something inside him, an instinct, told him to dive head first if he senses she's in danger. His precious gem would not get hurt on his watch. Hinata smiled softly and kissed his cheek, making it flush. I promise I won't get hurt so easily. Naruto kissed her lips and sat beside her, the fire warming their bodies only slightly. I trust you. Stop being so lovey-dovey, said Kiba, a smirk on his face. This is a mission. Stop being jealous of us then, dog breathe. What did you say? Enough. Shino materialized out of nowhere, Sakura and Sai right behind him. Naruto, you're the team leader in this mission and everyone expects you to act the part. This is very important. Why? Because this mission would help you into becoming Hokage. If what Shino said wasn't important, Naruto would have jumped in fright. Alright, the yellow-haired male sighed, Gomen, Kiba. Kiba smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair, earning a scowl from the 20-year-old. I forgive you, Baka. Now, do we camp or do we keep going? Everyone locked gazes with him and Naruto realized how important this mission was. He had the lives of his friends and lover on his palms and one mistake can cost any of their lives. He won't let that happen. We've been traveling for a few hours so let's rest for a bit, gather some necessities, and let's keep going. Hi. It was some time past midnight that Hinata made a hand signal, warning the group that an upcoming group of about 20 ninja fast. The moment a kunai swung at their direction with a paper bomb wrapped around it. The battle began. Sakura handled 8 at a time, her training with Tsunade kicking in, while Sai took 4 who were experts in taijutsu, a bad match for him. Kiba, Shino, and Naruto were surrounded by 4 experimented and large men whose muscles were just bulging disgustingly. They learned earlier on that one swing can break a few bones and ribs. Hinata was cornered by the last 4, each wielding weapons and using ninjutsu and taijutsu. But it was nothing that she couldn't handle. Her Byakugan was at its best and her taijutsu was at par with her father's. However, Hachi didn't know is that one of the ninjas knew about the Hyuga's blind spot and exploited it by throwing a kunai with a paper bomb wrapped around it in its direction. Hinata realized too late and the Kaden just minimized the explosion. Naruto kicked an enemy away and snapped his direction to the sound of an explosion. A breeze passed through, carrying away the smoke, and Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata was limping on one leg. The other burned. Half of her body was scorched from the explosion and her beautiful skin was marked with cuts and bruises. His eyes burned with hatred and he was varied in Kurama's chakra the next second. The enemy ninjas knew the moment Naruto activated Biju they were screwed. But what they didn't know was that it didn't matter if they ran for their lives, Naruto would make them pay for what they've done. Hinata didn't have time to take in a breath before Naruto was upon the one who threw the kunai at her, his fists ruthless as they attacked the defenseless man. The chakra-cloaked male dropped the unconscious body and turned to the rest, his eyes dilated. Sakura and Sai managed to tag-team their enemies and Kiba and Shino were a few far off, watching the scene with a calculative glint. He sighed and the cloak disappeared. Before the enemy ninja can come out of their fear stupor, Kiba knocked them out, Akamaru sniffing for any more traps, and Sakura heading her way to Hinata's side. If it wasn't for years of being a ninja, Sakura could have been easily trampled when Naruto zoomed right past her. She watched with a warm smile as Naruto doted over Hinata, placing the beautiful Hyuga on the floor gently and asking where her ointment was. Sakura-chan, get over here. She needs medical assistance. Hinata, hang in there. You'll make it. His voice cracked and Sakura wasted no time to apply her medical jutsu, scanning the broken skin and first and second degree burns. She'll make it but we have to take her to the hospital as soon as possible. Naruto nodded and gave her to Kiba who gave him a questioning gaze. I'm the team captain of this group and I can't leave you guys behind. You're the second fastest from all of us. I need Sai and Shino with Sakura. Go take her and ask Kakashi if you return or not. Kiba nodded, cradling Hinata close. She moaned in pain and Naruto bit his lip. Before Kiba and Akamaru ran off, Naruto grabbed his arm and glared at him. His eyes dangerous yet concerned. Protect her. I will. The Uzumaki family is so silly. Like Naruto would play with Himawari and then Boruto walks in on them and Naruto has tea. His glint in his eyes like, if I'm dressing like a princess today, you are too. And Boruto is too late and when Himawari asks if he wants to play, he can't say no to her because he loves her and so be. Both male Uzumakis have to play and Hinata manages to take a picture. Naruto fixed his tiara and soothed out the wrinkles on his pink dress. He grabbed a cup of tea and blew on it, imaging that the tea was hot. Hime. This tea smells good. You look lovely too. Arigato. Naruto Hime. Giggle. Would you like some more tea, Boru Hime? Boruto was trying his hardest not to scowl and instead smiled. He was scared how much that felt natural and tipped his teacup at his sister. Hi. Himawari Imouto Hime. A creaking sound alerted the males that the door had just been opened. Oh, Ka-chan, would you like to join us? Smile. Mina-san. Hinata's smile was wide, her cheeks started to hurt, and she clicked the button on the camera, making it flash. One glance at the photo and Hinata's cheeks colored and she laughed. Hinata, whined Naruto, immediately getting up and snatching the camera away from his wife. What he saw made him smile and he raised his arm when Boruto came running at him. His face red from embarrassment. Give me that, Datbasa. Boruto tried, he really did, but his father being just a bit taller than him and it gave him no chance to retrieve the photo that might ruin his life. No, this is going in the family album. Yay, cheered Himawari and ran to her mother's open arms, giggling while snuggling into Hinata's neck. Ah no, groaned Boruto, his tiara, nearly slipping before Naruto fixed it. Naruto loves watching Hinata, in any situation. Naruto, what are you doing? Huh, I was just, sigh, I was staring at you. Blush. Why? Because you're so goddamn beautiful I can't keep my eyes off of you. Hinata blushed and resumed chopping her vegetables while her husband watched her like a hawk. Later on that night, Naruto decided that he should cuddle with his wife, but the innocent act escalated to full-blown out sex. While diving into the delicious feeling of ecstasy, Naruto's eyes were taking in his wife's form. Iway, her eyebrows would pull together and her lips would part to release such a sexy ass moan that will make him dive into her again and again. The blush that would start from her cheeks and go down to her neck and up her ears made him kiss her all over, praise her body as it was the rarest gift on earth. But the best part of watching her so much is when she'll look at his direction and her eyes would just glow with love. The moment she lays her eyes on him, her whole attention directs itself on him only and it makes him feel like he was a special jewel that always deserves attention. She was amazing. There was no other way putting it in words and he just couldn't stop looking at her profile, taking her in. He'll never get tired of looking at her. Chapter 15. Day 15. Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts O. His blue eyes took in the ocean before him, his yellow silky locks swaying with the breeze. His eyes, seen so many things and gone through so much, were focused on the horizon and the sun setting made his heart ache. Hinata. The wind carried away the whispered name and Naruto closed his eyes, diving into his memories of the indigo-haired maiden. His friend ever since he could remember was a shy and beautiful creature who stood by his side when he was at his lowest and when no one wanted to approach him because of his exotic looks. She was the reason why he desperately wanted to go back home when he was separated from his home island and arrived at another world by the name Traverse Town. It was still a bit odd to think about all of the friends he made during his journey and many battles he fought with the weapon known as the Key Blade. He couldn't wait till he was by Hinata's side once more and tell her of his amazing adventures and how everything he did was because of her. He sighed and gripped his shirt, realizing that it was useless getting worked up over something he couldn't fix at the moment. I have something to tell you, he said once more before standing up. Donald and Goofy waving at him from the distance, wait for me. Wait for me. In another world, miles and universes away from where Naruto was, laid a maiden with long, indigo hair. She blinked when she heard those words, the voice sounding so eerily familiar, and stood up immediately. Where am I? My dear, you are in my castle. Hinata's head whipped to the side and only then did she realize that she was in what looked like to be a dungeon. The coldness made her shiver and the stench made her toes curl. She tried to find the source of the voice but the darkness was obscuring her vision. I am here, pretty maiden. Hinata stood up shakily when a form walked out from the Aztal, wearing a cloak with purple linings, and her face was sullen, her cheekbones protruding. She had tall, black horns and her green-like skin made Hinata shiver. Who are you? I am Maleficent and you are sadly caught in a game played by some pests. Hinata flinched when Maleficent approached her, circling around her like a predator gazing deliciously at their prey. Suddenly Maleficent snapped her fingers and an orb appeared, floating above the woman's palm. Look here, child, do you recognize this boy? Hinata, at first, stayed rooted in her spot but curiosity won her over and she slowly approached the bright orb. Images began playing and it stopped on a young boy with wild yellow hair hulking with a duck and what looked like to be a standing dog. Naruto. Without thinking, she reached out to touch the orb that contained information about her missing love but the orb vanished, smoke filling her vision. So you know the young boy. Hinata opted to look down. Maleficent waved her hand and walked towards a heavy door. You need not respond to that. I already know the depth of your feelings towards that young boy. Hinata's head snapped up and her cheeks colored. The evil queen threw her head back and laughed. And I know his. That's why you are important to my plan. Please, make yourself at home. The queen smiled something wicked before closing the door, leaving Hinata shaking in the cold. Naruto, please be careful. The yellow-haired male shivered when a blast of cold breeze blew by. He turned around and his blue eyes scanned his surroundings, his fingers touching the hilt of his keyblade. What's the matter? Asked Donald Duck, turning around when he didn't hear Naruto following him. Goofy scratched his head and cocked it when Naruto still didn't turn around. Nothing. He turned around and offered a sheepish smile. I thought I felt someone watching us. Silly, right? Donald glanced at Goofy and he shrugged, returning on their trek. Let's keep going. We can't have King Mickey and your friends waiting, right? Right. Naruto nodded his head determined L.Y. and began to walk alongside his two odd but amazing friends. It was some time after that a small, glittering dot began racing their way. A bit concerned and scared, Naruto took a defensive stance and took out his keyblade. Donald and Goofy taking familiar stances like him. The small, glittering dot began racing its way towards them and Naruto was about to swing his weapon when the dot hit his nose, making him sneeze when the glitter entered his nostrils. Tinkerbell, what are you doing here? The fairy smoothed out her cute, green dress and began talking in chimes rapidly. Her expressions got wilder by the second and Naruto glanced at Donald, who had confusion written all over his face. Wait, yelled Donald, frowning. You're saying Peter Pan managed to capture Captain Hokage and right now he's being held captive by Peter and the Lost Boys? Tinkerbell nodded quickly, her fairy dust showering on everyone. Donald glanced down before giving a meaningful look at Naruto. Goofy nodded his head and bumped his fist on his open palm. This means we can get some information out of Hooks. And we'll be one step closer into finding Maleficent and ending all of this madness, finished Naruto. His mind turning the wheels. I'll be able to return to my home, and see Hinata. Lead the way, Tinkerbell. She nodded and flew off to the east, the trio not far behind. Hey Naruto, Donald, Goofy. Tink, I was wondering where you flew off to, said Peter Pan, rubbing his cheek on Tinkerbell who giggled happily. Hey Peter, Tinkerbell got us and we came here as quick as we can. So where's Captain Hook? Naruto was anxious to finish his quest that was thrust upon him. This way. Peter led them down a road covered by mossy trees and Donald had to resist a groan. I hate moss, he grumbled in his mind. They tumbled out of the bushes and surrounded by the Lost Boys was a tied-up Hook looking angrier than ever. I say let me go, you hear? I will get my revenge on you, Peter Pan. Nah, tsked Peter. A gleeful smile on his face. Would you like me to throw you with the crocodile? The crocodile, screeched Hook, looking frantically about for said crocodile. Pet, shook his head when Hook stubbornly turned the other way. I guess we need a bit more persuasive ways to make this captain talk, Naruto nodded and took out his keyblade, pointing the weapon to the now sweating Hook's neck. We need information about Maleficent and her plans. I know you're one of her goons along with other villains but since we have you here now, mind if you talk? Hook denly smirked evilly and crackled a maniacal laughter. The Lost Boys scrambled behind Peter who looked at Hook with a quirked eyebrow. You fools, do you really think you can beat Maleficent? She is the queen of evil. She is the possessor of power that every villain desires. She is what we want. Hook's wide eyes became black like the night sky. His whole body began to convulsive, and before their very eyes, Hook began to transform into a heartless. Fools, it seethed a malicious smile on its face. Maleficent can never be undone. She is amazing. She is our queen. The Heartless then locked gazes with Naruto, who was in a defensive stance with his keyblade held high. Maleficent has a message for you. Donald summoned his keyblade and nudged Goofy to do the same. He didn't know why, but he knew that whatever Maleficent had in store for them, it wasn't good. She has someone important to you. The monster paused and grinned evilly, a human by the name, Hinata. Hinata, quicker than the White Rabbit. The key holder was upon the monster, straddling him with an evil glare. Where is she? Where is Hinata? Ho, 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 mocked the Heartless, its eyes glowing red with malice. She's at Maleficent's castle. The body exploded and a dust of red enveloped the clearing. Naruto was thrown back and collided painfully against a tree. Naruto, yelled Goofy, running up to the panting A.N.D. fallen boy whose eyes were clouded with anguish. Goofy helped him stand up and Naruto's eyes never left the floor. The tall friend glanced at Donald and the duck nodded in understanding. Naruto, started Donald, I understand what you're thinking, but maybe this is a trap set up by Maleficent. She might want your keyblade. The yellow-haired male stood up, a hand resting on the tree while the other tightened into a fist. I know, Donald, I know, but she has Hinata. What if she does something to her because we didn't go? Sudden tears of frustration swelled up and he hit the tree. I never asked to be the new key holder. I never asked for this responsibility. I just want Hinata safe and I want to go back home with her and my friends. His broken eyes settled on Donald, who gave a sympathetic look. Is that so bad? No, it's not, spoke up Peter, a determined look on his face. Naruto, who is this Hinata? Is she important to you? Naruto nodded his head while wiping away his tears. Yeah, why? Then go after her. The exclamation made Peter jump high and now he was floating in the air, a wide smile on his face. If she's important to you, Maleficent would be easy to squash like a fly. Me and the Lost Boys would keep looking for Hook and you guys go to that castle and rescue this Hinata. You'll be her prince and she'll be, right. She'll be Sleeping Beauty. He nodded confidently and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. You're right, he started slowly before straightening his back and a determined look burned in his eyes. You're right. I will rescue Hinata and I'll tell her how important she is to me. His key blade began to glow bright gold before the light vanished. Naruto cocked an eyebrow before he heard a snicker. You're going to tell her how important she is to you? Laughed Donald, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Shut up. Naruto blushed and glanced the other way. Is this what you want, Naruto? Asked Goofy, a serious tone in his voice. To go up against Maleficent. The joking atmosphere vanished a moment. After a while, he nodded and stared at the horizon, a sudden breeze swaying his locks. I'm sure. Now, let's go. He raised his key blade high, the sun showering it with its warmth. Maleficent grabbed a grape from the near empty bowl that sat beside her. The chamber that she is currently using was empty, the windows covered by long, black curtains. The chandelier has long ago lost its shine and the rusty chains make an eerie sound, making the room seem darker and gray. Few candles were lit and it provided no warmth to the queen who sits in her throne. She snapped her fingers and an orb appeared, showing Donald, Goofy, and Naruto flying towards her castle using the fairy dust from Tinkerbell. The queen smiled as the image zoomed into Naruto's determined face. It's all coming together, she said, snapping her fingers once more and the orb vanished. Minions, gather around. Coming out from the shadows, million bodies began to form. Their eyes dark with ill intentions and their smirks promising death. Their wings flexed and their weapons glistened when the little light the room provided landed on them. We have visitors arriving soon. Make them feel welcome. Her smile spread as her minions laughed amongst them. You, she pointed to a random monster, take our pretty guest up to the highest tower and while you're at it. She paused and all the candles went out, the moonlight highlighting her suddenly horror-like face, release the dragon. Maleficent's castle was in view and Naruto flew faster to the dark castle. His impatience overtaking his judgment for a moment. Naruto, slow down, cried Donald, trying to catch up to the eager key holder. Maleficent might be waiting for us. She has Hinata, yelled Naruto, his eyes turning into a darker shade of blue. I don't know what that queen is capable of, but all I know is that the longer I take in getting there, the more chances she has to hurt the person I love. He summoned his keyblade and landed on the ground, Goofy and Donald landing beside him. The castle made his skin crawl, but an image of a smiling Hinata flashed in his mind. I will save you. He took a step towards the castle when the gates fell open, a mass of dark forms lingering in the entrance. This is not good, whispered Goofy, his keyblade at the ready. The clouds began to crash together, forming a dark, gray color. The blue sky was obscured with black rain clouds and the cry of thunder sounded in the distance. No one moved, no one breathed, and both sides waited for a signal. Hinata, a sudden flash of lightning was seen. I will rescue you. The flash of lightning hit the ground and both parties cried out, their weapons held high. They met halfway and Donald and Goofy sliced through their enemies, not giving them a chance to think before the monsters disappeared. Naruto weaved through them, cutting them down when they dare come close to him. Naruto, yelled out Donald, trying to be heard over the loud cries of battle, go get Hinata. We'll take care of this. He was already near the entrance of the castle and he glanced behind him to see all of Maleficent's monsters gathering around his two friends. His fist shook but another lightning struck the ground and he was moving inside the castle, his heavy breathing echoing off the walls. I'll try to find her quickly and I'll come back, I swear. He looked around, opening every door, checking around every corner, but to his dismay found no clue where the evil queen was keeping his indigo-haired crush captive. Where are you? He asked no one in particular and his voice was heard everywhere. Naruto. That soft voice. Hinata. His eyes were wide and his heart raced. Hinata. Where are you? Talk to me. Naruto. He followed the sound of her voice and it led him up a fleet of stairs. Naruto. His desperate attempts to reach her voice made him trip and he landed hard on a step. Only then did he realize how high up he was. He glanced outside a window and he noticed the fog was covering his vision. He swallowed his fear and peeked his head out. The altitude made his head hurt and he leaned back inside, his back hitting the brick wall. Naruto. Her whimper caught his attention and he raced up once more. He made it to the top and a door was in sight. There was light behind it and he took attentive steps, his key blade poised at defense. He twisted the rusty handle and slammed the door open, creating a loud sound. His eyes glanced around the room and found no occupant. He sighed and lowered his weapon, his eyes stopping on shackled body hung from the wall. How come he didn't see it before? He approached the body and gasped when he saw Hinata hanging limp on the chains. Her wrists were red and a trail of dried blood was seen on her arms. She looked lifeless. Hinata, whispered Naruto, his weapon disappearing. He looked around and found a chair. He quickly grabbed it and placed it beside the wall, climbing on top of it and inspecting the chains holding her up. It required a key and a crazy idea of using his own weapon popped into his mind. He suddenly remembered the pouch of magic Peter gave him and he dug into his pockets, his fingers trying to find it. But he didn't have time before a loud roar made the room shake. He fell from the chair that was hoisting him up and landed painfully on his side. His head whipped up and his eyes looked around the room, trying to find the source of the sound. Another roar broke through and his eyes lingered outside the lone window in the room. He gathered his wits and crawled his way there. Once he was upon the window, he got on his knees and shakily stood up. At first glance, he saw nothing but the fog, obscuring his vision. He cocked a blonde eyebrow and convinced himself that sticking his head out to have a better look was a good idea. He only managed to stick half of his head out before a large shadow descended upon them. He looked up and his eyes met the eyes of a predator, of a monster that no one has seen in such a long time. It was the eyes of a dragon and its eyes were settled on him. He scrambled back inside and fixed the chair, standing on it once more and trying to find the pouch Peter gave him. When he had no luck and came to the conclusion that he might have dropped it, he cupped Hinata's cold cheeks and shook her. Hinata. He cooed and caressed her cheek. Hinata, wake up. The room shook once more. Wake up, please, I need to know if you're okay. No movement. Hinata. He kissed her forehead and he flushed red. I'm getting you out of here, believe it. He gripped the chains and tried to pull apart the steel, but his hands began to bleed from the force. A sudden explosion to the side made shield the unresponsive Hinata, and he turned around only to gape in horror. Half of the room was gone, and in its place was the dragon he saw before. Its nasal was close to them and its claws were digging to the sides. Its wings spread wide, its pupils dilated, and Naruto knew that he had to get Hinata out of here before the beast blows out fire. Sorry, Hinata, he whispered as he summoned his key blade, forgive me if I hurt you. He swung his weapon and, by some miracle, he managed to break the first chain. He quickly broke the other and caught Hinata, carrying her bridal style. Let's get out of here. He ran out the door when he saw the dragon take a deep breath in. He tumbled down the stairs, and with the extra weight, he was afraid he'll fall down soon. It was when he felt a hot sensation close behind him that he pulled Hinata tighter against him, and he jumped, falling down the stairs with Hinata tucked inside his protective arms. He felt the sharp pokes the stairs dug in his SK. And tears of pain descended down his cheeks, but he kept rolling down, desperate to flee the oncoming fire. It was after a while that they made it to the bottom. He only had a chance to stand up and fix Hinata in a comfortable position before he glanced up and saw the tower collapsing, the roar of the dragon mixing with the sound of thunder making the whole castle shake. He ran as fast as his bruisey entrance was close. The cold wind hit his face and he felt Hinata snuggle into him more. The sound of rain echoed off the walls, and suddenly, the massive doors shut close. He skidded to a stop and kicked the door, desperate to escape this place and taking Hinata into a much safer spot. He rammed his shoulder onto the wooden doors, but it didn't even budge. Do you find yourself in a difficult situation? The mocking question made him turn around, and there, standing in the middle of the large room, was Maleficent. I am sorry, she began, a small smile on her face, but I must insist you stay in. It's raining outside and I don't want you getting sick. He growled and pressed Hinata closer. Ah, do you like what I did to your friend there? Her eyes glowed when Naruto responded with a snarl. What did you do? I gave her a curse. She has fallen asleep and has become a prisoner to a reality she always wanted. Sadly, not most people come out of it alive, and they stay in that dream forever. Their body wastes away as they live in a fantasy world. His anger and sadness fueled her power, and she enjoyed taunting him. Now, what would you do, Keyblade, when I have the solution to this problem? She invaded his attack and laughed as she easily moved side to side, his weapon missing her by inches. Hinata was leaning against the door, dead to the world, and one glance at his beloved fueled his strength, and he continued on. His blood burned on how easily Maleficent was avoiding his attacks, and that smile never left her face. It irked him how she used Hinata to bring him here of all places. A loud roar shook the room, and Naruto's attention was elsewhere, and Maleficent took the opportunity. She raised her arms and black magic sped its way towards him. He turned around at the last minute and the attack hit his stomach, pushing him a few feet till he hit the wall. The magic, he felt, was slowly going through his system, making him weaker and his reflexes slower by a few seconds. If only he had that pouch. Suddenly the doors flew open and Naruto ran to catch Hinata, but saw someone else catch her instead. There, standing in the pouring rain and looking worse than where, was Donald and Goofy, who also caught Hinata just in time. Looking around, Donald gave a sigh and dug into his pockets, fishing for something. Faster than a second, he tossed something to Naruto and shook his head. You dropped it, silly. There's a dragon out there and Goofy and I are going to try to destroy it. We'll take care of Hinata for ya, piped in Goofy, cradling the still sleeping girl close. Naruto caught the object and a smile appeared on his face. So he did drop the pouch of magic that Peter gave to him. His eyes glued on Hinata's sleeping face and he slowly turned around to look at Maleficent's satisfied smile. Oh, she'll pay for what she's done. Take care of Hinata for me, Goofy, Donald. I have some business to finish here. He stood shakily, still weak from the magic she casted upon him, and got into a defensive stance. Take care, guys. You too, called out Donald before the sound of a roaring dragon pierced the quiet night. Now, where were we? Naruto's key blade glowed golden again and he charged at Maleficent, a battle cry leaving his lips. They were both equal in strength and they each blocked the other's hit. His key blade has finally made contact and Maleficent cried out in pain. Her body thrown like a rag doll across the room. He opened the pouch and grabbed the first container he felt. The liquid was a dark red color and he shrugged, opening the cap and reading the little flap that said, "Drink me." He took one small gulp and he instantly felt the energy of the earth, the anger of a bursting volcano, and the strength of a tornado. He yelled out, something he couldn't hear because of the drumming in his ears, and he attacked ruthlessly on the fallen evil queen. He paid no mind on how she crumbled on the floor but focused on ending this battle and getting to Donald and Goofy. It was after what seemed forever that he stopped and all of the energy he had left him. He dropped on the floor and panted heavily. He took in Maleficent's form and, if he could, he would have smiled. He was a bit concerned of the after effects his body might suffer through because of the unknown magic he took, but he'll ponder about that later. Right now he was doing a happy dance in his mind and tried to stand up. His legs shook and his body gave out, making him land on the floor. He groaned in pain and his weapon vanished. He rolled over and he faced the crumbling ceiling. He closed his eyes and an image of a sleeping Hinata made his eyes snap open. It was then that the dragon cried out in pain and collapsed on the castle, nearly landing on Naruto. Its smell made him gag and he tried to escape the dead body of the monster when Goofy appeared through the big hole the dragon left. Naruto was the last thing he heard before falling to his side, exhausted beyond belief. Hinataho appeared older, snuggled onto Naruto closer, his chest expanding when he took in a deep breath. She felt his nose on her head and she couldn't help but laugh when his fingers tickled her side. She was beyond happy. After dating Naruto for 2 years, he finally proposed, making her the happiest girl in the world. They had kids and a whole album that proved how happy the Uzumaki family was. Boruto, her first child, was just like his father in looks and she wouldn't have it any other way. Himawari, her second child, had her skin tone and hair color but her father's deep, blue eyes. She loved them dearly and more so because they were their children. "Never leave me, Hinata," whispered Naruto as he peppered butterfly kisses from the corner of her mouth to her neck. "Never, Naruto," she moaned out, surrendering to the pleasurable feelings her husband was giving her. Cold water landed on his face, making him sit up immediately and choking on the water he nearly swallowed while he was unconscious. "What was that for?" he cried out, wiping away the few beads of water he had on his face. "You were asleep for more than a day. I thought it was time for you to wake up," argued Donald, grumbling under his breath and throwing the bucket at Naruto's head. "Be grateful." Naruto looked sheepish and he scratched his head. Sorry, wait, did you say more than a day?" "Yup," said Goofy, who was leaning against a tree to the side. Only then did Naruto notice that they were in a small clearing, the stars up in the sky and a small fire in the center, cooking what looks like fishes on sticks. "We decided to let you rest because you took that raging magic." "Raging what?" He was still drowsy and he tried to stand up. "Raging magic," said Donald, a frown still on his face. "It gives unimaginable power and energy but it only lasts for a few seconds. The downside is that you feel like dirt right after and some people have fallen into comas because of it." "That's silly, Peter. Why did he give that to Naruto?" "Oh, oughta. Where's Hinata?" Naruto, at this point, was standing up albeit his knees were shaking. He suddenly remembered Goofy telling him that I'll take care of Hinata and he wanted to help her out of her curse. "Oh no," he cried out and Donald and Goofy jumped. "Hinata. Maleficent has. I didn't get the solution." He slumped and his eyes got watery. They were probably miles away from Maleficent's castle and with the little strength he and everyone has, it'll be a few days until he fully recovers and maybe by then, Maleficent would be gone. Goofy watched as Naruto spiraled down into depression and he nudged Donald, giving him a knowing look. The duck nodded quickly and started patting his pockets. "Were you looking for this, Naruto?" Naruto's head whipped up so fast. His neck cracked. In Donald's feathery hand laid a container with golden liquid with a touch of blue and pink. He grabbed the container and held it close, looking at it with wonder. "What is this?" "Well," started Donald only for Goofy to finish. "After we found Ya, Maleficent gave us this container saying that she made a Ya, I think." Goofy scratched his head and Donald grumbled. "Maleficent said it's to help Hinata." He left the question hanging and Naruto glanced around the small clearing. Where is she? His question was yearning and desperate. Over there, said Goofy with a soft tone, pointing to the other side of the clearing. She was covered with a blanket and her body was close to the fire. Her face was tranquil and a small smile was on her face. He made his way to her and his knees nearly gave out. He cradled her head on his lap and moved a few strands away from her face when he saw her furrow her brows. He touched her cheek and only then did he realize how badly he wanted to hear her say his name. He opened the container and stared at it for a while. He turned to the side to ask Donald and Goofy on what should he do but saw no one by the fire. He shrugged and returned his attention to his crush. He, at first, sat her up making her lean against his chest and pressed the contained on her lips. The liquid wasn't swallowed and instead spilled all over her lips. He bit his lip and he blushed when another idea popped into his mind. He sipped some of the solution, but didn't swallow, and leaned over, pressing his lips against her warm ones. He probed open her mouth and squirted the liquid down her throat. He moved away once he heard her swallow and saw as her eyes started fluttering open. He expected her to jump into his arms, crying out in happiness. Instead he saw her look around, confused on where she was. Where? Hinata. Her voice made his heart race and his cheeks flush. But her confusion and sadness had him worried. Hinata, what's wrong? She massaged her temple and shook her head, a few tears flying out. I was somewhere else. Our home, Naruto, and I was. She stopped suddenly and blushed. He had no clue why her face flushed so badly but understood why she was confused. Hinata, you were kidnapped by Maleficent and she placed you under a curse. She said that it trapped you in a reality that you always wanted. He saw understanding flash in her eyes but they became downcast, her teeth nibbling on her lips. I see. She was truly happy, married to Naruto and having a family with him. It was something she wouldn't trade for the world. He couldn't bear it any longer and he cupped her cheeks, surprising them both. Hinata, don't be sad. I have something to tell you. The intensity in his eyes made her heart jump in joy and her cheeks burn hotter. What is it? He faltered for a bit before furrowing his brows, his eyes boring into hers. I love you. There's no one else I want to be with you as much as I want to be with you. Ever since I got separated from you, I couldn't stop thinking about you and your safety. I constantly found myself dreaming about you and missing those cookies that were shaped like me. Hinata. He let go of her face and grabbed her hands. I don't know how you feel about me but I love you so much. Please, if you can give me a chance, I promise I'll make you the happiest girl in the world. She couldn't believe it. She actually couldn't believe it. Naruto liked her. No, he didn't like her, he loves her. Tears of happiness ran down her cheeks and Naruto was alarmed. She smiled suddenly, something so beautiful that it made his eyes watery, and she nodded quickly. I love you too, Naruto. I always have ever since we became friends. Maybe it was shortly after. It was admiration at first, how you never gave up no matter what the other kids said about you. You proved them wrong time after time. And then, you were so brave, when you stood for me when those bullies pushed me around. He squeezed her hands. After that, you began to make me feel happy with your corny jokes and exaggerated tales. Your smile alone made me want to keep it on your face longer. I strived to walk beside you but I was always clouded with self-doubt. But now, she shook her head and smiled once more. Now there are no words to describe how happy I am. Hinata, I love you, he said suddenly. A wide smile on his face. I love you more, Naruto. She couldn't help but lean a little closer. I love you most. A few centimeters apart. I love you forever. Their lips touched and it was like nothing they've ever experienced. Chapter 16. Day 16. Personality switch. Naruto tried to push the zipper past his chest but the damn thing wouldn't budge. Come on. He began only for the zipper to break. He gave out a cry of frustration and tossed the metal piece on the floor, pouting like a child. He heard a knock on the door and he gave out a small, "Come in." The door opened slowly, as if the person was unsure if they should enter or not, but opened fully after a while. His heart raced upon seeing the person and the shy way she glanced at him before looking at the floor. It was a Saturday night in the Uzumaki residence and it was currently raining cats and dogs outside. Usually, Saturday nights were exclusive to the Uzumaki family because it was the only time and day that Naruto was available and free from his Hokage duties. Silly as they were, and at times polar opposites, they enjoyed the time they had together as a family. Today, the original place, and was to go out and have a picnic, the food made by Hinata, drool and play around the park before going back home and watching movies all day with, possibly, a popcorn fight. But their plans were ruined. The moment they stepped outside and felt a drop of water, then another, then another. Boruto looked disappointed, but Himawari jumped around with joy. His little girl explained that they should do a place. Instead of watching movies, they've watched all the movies they had while eating Mama's special food. They all agreed eagerly, but then Boruto smiled widely, a smile that reminds people of a younger Naruto. Chu-san, Ka-san, why don't you guys do the play while Hima Udo and I watch? What should they do, Hima-chan? The glint of mischievousness in his eyes was not lost by Himawari, and she smiled at her parents innocently. You should act out each other and make up a ninja story of fighting off an enemy. Quote, he laughed when he heard their suggestion and carried on with it. Only now did he realize that their proposition also meant wearing each other's clothes. Hinata's dark blue pants were tight and he was afraid that any step would cause her pants to rip. Her lavender sweater was tighter, however, considering he didn't have a petite body like his wife, and his broad shoulders and chest made wearing the soft sweater harder. But Hinata, in his clothes, that's a different story. Shi-Lu, Ked so freaking cute that he had to think of many other things to stop himself from pouncing on his wife. His orange pants were loose on her, and, if he didn't know any better, she might have strapped on a belt to keep his orange pants on. His black and orange sweater was also loose on her, but, God, there was something about big sweaters and Hinata that he found attractive. Her Hittite was tied around her forehead and she fingered the cloth, not used to the protector feeling of the headband around her forehead. Ieta, how do I look? Ravishing, Naruto responded quickly, a sexy smirk on his lips. Hinata blushed and fiddled with the sleeves of his old sweater. How are you coming along? I hope my clothes can fit you. His smirk left his lips and he resumed pouting. Your pants barely fit me, but your sweater got stuck halfway. Hinata glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh when she took in how her husband looked with her old clothes on. Well, we have to fix that. Our children are waiting for an amazing show and we don't want to disappoint. She walked his way and his eyes never left her hips. The way they swayed in a sensual manner made him sweat profoundly. She was upon him and touched the zipper he broke, but all he saw was his cute Hinata wearing his old clothes that looked so cute. She bit her lip and did that thing where her brows furrow and her eyes concentrated on one thing. Damn, she was too cute for his health. She sighed after a few minutes and Naruto allowed himself her waists. If he can, he would have taken her here and now, but his children were waiting for the show they were about to present and he couldn't make any promises if the volume of their lovemaking would escalate. So, you think it can go up any higher? She shook her head, her hair tickling his chest. I think that's the highest it'll go. Now all you need is your Hiei around your neck. She grabbed his old forehead protector and tried to tie it around his neck. She had to tiptoe her way up, but even then, he was still too high for her. He chuckled deeply and she blushed as he leaned a bit forward. There, can you reach? His question fanned her ear and her legs trembled. Memories of their lovemaking flashing through her mind. Hi. He heard the quiver in her voice and he mentally patted himself in making his wife shake with sexual desire just by using his deep voice. All done. She took a step back and nodded with satisfaction, a small smile on her face. You look just like me. The playful tone made him smile widely and he posed a few silly girly stances. Of course I do, he responded within a high-pitched tone, fluttering his eyelashes as his smile never ceased. Hinata laughed and shook her head. She kissed his chin and opened the door, her eyes swimming with a happiness he always saw in a day-to-day basis. Well then, let's get this show on the road. Halt, why you enemy ninja? Yelled Hinata, a fierce look on her face. I bet I can beat you faster than you can blink. They decided to use Naruto's cage bunchins and make them transform into enemy ninjas so they can make the play seem more realistic. Matt, Ka-san, interrupted Boruto, a confused look on his face. Pop's voice is a bit deeper. Like this. She deepened her tone and a smile spread across her face when Boruto nodded eagerly. I will assist you, Naruto-kun, piped in Naruto from her side. Going into a taijutsu stance while facing their enemy. Papa, Mama's voice is just a bit higher and lighter than that, giggled Himawari who was snuggled up against her Ni-san. Thank you for pointing that out. Hima-chan, said Naruto with a wide smile on his face, his voice becoming incredibly higher. Don't forget to use the Hyuga stance, added Boruto, settling against the couch. Hi, yelled Naruto, going into a messy but hilariously funny Hyuga stance. Hinata covered her mouth but also went into a taijutsu stance as they faced their enemy. Arigato, Hinata, but I don't want you here. You might get hurt. Quote, I will not leave Naruto-kun alone. The fierceness in his tone made her look his way, her mouth agape. Is that how she sounded like? She nodded and said, arigato, Hinata-chan. I promise we'll finish this quickly so we can go on a date, Datbeo. Naruto laughed and shook his head on what his wife said. Let's go, was Hinata's battle cry as they began to battle their enemy. The night was full of laughter and smiles, Naruto's bunchins popping away every time they landed a hit. They ran around the house and even up the ceilings as both parents got into the play. They acted each other's part perfectly and they were almost caught off guard. How much they both knew of each other. They were so into their character that Himawari and Boruto had to constantly remind themselves that their father was not their mother and their mother was not their father. At some point, their children decided to join and the Uzumaki house was filled with battle cries, laughter, and shouts of enthusiasm. Sadly, they had to end the show early when the pants Naruto was wearing ripped in half. Chapter 17. Day 17. Soulmate. Soulmate, by definition, means that you found the person who completes you. It doesn't necessarily mean in a romantic light, it can be in a friendship manner too, and it was destiny that the two of you would meet. Destiny is a big controversy. Why in itself, and many people argue that destiny does not control the way they live. They begin to state that they control the way they're living and that they can change the course of their life if they wanted to. No words from God or destiny would make them change their mind. But then, ask yourself this. When you find that someone and you just suddenly find yourself drawn to them, you find yourself wanting to learn more from them, and before you realize it, you fell in love. Was it destiny or just plain coincidence? Because if it was coincidence, how can you explain the feelings that wash over you when your eyes linger on that person? How can you explain the immediate connection you had when you saw that person for the first time? How can one explain what they can't even explain themselves? It's a complicated subject, soulmates that is, and no one can really describe how they feel when they found that one person. No amount of words would suffice how much that person means to you. No amount of explaining would suffice your curiosity. Was it destiny that you just happened to come across the person who you were meant to be? Was it destiny that the moment you laid your eyes on that person, you never want to let them go? Was it really destiny or was it just a coincidence that no one can answer? Naruto's wide blue eyes lingered on Hinata, who was oblivious of his blunt stare and was talking with the baker about his day and his wife and children. He placed the cookie he was inspecting back into its basket and fully turned his body in the direction of his girlfriend. He didn't register that he's shifted his whole body in her direction or the fact that his eyes were focused solely on her and nothing else, but he felt the change in his soul the moment he saw Hinata's smile. And her cheeks flush that beautiful rosy color, and the twinkle in her eyes made his heart race. He felt the emotions swirling inside his body, and for a moment he wanted to whisk her away into his room so he can simply be with her. It was an urge that he's been controlling for a few days now. It was a need of his to touch her constantly, be it grabbing her hand, hugging her closer, encircling an arm around her waist, or simply playing with a strand of long, indigo hair. He wants her beside him. He wants some kind of physical proof that she's there and not some kind of genjutsu that he got caught on. A desire to simply love her sometimes overwhelms him so that his eyes tear up because he finally found someone to love. Do you understand how powerful that is? To find someone who loves you for you, flaws included, and has seen you at your worst yet, they still find you amazingly strong, handsome, and their love for you just keeps growing despite your many failures. Wasn't it just a beautiful emotion? Love. He's never felt this way before. Not for Sakura, or Kakashi, or even Sasuke. They were his friends, yes, but the deep connection he feels for Hinata, person who's loved him for such a long time, makes him become selfish, possessive, jealous, and happy, and so many other things. Here's someone who he wants to spend the rest of his life with. Here's someone who has seen him at his worst and still adores him like he was something special, something that has to be handled carefully. The way her gaze held so much love, and it'll lock with his own blue ones, his knees would shake and he'll get all sweaty and nervous. Who knew that he'll come to love someone like that? Was it destiny? Say hello to your wife for me, she finally said, waving at the baker and smiling widely. She turned around and gasped upon seeing Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, why are you crying? I love you so much, it hurts at times, he thought. I love you, I love you, I love you. But, was she ready for such a profound confession? Did her feelings go as deep as his does? Nothing. I just thought of something sad, and she hugged him tightly and whispered, I'm here for you. He pressed her closer, his head resting on her own. I know. It was cold. His eyes took in the memory he longed to forget. It was a dark past he wishes he never remembers, but sadly lived it when he was much younger. He was 6 years old again, shouting about being Hokage and secretly wishing someone would give him a smile or just a glance, and encouraging him about pursuing his dream. Tears descended down his cheeks and he couldn't stop the heart-wrenching sobs that escaped his lips. He ran away from the crowd, who only looked at him with hateful eyes, and the pain that coursed through his body made him cry more. Not being acknowledged and being scorned for something he didn't know made his body rack with cries of pain and loneliness. He took in a big gasp and Naruto snapped his eyes open. He stared at his ceiling and vaguely noted someone pressing up against him from his side. His heart still raced with agony, and only then did he notice the tears running down his face. The loneliness he felt just now was something he locked away for such a long time ago. The wound reopened and it brought back waves of unwanted memories. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata's soft and concerned voice filtered in his ears and his head turned to the side, his tears non-stopping. He secretly hoped that the darkness would cover up his salty tears, but the moment he felt a shift in the mattress and the lamp on his bedside table turn on, he knew he has been discovered. Hinata stared at him with concern-filled eyes, her brows furrowed. She paid no mind to her exposed torso. Instead, her focus was on him. What's wrong? What happened? He blinked back some tears and bit his lip, trying to stop his emotions from controlling him. I just had a nightmare. He didn't need to say more. And he knew this. Hinata knew him better than he knew himself. He didn't know if it was meant to be or she was born knowing about every single detail of his existence, but Hinata knew exactly what to say to him without his consent. At most times, when he's feeling distress about a mission or just feeling down, she knew what to do for him. She'll make some ramen, or she'll personally go down to Ichiraku's to order his ramen and bring it back with a wide smile on her face. Other times, she'll cover him up with a warm blanket and press his head on her bosom, cooing words to his ear as he calms down from his inner turmoil. She was something else, and he treasured her as much as he can. He felt that it wasn't enough, nothing would ever be enough, and yet she still stays by his side. He loves her so much. It's okay, I'm here now, she begins, a hand cupping his face and wiping away some tears. He noted that a few tears began to descend down her face as well. I'll never leave you, Naruto, because I don't want to. There is no other place I would love to be than here. I love you and you're not alone. She brought him closer and, for once, wasn't embarrassed or shy when their naked bodies made contact and their legs tangled. You're not alone. She kissed his temple in such a loving way that he brought her even closer. I love you, he choked out, tears running down his face. Please, never leave me. Please. I'll never leave you, she whispered, a hand running through his hair. Don't ever think that way. I love you so much. I love you too, Naruto. I love you. The reassurance was there and, like Hinata, she didn't have to say it for him to understand how much he meant to her. They were meant to be destined for it since the beginning of time. I do not understand. Hiba gazed at his sake, for a moment memorized by the dark liquid. Before chugging it, so you're not attracted to any other chick? Nope, just Hinata. Yeah, how, did you lose the attraction for other females or? They just don't turn me on, Naruto replied bluntly, catching the attention of the rest of the group. He was blushing because he wasn't used to the spotlight on his sex life. I just have eyes for Hinata, and I know it sounds weird since I'm a guy, but I love Hinata so much that nobody else catches my attention like she does. You're in love, drawled out Shikamaru, eyeing his own cup of sake, and that shouldn't be so weird. It's sad that people think that you'll cheat on your girlfriend because it's so obvious how much you love her. Yeah, piped in Choji, his mouth stuffed with pork before he swallowed. They have to be blind not to see it. Naruto shrugged, not paying attention to the hussies that purposely walked around their table while adjusting their shirts to be a little too inappropriate. I guess so. How long have you been with our youthful flower? Naruto cringed the way Lee asked about Hinata. Tried to squash down the bit of jealousy that also rose. Upand responded a bit too bitterly, she's fine. A bit tired from all the missions. We've had a lot of missions lately. Why? Because Hokage-sama has some suspicion around the border of Konohanga. I'm really worried about her though, interrupted Naruto, not noticing the cloud of gloom hovering above Shino. I don't like that she's so tired. I'm afraid she'll pass out anytime soon, Datbeo. Here's another order of pork slices, said one of the waitresses, placing a large plate of pork spice meat in the middle of the table. Hiba shamelessly glanced at the large amount of cleavage that was at display, but he saw the way the waitress turned only slightly to see if Naruto was watching her the way he was watching her. He bit back his smirk when Naruto was engaged in a conversation with Lee. So he really did mean it. He felt better knowing Naruto in no way would cheat on Hinata. Naruto bid farewell to his friends and left the bar earlier than usual, eager to return to his apartment and be in the arms of his lover Hinata. His mind replayed the scene about Hinata being the only one in his eyes, and he found himself proud how true that statement was. He didn't lie when he said that Hinata was the only one who riled him up. The way her eyes lit up when she saw him made his heart beat faster, and he was sure that nothing else would get a reaction like that from him. She was the only one that, with one glance, causes him to become a lovesick fool and aroused him in a way that frightens him. Her feelings for him played a major role for attraction. While he worships her body in their bedroom and he watches with a piercing gaze the way she reacts to his touches, his body becomes hard with want and need. The idea that she withers underneath him because she finds him attractive for being him and just a mere touch initiates a fire within her because she loves him so brings out a primal need, and he dives into her again and again, never tiring of her body. She's shy and he's outgoing, and he thought it clash in their bedroom, but it was quite the contrary. He loves bringing her out of her shell, and when he succeeds in making her cry out his name or whimper loudly, his pride and ego bursts high up as well as his joy in pleasing her. At rare times that are becoming more frequent than rare, she'll get the courage to start the love-making, and the hot burning desire will course through his veins when he sees his normally shy lover become a bit confident in the bedroom. He blushes when he feels a familiar tightness in his pants and begins to sprint from one roof to the other, quickening his pace to arrive to his apartment faster. Their sex life varies and depends on how they feel that night or morning or afternoon. Sometimes they make love, slow and steady, taking in the other's moans and learning the small touches that makes their lover quiver. In those moments, he'll take the time to soak in her flush face and the way her hands would go to his hair and pull not so hard but it's no longer a soft pull either, and her perky nipples, and just everything hardens him even more. Other times they'll have hardcore sex, the kind where primal needs take over and he doesn't care that he's screaming her name or she's whimpering nonstop. In those times, his eyes would tender because his shy lover would take a big step out of her comfort zone only to please him. It touches his soul that she'll go such great lengths to satisfy him, and every time they indulge in sexual activities, he always makes it his top priority to make her feel comfortable and please her until her body shakes with satisfaction. But no matter if it was the rough, their bodies would always be in sync. It was as if they read each other's minds and moved in a certain way that touched their sensitivity and heightened their senses that the next moment They were withering under their touch. It was as if they were born for each other and had years and years, centuries of exploring each other's bodies. They were connected in a way that he doubted he'll find in someone else, and not that he wants to. Hinata sighed. Just thinking about her brings out sides of him that he didn't know he had. His apartment in view, he smiled widely. He knew what he wanted the moment he'll step through his door. Let's just hope Hinata is ready for a night of wild passion. You know what I'm craving right now? I want some miso ramen with extra pork and little egg. Yeah, how do you know? You start craving that around this time. Really? Why yeah. Do you want to go to Ichiraku's, Naruto? He smiled widely. Sure. Today is a fine day, started out Naruto, his hands behind his head and walking in the busy streets of Konoha. Hinata smiled upon hearing his happy statement and resumed glancing around. She heard Naruto snap his fingers and an eager smile spread across his face. We should do something today. Want to train? Naruto nearly tripped over his own feet. How did you know that? Can you read my mind? He playfully tapped her forehead and she laughed, resting her head on his shoulder. I just know you too well. You're my personal stalker. Oh, stop it. She waved her hand and he laughed upon seeing her blushing face. Hinata fell on their couch, her body sinking into it. Her body felt like lead and she desperately wanted to massage her caves, but her body betrayed her thoughts. Her mind screamed for sleep but her eyes refused to shut. She sighed and nearly cried then and there. Who knew being a mother was so tiring? She just came back from the Hyuga compound where she dropped of Boruto and Himawari to visit their grandfather. After, she ran errands all around Konoha while accepting gifts from the villagers. For our beautiful first lady. She still wasn't used to the title and always bowed low after receiving a gift. So her errands plus the grocery shopping plus stopping every few minutes to receive gifts adds up to a very stressed and tired Hinata. The silence in her home made her sigh and she rested her head on the couch. Her eyes slowly closing, she felt a breeze and a shift in the atmosphere and opened her eyes only to lock gazes with the deep, blue eyes of her husband. He smiled tenderly and kissed her temple. Did he use the door? Horrified that she might be losing touch of her ninja skills, she tried to stand up and go train for a bit only for a large hand to stop her. Naruto pushed her down gently and whispered I'll be back. She rotated her wrists and nearly jumped when Naruto placed a blanket on her. The warmth made her body sluggish and she leaned into the couch. She watched with half-lidded eyes as her husband put on the teapot and took out her favorite seasonal tea. After the whistling and preparing her tea, he came back and gingerly placed the cup of tea on her lips. Their eyes never broke contact and she blew the cup, taking a small sip. She smiled when he placed the cup on the table and covered himself with her. She rested her head on his shoulder and beneath the blanket they interlocked their fingers. Sometimes she was happy that he could read her like a book. Chapter 18. Day 18. You're going to be a big brother. Boruto swung his legs while he played with his action figures. His papa walked in with his mama who was smiling so brightly. He tossed his toys to the side and ran to his mama's side, hugging her legs and snuggling into her warmth. Her tickling laughter made him smile and he stretched his arms at his papa so he can get carried. Papa smiled widely and picked him up, the height difference making him laugh out of nervousness and excitement. Boruto, Mama and Papa have something to tell you, began Mama who led them out of his room. She sat down on the couch and Papa placed him between them. What is it, Mama? He cutely cocked his head when his mama ruffled his hair and kissed his cheek. He beamed and blushed from the attention. You're going to be a big brother. Big brother. What is that, Mama? He's heard of it before. When he goes to kindergarten he hears his friends saying that word but never before had it been spoken in his house. It means you're going to have a little sister. A little sister. Hi. Like Hanabi is to me. You'll have one of your own. Really? Is she being delivered today? He ran to the door and opened it, looking around frantically for the package that had his dear little sister. Road Papa laughed and his big father scooped him into his arms, closing the door with his foot. No, Boruto, your little sister is inside Mama. They crouched in front of Mama's flat stomach and Boruto cocked his head, confused beyond belief. How did little sister get in there? It's a bit complicated, said Mama, her face a dash of pink before she smiled widely. But she'll be coming soon. Are you ready to be a big brother? Why yes Tsubasa. His parents laughed and he couldn't help but join them. Mama's tummy grew over the past few months. Boruto was in awe and always asked his mama questions about her tummy and his little sister. Was his little sister growing? Did it hurt? Was mama getting fat? What did his little sister eat? How can she breathe? He was constantly fussing over his mama, like his papa, and always tried to help her in any way. He saw the changes his mama began to have. Like sometimes she'll cringe out of pain and grab her tummy-thats when papa would ask her a million K. Or sometimes she'll push away her favorite plate with a wince, mumbling how sad that she couldn't even eat her favorite dish. Other times mama would get so tired and he'll find her lying in her bedroom, asleep with one hand on her bulging belly. He misses playing with his mama, but papa explained that she couldn't move around much without hurting his little sister. We have to protect mama and your little sister, okay Boruto? We'll be like knights. Papa nodded quickly with a wide smile on his face. Exactly. One day Boruto was playing in the living room with mama watching him from the couch. Their house was quiet since papa was working and Boruto was getting a bit bored with his action figures. Discouraged, he tossed the toys aside and went up to his mama, staring at her large belly. Are you sure you didn't eat my little sister, mama? He cocked his head and his eyes never left his mama's big belly. Mama laughed and shook her head. I'm sure I didn't eat her, my baby boy. Do you want to feel her? Feel her? He was a bit nervous about that. But mama just gave him an encouraging smile that made all his worries and fears disappear. She grabbed his little hand and gently placed it on her tummy. He felt movement under his palm and gasped. His eyes were wide and mama smiled widely. That's your little sister. He felt a kick to his palm and jumped. A wide smile stretched on his face. She kicked me Tsubasa. Mama, my little sister is moving. The awe in his voice and eyes was not lost by his suddenly happy mama. She's happy to see you. The rest of the day, Boruto never left his mama's side. He was always asking if he can touch her tummy so he can feel his little sister, and he was excited for the day his little sister would arrive home. Boruto sleepily wiped his eyes. Not knowing why he was in the hospital, he was sitting on those uncomfortable chairs and Aunt Hanabi was beside him, her eyes looking at the double doors that mama and papa went through. Aunt Hanabi, he whined while tugging her sleeve, I'm sleepy. She cradled him close and he rested his head on her shoulder. Aunt Hanabi, is mama and papa okay? Yeah, she whispered, your little sister is coming today. He perked up when he heard that, but his little body was so tired. Oh okay. He tried to stay awake, and as the hours passed, his eyes began to drop. A few more friends of his parents came. Lee gave up, finally sagging onto his aunt. What felt like minutes but was really hours, he felt movement and his body being transferred into another pair of arms. He opened his eyes slowly and saw his papa's smiling face. Papa, his sleepy nature all but vanished and he wrapped his arms around his neck. His papa kissed his head and they began to walk past the double doors. How's mama? He was worried for her after all. She's good. Are you ready to see your little sister, Datbeo? Oddly enough, his papa's voice went high-pitched and it sounded like he was trying to hold back a sob. Boruto was about to ask if he was okay when papa led them into a room. Mama looked tired from where she was lying down, but there was a bundle in her arms. Her lavender eyes glanced at them and she smiled widely and a few tears slid down her face. Mama, are you okay? Boruto tried to wiggle out of his papa's arms, but he felt papa's arms constrict tighter around him. Boruto, do you want to see your little sister? Finally, after a few agonizing months, he'll finally see his little sister. Papa walked to mama's side and they both looked down to see the bundle in her arms. He only saw a bit of mama's hair color and he tried to look closer. Naruto let him sit beside me. He was placed beside his mama and she uncovered a bit of the blanket. It was a baby who had mama's hair and skin color. Boruto tentatively reached out to touch his little sister but stopped, giving his parents a questioning gaze. They both nodded and he caressed her cheek. It was so soft. What's her name? He asked excitedly, trying not to jump on the bed. Himawari Uzumaki. Boruto has noticed a few changes in mama and papa. They both don't play with him as much as they used to, and they both were focused more on Himawari than him. During dinner, Mama's focus would be on his little sister and Papa would occasionally talk to him, but his eyes would always look at the direction of Mama and Himawari. At nights, Papa would be the only one tucking him into bed, and he nearly threw a tantrum when Mama didn't walk through those doors. He began to grow jealous of his little sister who took away all of the attention he had. He'll walk into the nursery room and stare at the baby who was asleep. What was so great about her? During one special night, he was startled awake by Himawari's cries. He sluggishly made his way to the nursery room and watched with half-lidded eyes as his baby sister cried and cried. Something made him reach for the bottle that was on the furniture, and he turned around to head to the kitchen. He didn't like it when his little baby sister cried, and he's seen his parents make some kind of special milk for her. Mama opened the door and Boruto held up the empty bottle. I want to feed Himawari, Mama. I don't want her to cry anymore. A few minutes later, Boruto was sitting between his parents, cradling Himawari close while feeding her. He was in awe on how beautiful his baby sister is. Papa pulled the bottle away from her and she burped. She giggled and reached her arms for her older brother, who looked between Papa and Mama. She loves you, Boruto, whispered Papa, a tender smile on his face. She knows she's in good hands, said Mama while ruffling his hair. Boruto looked down at his sister who was slowly closing her eyes while snuggling into him. I'll protect her, Papa, Mama, I swear. Chi Tabasa. Chapter 19. Day 19. Intimacy. Naruto caressed her cheek, a soft smile on his face. His thumb ran over the curve of her cheekbone, down to her full lips, to her long eyelashes, and finally to the tip of her nose. He marked out his own map and proceeded to litter her face with soft, butterfly kisses. His lips lingered at the corner of her mouth and he felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and he'll also like to think with want. Naruto, whimpered Hinata, a hand hesitant at first reached up to trace his whisker marks. The little prickles of facial hair made her smile and she reached up to kiss his chin. She closed her eyes, still not used to the tender and lustful way he'll look at her, and kissed his lips, enjoying the way he reacted almost immediately. They were alone in their house and they decided to enjoy the little, intimate time they had for each other without any interruptions. It started with a cuddling session and it slowly escalated to a full-blown make-out. His wife, even after many years of marriage, was still shy when he'll harden and purposely press himself against her. Or the way he'll cup her cheek and just stare at her without as much as a blink. She was so beautiful and he couldn't drink enough of her. His hand cupped her buttocks and she squeaked. He smiled into the kiss and his lips moved down to her neck. She whimpered and he thrust into her. God, he would never tire of this. His fingers trailed from her back to the front, leaving a trail of goosebumps. Her hand dived into his short, wild yellow hair and she felt him shiver, his head pressing against her bosom. She smiled and enjoyed the feeling of silky locks between her fingers. She tangled her legs with his and with her other hand, interlocked their fingers. They locked gazes and she kissed his nose, making it twitch. She laughed and he snuggled closer to her, his head resting comfortably against her bosom. He breathed in her scent and he felt himself relax. You're so beautiful. How many times have I told you that? I've lost count. Really? That much? Well, I'll probably never stop. He felt her giggle. You're really handsome, Naruto. I know. He grinned widely. The comfortable silence settled between them and he took in a deep breath. His body sagged and he hummed. This is nice, Hinata. She hummed in agreement. It is, Naruto. He felt her fingers massage his scalp and he nearly drooled. Right there, he moaned and she laughed. After a few minutes of peaceful silence and her magical hands massaging his head, he raised their interlocked hand and admired the difference. I love you. She smiled widely. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine him, of all people, would say those words to her every day. But now she had all that she ever wanted. And she'll never trade that for anything. I love you too, Naruto. Oh, I love you too. She almost cried then and there. He glanced up at her and gave her a tender smile, something small yet soft. Let me show you how much I care for you, my beautiful wife. The last part was a whisper as he closed the distance between the two. Chapter 20. Day 20. You're drunk. Naruto groaned and massaged his temple. His eyes shut tightly when the sunlight hit them. God, did I get drunk? Images of last night flashed before his eyes. It was a guy's night out and the group decided to hang out at a bar. Kiba, always the competitive one, challenged him into a drinking contest but he passed the opportunity. There's no point, Kiba Baka, he tried to argue. Kurama's chakra burns out all the alcohol in my system. If I drink, I won't get drunk. Kiba, of course knowing Naruto for such a long time, knew how to push his buttons. What, are you afraid that you'll do something out of character, scaredy cat? That riled him up. He started chugging down glass after glass. A group started surrounding the Mond. He lost count after 30 shots. He tried to assess his body but he found no side effects of a hangover. He decided to open his eyes after he came to the realization that no, he wasn't drunk. He sat up immediately when he realized that not only was he not at the bar, but he was at a small, secluded clearing. Damn that Kiba, I bet he was the one who knocked me out and decided to leave me here, he grumbled under his breath as he stood up. He wiped some grass off his jeans and decided to head back to his apartment, where Hinata was surely waiting for him anxiously. How am I going to explain to her what happened? He pondered about it some more before hearing the sound of grunting nearby. The sound of metal was next and his curiosity perked up. He expanded his chakra senses and he smelled a scent that he was very familiar with. What the? He ran quickly towed behind a large tree. He watched the little boy throw some shuriken at a log only for the weapons to miss their target. The little boy groaned out of frustration and if Naruto looked closer, tears were appearing at the corner of their eyes. But what Naruto didn't understand was that he was looking at a younger version of himself. He was about 6 or 7 years old. His younger counterpart pulled at his wild, yellow LOCKS and decided to drop down and do push-ups. What the hell was this? Was this some kind of time travel or genjutsu? Naruto concentrated his chakra and whispered, Kai. He scanned his surroundings and, to his horror, found no changes. He always sucked at genjutsu but being a ninja for 9 years and an excellent ninja at that knew, at least, how to get out of a genjutsu. His heart raced and his mind started to panic and draw out ideas that seemed beyond science explanation. Was this some kind of time-traveling jutsu? If so, who casted it upon him? A nearby sound caught his attention and he saw a shadow hiding behind a tree like him. He squinted and his heart raced when he saw who it was. Hinata, he whispered, his cheeks flushing. Only, it wasn't his 19-year-old girlfriend but her 6 or 7-year-old counterpart. Little Hinata was hidden well behind the large tree and she shyly looked at little Naruto with such awe in her eyes, it made Naruto feel a little self-conscious for his young, past self. He wondered if he was invisible to his past life and can wander freely without any problems or if he was a solid, energy source and everyone can see him. Feeling a bit curious but a lot of mischievous, he sneakily crept up behind little Hinata and whispered in her ear, "What you doing?" Little Hinata turned around so quickly that locks of her hair tickled his skin and he nearly hugged her then and there. They both stared at each other for a long time. Naruto was taking in the cuteness and beauty that was his girlfriend when she was little. The Hyuga family didn't have NY photos of a little Hinata and he was a bit disappointed because only then did he realize what he took for granted. He always had his attention on Sakura when he was younger and at times he regrets not noticing Hinata as well. So seeing little Hinata in front of him made his heart race and he didn't know how much longer he can hold on to his desire to hug her tightly. Little Hinata, however, was frozen shock. This man looked exactly like her Naruto-kun except, he was a bit older. But how can that be? She turned around slowly to see little Naruto still doing push-ups and turned back to see Naruto still crouched down low and staring at her with a tender look with a small blush. She felt faint and she started to sway. He was very handsome, this Naruto, and his wild, yellow hair was short. What if this was some kind of dream? Before she collapsed, Naruto caught her and she finally fainted when she saw him give her that foxy, wide smile. Naruto, remembering back in the days the many times Hinata fainted and now knew the reason why, cradled her close. He peeked out from behind the tree and saw his younger counterpart gathering his belongings. It was getting late, he noted, and he was a bit worried. How he was going to take little Hinata back to her compound without getting detected. But for now, He settled against the trunk of the tree and watched his little Hinata close. She was so cute. Her baby fat made her cheeks look so chubby and her wide, innocent lavender eyes made his heart race. Her short indigo hair was so soft and he touched a strand of that silky hair. Little Hinata snuggled closer to her source of warmth and sighed softly, a small smile on her face. Naruto chuckled and decided that staying here for a few more minutes wasn't such a bad idea. His eyes took in ever wide detail and made sure that he didn't miss a spot. He sighed sadly and regretted not seeing her sooner. Ever since she was a small girl, she was watching him from the shadows and encouraging him though her words were never heard. How the tides could have changed if he had her sooner in his life, but nothing can change that now. He did have her and he's not going to let go of her, never. The moon as up high and he decided it was time to tuck in his sunny place. He lowered his chakra signature and jumped from tree to tree and raced through the streets of Konoha. He infiltrated the Hyuga compound. He's done it before several times. What makes the past Hyuga compound any different? And prayed that little Hinata had the same room like her future self. He unlocked the latch of her window and entered slowly, taking in his surroundings while clutching her closer. When he saw nothing out of the ordinary and also noted that it was her room, he tucked her into bed. He stayed by her side and whipped some strands of hair away from her face. He caressed her cheek and smiled. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "You're so pretty, Hinata." He felt himself floating suddenly and he saw his vision blackening. Afraid that his time has run out, he grabbed her very small hand and squeezed it. The sudden movement made her eyes open slightly and she squeezed his hand back. "Naruto-kun, Hinata," he whispered. He was afraid that if he really did get sent back, that he already messed up their future. "You're an amazing fighter and you'll grow up strong. Keep training and don't ever give up. That's our Nindo." Her eyes lit up and he felt his heart thump against his chest almost painfully. I will. To protect Naruto-kun, I will." He vanished and little Hinata was left alone in her room with a smile on her sleeping face. Naruto opened his eyes and stood up, immediately on alert. He realized that he was in the same clearing as before and his eyes glanced up at the sky. The sun was high and it looked like it was morning. What the hell is going on? Deciding not to ponder about it further, he decided to go to his apartment and check if he was in the same time period like before. If not and he finally gets to see Hinata, he'll have one hell of a story to tell. Gotta be out of public eye, just in case. He masked his chakra and jumped from tree branch to tree branch. Before jumping into a main avenue, he transformed into a simple-looking civilian. He tried to walk casually but his steps quickened and he almost broke to a full-out run when his apartment was in view. "Hey, Sakura-chan, wanna go on a date, datbayo?" Quote. His body froze in mid-step and he slowly turned around to see his 12-year-old self talking with an annoyed, young Sakura. "No, Naruto baka, you know I like Sasuke-kun." Young Sakura turned the other way, glaring at a wall. "Come on," whined young Naruto, waving his arms in an exaggerating manner. "I'll pay." "No way. See you later, Naruto," she said before walking away. Young Naruto's shoulders hunched and he pouted, kicking the dirt. "Baka Sasuke," he mumbled under his breath. Naruto watched on with sad-filled eyes. "This is the time when I still had a crush on Sakura-chan, but then that means," he nearly cursed then and there. What the hell was happening? First he was sent back to when he was a little kid and now he was in his adolescence years. Best thing to do now is to train. Datbayo. Young Naruto pumped his fists and eagerly ran to the training fields. Naruto chuckled as he watched his younger counterpart disappear into the horizon. He heard a sound from behind him and he turned around, expecting some wild cat. But there, looking after young Naruto with dreamy and awe in her eyes, was young Hinata. She was 12 and god, did she look beautiful. Naruto could do nothing but stare at her, frozen in shock. The sun's rays highlighted her indigo locks and her eyes a beautiful shade of lavender made his heart race. His cheeks flew, shed when he realized he was staring at her for a very long time. He nervously kicked the dirt and scratched his cheek. Before he knew what he was doing, he was walking in her direction, eager to hear her young voice. "Things like these," he thought, "didn't come to you in a silver platter. And even if this was some kind of drealt real to him and he'll cherish these moments forever." Hina, I mean, who are you looking at? Thank God for transformation jutsus. Oh, Anyo. No one. She nervously twiddled her thumbs and her cheeks flared up with a blush. He chuckled. You know, if you like him so much maybe you should chase after him. He was expecting some kind of fainting spell but he did not expect her eyes to lose that color that make her look so alive. Her shoulders dropped and she hugged herself. He felt her insecurity. It was something that his Hinata sometimes showed and he forced himself not to hug her and coo soothing words into her ear. Naruto-kun deserves someone stronger. She trailed off and she shook her head. Sumimasen. I must go. Before he can muster up something to say, she was running away from him. Wait. He called after her, chasing her into the dense woods. At own point he decided to drop the transformation and add chakra to his feet, making him catch her within seconds. Wait. He appeared before her and she crashed against his chest. She tumbled back but he wrapped his arms around her. Hey, don't cry. His chest constricted upon seeing her tears. Please, let me. Her eyes widened when she saw his face and she gasped. Immediately her face turned cherry red and if Naruto didn't know any better, he was afraid steam would begin to come out of her ears. Whoa, wait, don't faint. He didn't want limited time like he did with little Hinata. Please don't faint. I don't know how much time I have left here. He couldn't help it. His thumb caressed her cheek and his eyes tendered. Young Hinata covered her face. She couldn't believe it. This young and very handsome and looks exactly like her Naruto-kun except he was older. Was this some kind of genjutsu that some bullies decided to cast upon her? Her tears pricked up at the thought and he brought her hands together and yelled, Kai. Naruto was amused. He smiled that gorgeous smile and he ruffled her hair, secretly enjoying her silky indigo locks. Hinata-chan. She swayed at the spot. This isn't some kind of illusion. I'm here. He grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest where surely she felt his racing heart. She blushed at the contact and she glanced down at the dirt floor. What does she say now? Her heart jumped when she remembered the tender look he was giving her. Wait, what if he was from the future? Anyo. Naruto-san. Naruto-kun, he corrected with a wide smile. Naruto-kun. She blushed under his gaze. Are you from the future? Only then did she notice that her hand was still on his chest and his hand was covering hers. She tried to pull away but to her secret delight he squeezed her hand. In a way I am, I guess. Oh, so are you Naruto-kun from the future? Her blush wasn't leaving her face and Naruto was afraid she'll faint. Yeah, I am. And, Hinata-chan. I want you to forgive stupid, old me. You're not stupid, Naruto-kun. Her statement was laced with confidence and conviction. He held back in cupping her cheek. No, not on that. He bit his lip, conflicted if he should tell her to pursue him in a romantic light or not. He suddenly felt light once again and, to his horror, he realized that he's about to leave. Hinata-chan, I want you to remember that sometimes I could be a bit slow and dense and the only way to get my attention is for you to talk to me. I know it sounds nerve-wracking but I promise you, this time he kissed her forehead. I promise you that you'll become the most important person in my life. He disappeared and young Hinata was left a blushing mess but with a wide smile. I'll try, future Naruto-kun. For you. Damn it, not again. Naruto stood up and nearly tore off his yellow locks when he realized that he woke up in the same clearing at the same time. What is the point of this? He growled before, storming off to a training ground he knew so well. He gave up on going to his apartment because he had a feeling that he won't be in his own timeline. This is probably like some other universe or song. Kind of genjutsu because it can't be explained what was happening to him. Maybe it was punishment for not noticing Hinata in such a long time. He arrived at training ground 7 and he smiled almost ickly when he saw the logs in the middle of the clearing. In a second step, he was in front of the poor thing and threw a punch at it. He didn't stop until he heard a loud squeal. Angry that he was disturbed, he turned around with a snarl but stopped shortly when he saw teenage Hinata. No way, he whispered, his arms dropping to the side. He had a more clear detail image of teenage Hinata Beck. During his teenage years he did notice the slight changes in his shy but amazing friend. But now that he came from the future and is in love with her, Seeing her teenage self made his heart race. Her face turned red almost immediately and he was worried, once again, that she'll faint. Don't faint, okay. Hinata-chan, she gasped, don't faint. I don't know what's happening but I came from the future and I'm just so happy to see you. Before thinking through his actions, he was upon her and he hugged her tightly. She was still shorter than her future self and he relished in the magnificent high difference. He felt her tense from the surprise hug but slowly she hugged him back. He mentally cheered at the reaction and he snuggled closer. Hinata, he whispered. Hi, Naruto-san. He chuckled. She never changed, huh? Naruto-kun. I don't know how much longer I have in this time period but this time I will say something meaningful. He grabbed her shoulders and looked into her eyes. You're an amazing fighter and you can kick ass when you believe in yourself. You doubt yourself too much and you sometimes blind yourself from your potential. You might think that I won't recognize who you are because you're not as strong as me but I do. You're a proud failure like me and I never forgot that. Fight on, okay. Tears descended down her cheeks and his heart jumped from the pain. He brushed away some of them before tenderly cradling her head. You helped me in so many occasions that I could never repay you. Keep training because you have an amazing potential to fight. Don't give up on me because I need someone like you on my side. Give this old baka a chance, nay. He cracked a smile and she laughed, wiping away some tears. Oh, of course I'll wait for you, Naruto-kun. I always will. Because he interrupted her confession with another hug. He relished in the feeling of having her in his arms and he closed his eyes, taking in her scent. God, going through those different time zones made him realize all of the amazing memories he could have made. How much longer he could have loved Hinata if he only realized sooner. He could have experienced the hand holding or the loving glances in his earlier life. But it doesn't matter now because he appreciates Hinata even more. He saw with his own eyes the depth of her feelings ever since she was little and never again would he leave her with an I love you. It would be accompanied with kisses and hugs and cuddles. It will be grand and he thinks he'll never tire from it. He felt himself going light but for once didn't complain. He was here with teenage Hinata, hugging her and coming to an epiphany that he'll never forget. I love you, he whispered before disappearing. Teenage Hinata's tears never stopped flowing and her heart never stopped beating so loud. Oi, Hinata, that voice. She turned around slowly and wiped away her tears. Her Naruto-kun was approaching her with a wide smile. Fight on. I will, Naruto-kun. To protect everyone I love, including you. Hey, he's waking up. Kami, you had us worried sick. Oi, someone call Hinata. She must be worried. Upon hearing her name, he sat up. He felt no pain or any dizziness. He felt completely fine. He glanced around and saw no changes in his friends. He was in his apartment. He was taking a wilding guess. And it looked like it was night. What happened? You don't remember? Asked Shikamaru, his eyes narrow on the bar and Kiba right after. Hey, don't tell him that. We thought you passed out from the alcohol. He can't, said Sakura. Her face scrunched up with concern. He has Kurama-sama's chakra, remember? It's not possible. He was silent for a moment before remembering something. Did any of you guys cast a genjutsu on me? They all looked genuinely confused but it was Shino who spoke first. No. Why? I had this weird dream where I visited Hinata when she was little, then when she was around 12, and finally when she was 16. I thought I got sent back in time or was caught in an illusion. It felt so real. Everyone was silent but it was broken by the sound of running steps. Dude, said Kiba with a wide smile. You're drunk. Yeah, maybe. He smiled when he saw Hinata's relived expression. Chapter 21. Day 21. Disney or DreamWorks. Oh, shackled, imprisoned. She felt isolated and dangerous. Trapped in a tower far away from her home, she felt like a monster, an unwanted person who was cursed with something she didn't want. She didn't wish to be born with the curse to control ice. To freeze things with just a mere touch. She didn't ask for this and she most certainly didn't ask to be casted away like trash. Up here, tied in chains and left to rot, gave her little to no hope of surviving and feeling the light against her skin. She missed her sister, Hanabi, who was now crowned Queen of Arendelle, and was saddened when a few guards came to tell her the news that they delivered to her dear, younger sister. "We told her that we couldn't find you in the mountains. We couldn't find a body and that now the title fell upon her," sneered the guards, their eyes glistening with malice. Oh, how she wept when she heard that. They lied to her sister, who now thought she was dead. She tried to escape several times, but the elders of her home came to her with a hidden agenda. "Do you want to hurt your sister? Your people?" they began to say, enjoying the torment that was raging in her eyes. "You don't know how to control your sorcery, and at any moment you can freeze your sister to death. Do you want to kill her?" She fell on her knees, crying and crying, begging that she'll learn how to control it. "Hinata, you are cursed with something that is dangerous. You are to stay up here until your last breath leaves you." That was the last time anyone entered her abandoned, cold chamber. The chains holding her hands were frozen from long ago, and the walls were covered with a thin layer of ice. Every step she took created more of the icy temperature, and she became desperate to feel any cold stabbing her skin. Alone, forever. Excuse me, I brought your food." Well, she wasn't technically alone. The elders organized a servant to take care of her needs and to be by her chambers for the rest of their life. Whoever was chosen for such a task, she pitied him. Didn't he know that he'll be taking care of her until she dies? Didn't he fear her like the rest? Thank you. I'm going to open the door, okay." The tenderness in his question made her heart jump, and, for a moment, some of the ice thawed. The door opened with force and some ice fell on the servant's coat. "Whoa, don't you get cold in here? Last time I came to drop off your food, it was just a bit warmer." He smiled at her and she shyly smiled back. "I can't really tell." "Oh," he answered as if she wasn't the Snow Queen. The evil Snow Queen. Her mood dampened and she moved to the far end of the room. "You could leave the tray there," she said, her eyes looking at the floor. "I don't want to hurt you." The room became silent after that, and she thought that the servant already left. But suddenly she felt cloth on her shoulders, and she whipped around to see the smiling, yellow-haired servant putting a blanket on her. "There, so you won't get so cold." Some of the ice on the walls began to melt. "You remember my name, right?" He gave her that gorgeous smile once more, as if she wasn't something dangerous or labeled as a monster. She smiled back and her eyes prickled with tears. "Uzumaki Naruto, I'll never forget your name." He blushed and scratched the back of his head. "Gee, thanks. The tray of food is right over there. Need anything, just call me and I'll be here." He left right after, and Hinata was left staring at the door. She touched the warm silk and snuggled closer to it. He didn't complain about the cold. Once again she felt lonely. She sat on the window seat and took in the image of the outside world. From here, she can see the castle where she grew up in and the city buzzing with her people. She watched as some birds flew to the horizon and how the breeze made the flags wave. The sunlight touched her skin, but she felt no warmth. Her room was too cold for her to feel anything. She missed it, her freedom and right of speech. It was taken away from her, and the only thing stopping her was the fear of hurting someone she loved. She heard news of her sister's engagement to a young fellow by the name Konohamaru, and a protective instinct flared up inside of her. She wished that she'll be able to attend her only sister's wedding and congratulate her in finding someone to love, but she couldn't. She just couldn't take the risk of hurting Hanabi once more. The room became noticeably colder, but Hinata paid no mind to it. She felt no difference. "Hello, are you awake, Hinata?" Hinata perked up when she heard Naruto's voice, but confusion soon settled in. Only moments ago he brought her breakfast and he was to come back around the afternoon. So what was he doing here? "Hello. Oh, I am awake. Do you want to come in?" Who would want to come in a place that was freezing? "Sure, thanks." He opened the door with a smile on his face and a large coat. She sighed out of relief. At least he'll be a bit warm. "Sue, what you doing?" He rocked on his heels and waited for her to answer. She's only known him for a few weeks, but even she knew this was odd. "Aren't you afraid of me?" she blurted out before covering her mouth. Why couldn't she just go along with his shenanigans? She's been so alone, and to have someone from the outside world approach her out of their own free will made her happy. Wouldn't it be better just to go along with his silly little game than to be alone in this god-awful cold room? Of course I'm not. Her head snapped in his direction and her mouth was wide open. I heard of the other guards talking about how evil you were and that why. Our magic is a curse, but I think that if you were really a monster, you would have already frozen this whole tower and its occupants and escape. But you haven't. He paused and a dust of pink settled on his cheeks. I also listen to you when you sing. She blushed and nervously twiddled her thumbs. And you're so alone. You think that no one loves you, but that's not true. He looked back at the door. Check if no one else was around before digging in his pockets. He took out a photo and gave it to her. She was afraid. All of a sudden, what if she froze him? Her only source of happiness would be gone. He watched her curl away from him and he immediately raised his hands in a defensive manner. No, it's okay. You're not going to hurt me, he cooed, noticing the drop of temperature. The sham began to get colder and the walls and floors began to freeze to the point that the ice began to crack. He shivered, but he focused on the beautiful queen who looked ready to cry. Trust me, please. She closed her eyes and in her mind said, I will not hurt him. He is precious to me. She grabbed the photo and her eyes snapped open. There, that wasn't so bad, He was smiling at her as if his life wasn't in the line a few moments ago. I did it. The ice began to thaw just a bit. I actually did it. She gave him a wide, beautiful smile and he blushed. She glanced down at the photo and immediately began to tear up. The photo was taken during her little sister's wedding. Hanabi was smiling widely and she was being hugged by a brown-haired male who she was guessing to be Konohamaru. Her little sister looked so happy and it's okay. She didn't notice when he put his arms around her or the fact she didn't freeze him. But the room stilled for a moment, the particles frozen in midair. She misses you, Yano. She always looks at the North Mountain with some kind of hope in her eyes. She shook in pain. I promise you in this moment. She glanced up at him as he glanced down at her with a wide smile. I will try to make you happy. You're not alone, Hinata. She didn't move, didn't breath. She could only stare at Naruto as he smiled widely. That's a big promise to keep. You could get hurt. She tried to convince him that maybe it was a foolish promise to make. She didn't want him getting hurt. Such a sunny person deserved a longer life. I know what I'm saying. And I say that I will make you the happiest queen alive. They locked gazes and simultaneously smiled. It was a bit warmer in the room. Every day after that, when Naruto brought up her food, he'll see tea down in her room and chat about the latest news in Arendelle and about his day and asking what she did before getting stuck here. She always listened with captive attention and snuggled into the blanket he gave her. She treasured the fabric because it provided warmth to her cold skin. She was shy, at first, when he asked her questions about her royal lifestyle, but his smile and blue eyes encouraged her to come out of her shell and talk freely. She felt alive in those days and she treasured the memories that were being created. Both adults didn't notice the changes that the room gradually took. The ice began to thaw and puddles began to show all around them, though they paid no mind to it. The ice slowly began to vanish and in its place was the warmth of the sun's rays. They were more focused on each other than the changes going on around them. Naruto was, at first, a bit scared and curious when he took the job of being the evil Snow Queen's servant. He had no money or Fryan. DS and family and the elders argued it was great job that paid fairly well. It was after a few days that he realized why exactly he was chosen. He was alone and no one, if he died on the job, would me looking for him or asking about his whereabouts. The guards would constantly tell him to be wary of the monster locked away in the tower because she couldn't control her magic. She'll freeze you in the spot, one sneered. The others agreeing. But Naruto was different than those who judged the queen based solely on her magic. He'll see it for himself and he'll be the judge if she was truly a monster or not. He began to watch her secretly, noticing the way she always hesitated before touching anything. She was afraid, he noted, of her own powers. She didn't want to hurt anything. His chest constricted in pain and for some reason, he wanted to show her that she wasn't the monster that she thought she was. She longed for some kind of contact the way she'll stare outside but was convinced that it was best she stayed locked up. She was shy and kept to herself, a great contrast from his personality. But her singing always caught his attention. Her voice carried out a sorrowful tone and longing in her voice to see her little sister and to be someone normal, always hit him in tidal waves of pain. He was convinced that she wasn't like anything the elders said she was, and he thought about a plan that would get her to realize how amazing she was. It was a plan he was confident that he'll succeed. What he didn't count on was falling in love with the Snow Queen. She was beautiful that at times he was left memorized. Her indigo locks were unnatural, but he found himself wanting to run his hands over the soft-looking hair. He was tempted to break the barrier between them, but rejection held him back. Why would the beautiful queen love him? But it wasn't only her hair that he loved. Her eyes, something out of this world, always caught his attention. They were different, a shade of light lavender. And he couldn't help but just stare at her pretty little face. If he could, he would stare at her all day and forget about the outside world. He would purposely lock himself in the with her if it meant staying by her side. He wanted to be her only source of happiness, and he, without noticing it, was achieving that goal. So let me get this straight, he began to say, you know how to cook? Why yes, she answered in a whisper, but a wide smile was shown on her face. But weren't you heir to the throne? He took off his coat. It was bit warm in here after all. I was, but cooking would always distract me. I remember going downstairs to the kitchen late at night and cook myself something or bake some cookies. I created something that didn't freeze and it made me very happy. She sighed, remembering her lonely childhood. Naruto stared at her for a while before looking at the floor. I had no one to. She looked at him with wide eyes. What do you mean? I'm an orphan. He played with his woolen shirt. The caretakers didn't know who my parents were and the kids never wanted to play with me. I blame my bright yellow hair and blue eyes. He pointed at said features and tried to chuckle. His smile was strained and Hinata wanted to hug him, to do anything if it only meant that he'll stop hurting. Please, she placed her hand on top of his, you don't have to tell me if it hurts. She didn't consider if by contact she'll freeze him. Somehow she knew deep down inside that she wouldn't freeze him. He became a precious gem to her, her source of warmth and light in a dark, lonely, cold world, and she'll do anything in her power to protect him. It's okay. I want to share this with you. He smiled widely, to the point that dimples started to appear, and she blushed, letting go of his hand. He missed her warmth. Oh okay. She offered a smile of her own and his breath got caught on his throat. You have really pretty eyes, Hinata. He scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't believe that he just said that. Oh my god, what's she going to say? Oh, she can only stare at him with wide eyes. She blushed hard and stared out the window, trying to ignore the beating of her erratic heart. Gee, thank you. You're really handsome. Great. Now she probably made it more awkward. They stood quiet for a moment before he broke it. Well, I have to go and see to some things. She nodded dejectedly, afraid that her own input caused him to leave. Have a nice day, she whispered, playing with a strand of her hair. Before she can blink, she felt a pair of warm lips on her cheek. Her heart stopped but doubled when she thought about the kiss. You too. Bye. He ran out of the room with a blushing face that can be seen from a mile away. He read his face with his hand and he groaned. Why did I kiss her cheek? God, I'm so stupid. He kissed me. She touched her cheek that was flaming hot and covered her face with her hands. He kissed me. Does he like me? The room was no longer covered in ice and she was smiling like no tomorrow. Walking towards the tower, Naruto pulled at his hair and started to sweat profoundly. He was nervous. Confront Hinata after his little slip yesterday. He complimented her, but, really, the way he said was not a way a friend was supposed to say it to a friend. He felt that he added just a bit too much emotion into that statement alone. He didn't know when he fell for her or when he started seeing her more than a monster, but all he knew was that his confession would be soon. Something just told him so. And anyway, he was never good in keeping his mouth shut. He nodded at the guards surrounding the tower and entered the lower part of the large building. Hinata didn't know it, but the elders organized a massive system whose sole purpose was to keep her from escaping. Around 100 guards stood outside, scouting the area every hour or so. Within the tower, guards, doctors, and priests were on duty, just in case anything went horribly wrong. But Naruto always scowled at them. They weren't in any danger. Hinata would never hurt a soul on purpose and, instead of being alert and actually doing, thonging around and talking amongst themselves. You know, said one guard, approaching Naruto, you're considered a hero for taking care of that monster. The guard, not noticing the dark look Naruto shot him, clapped his shoulder and left. The yellow-haired male scowled and walked into the cook's quarters. Only one cook was positioned here and the poor, old man looked like he was ready to drop dead. How are you, Naruto? Hope that thing up there isn't bothering ya with me food. He started to work on Hinata's breakfast and Naruto just glared at the counter. You know, she's not a monster. She has feelings too, he whispered. Whatcha say? Nothing. Is her food ready? Yup. Same old, same old. Oh, and Naruto, keep up the good work. We're all looking up to you. He just nodded grimly and started walking up the stairs. The tray of food gripped tightly. None of them knew what she was dealing with. She lost her only sister and her rights as a human being was taken away. She lives in R's shadow and she deems herself unworthy because of the few accidents she committed. She lives a life she wished she didn't have and was forced to listen to the names her people called her. She was shunned and accused of being a monster not human and ran away from her home just to keep them safe. She purposely leaves herself there to rot thinking that being locked up shackled like an animal would help protect her people. She was no longer their queen. She was a source of their fear. Why couldn't they see that they are in the wrong? Why couldn't they see that their words were hurting her? That loneliness she feels every day causes her pretty face to frown in sadness. Why couldn't they see? He reached the top of the tower and almost knocked when he heard singing from inside. Living in a dark, cold place brings me to tears and loneliness. And when all hope seems lost he came to my aid. He is my source of happiness. He makes the darkness disappear. When he smiles the room turns warm and all my fears just disappear. I was once convinced of living a lonely life. But he taught me something else. If I give life one more chance, would they give me a chance to be with him? All I want is his smiles. To be directed towards me. Is that so bad? I hope not because I love him. He almost dropped the tray of food. He gulped down the ball he had in his throat but his heart kept on racing. Who was she singing about? He was called dense at times but who else comes up here to talk to her? And her voice. At first she sounded so alone and scared but the melody changed to an upbeat one and her voice tendered and grew warm. His cheeks grew hot and he knocked on the door. He heard a squeal from the other side before a soft, "Come in," was heard. He opened the door slowly and for the first time noticed the room wasn't covered in ice. Was it always like this? Hey Hinata, have you noticed that there's no more ice in your room? Oh no, I haven't. Wow, it looks nice. She smiled and he glanced down at her food. Here's your food. He gave it to her and she took it with a nod. She placed it on her lap and mumbled her thanks before taking a bite. So Hinata, he could just feel the question that's going to make things awkward. Who were you singing about? She choked on her food and he was by her side the next moment. Hinata, are you okay? God, I shouldn't have asked you that. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Well, I did but I didn't mean to hear you sing. You sing really well by the way and, he stopped when he saw her face cherry red. She fiddled with the tray before placing it on the floor. She grabbed his hands but her eyes remained everywhere else except on him. The song, it was about you. It was a whisper, something small that represents her exactly, but he heard her like he always does. I'm glad, he sighed, a bright smile on his face. You're not mad. She took a chance to look at him and what she saw made her heart race. He was looking at her in a tender awe. Why that made his blue eyes shine with an emotion that got her cheeks burning. She felt herself starting to sweat and she tried to break the hold his hands had on her but he squeezed them when he felt her struggle. Hinata, I'm not mad. I'm actually happy. He let go of one hand and nervously scratched his cheek. I'm happy that I'm the one who puts a smile on your face and who brightens up your day. I mean, I'm not also happy because I love you or something. He bit his tongue for his own stupidity. Really, is this how his first confession had to go? What you said just now? She stopped. She placed a hand on her chest, the other still held by Naruto's hand, and she felt her heart jumping rather fast. She felt faint all of a sudden and she was pulled into his arms. "Hey, Hinata, are you okay? Please, talk to me." The urgency in his voice made her eyes open only slightly. She smiled rather silly and in a bold move, cupped his cheeks. "I came to love you too. You were the only one beside me all this time. I thank you, Naruto. I love you so much," she sobbed out, curling into his chest. She wasn't afraid that she'll freeze him or hurt him because he came to teach her that she wasn't a monster. She was human and, as a human when you're in love, you will never hurt the person you came to have feelings for. She just knew that nothing would happen to him. "I love you too, Hinata. Don't cry. You look prettier when you smile." He ran his thumb over her forehead and kissed her head when she snuggled closer to him. "Do you really think I'm pretty? I have such dull-looking eyes." "Nonsense. I love your eyes. They express how you feel really clearly and they're just so different that it makes them unique." She smiled. "I love your eyes more. Is that a challenge?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. She giggled. She feels so alive right now. No fear to cloud her mind or abandonment clawing its way into her soul. She felt no doubt or coldness, just warmth. She felt loved in such a long time. "Hinata." Her whispered name made her look at him and he kissed her so suddenly that she gasped. His lips were warm, soft, and tender towards her chapped, cold ones. Her body tingled and her hand involuntarily went to the back of his neck, bringing him closer. They parted with a loud pop and she buried her head on his shoulder. "Ah, Hinata, don't hide. I wanna see your pretty face." "Naruto, stop, I can't stop blushing," she whined. His hand interlocked with hers and he kissed the back of her hand. "I can't stop myself." They laughed and they felt a sense of comfort and warmth. In their happiness they failed to see a shadow just outside the door. "So you're in love with the monster, drawled out an elder, his face wrinkled with the malicious smile on his face. "So what if I am?" responded Naruto, trying hard to catch his breath. He was kneeled in the middle of a dark room, a few candles lit here and there to give it an ominous feeling. He was bleeding from his back from all of the whips he has endured. Somehow they got word of his feelings towards his Hinata and now he had no idea if he'll make it out of this alive or not. He remembered walking towards the two W'er in the morning with a goofy smile on his face. He was suddenly knocked out from a hard blow to the back. He woke up here, on his knees and shirtless, and their elders came into the room wearing blank masks that hid their enjoyment. Torture. He was being tortured for being in love with someone. "We can't have that," said another elder who nodded to the person behind him. He felt the lashing of the whip cut his skin and he gritted his teeth. "Why not?" He spit blood close to their feet and smiled when one tumbled over from the shock. "Because she will fall in love and she'll learn how to control her magic." One screamed out, his face turning red from anger. The room became deathly quiet and Naruto's eyes were wide. "She can control her magic?" he asked with hope evident. "If he makes it out of this alive, he'll make sure to tell her and maybe then, she'll be able to leave and reunite with her sister." Another elder shook her head to a guard stand-in. The next second the elder who made out the secret was lying on the floor, dead. "You shouldn't have heard that but mistakes can happen," she sighed out. "Hinata can learn to control her magic. Love is the solution. We should have been more careful with you. You disgusting pig. Now our dear ex-queen must be worried sick for you. But we'll take care of that." She finished her statement with an evil smile and she motioned with her hands to the guard behind him. "Dispose of him." No, wait." He struggled in their grasps, his feet digging into the cement and the burning of his wounds made him bite his cheek. "What are you going to tell her?" The elders paused by the door and one turned around and smiled cruelly. "That you left her for another, of course." No. "Let me go." "No." He was dragged away from the hidden building he was kept in. Dragged into the deepest darkest of the woods, and all the while he was kicking and screaming to be let go. A silence fell over the cold, chilly night. Hinata shivered. Ed and she glanced at the door for north time. Naruto has yet to arrive and night has already approached. Another guard came to drop off her food. He was rather rude about it too, threw her tray at the floor than giving it to her and she tried to ask about her love. But the guard was already closing the door, leaving her alone in a room that suddenly felt too cold. Her food was rather stale and she found herself drawn to the door, eagerly waiting for Naruto's appearance. But he never came. She started to pace around, the chains rattling on the icy floor, and her mind started conjuring up thoughts that all seemed absurd yet realistic. What if he changed his mind? What if he was killed by one of the elders? What if he found someone else and all of this was just some kind of cruel joke from his part? No, she shook her head. Naruto isn't like that. She couldn't imagine him doing such evil acts. He was just too sweet and kind for that kind of things. The door to her room opened and she broke into a large, warm smile. But it quickly left her face when she saw an elder enter the room. The old man was then accompanied by another elder and a guard stood right behind them. She cowered away from the new visitors and she tried to put as much distance as possible between them, but the chains restricted her movements. The elders inspected her room and she noted how a thin layer of ice began to cover the walls and floors once again. "Were you expecting Naruto?" asked the elder lady, her face wrinkled and hanging. Hinata shook her head and hugged herself, trying to find a sense of comfort and protection. "Are you afraid of us, Snow Queen?" sneered the elder man, enjoying Hinata's hunched figure. Hinata shook her head once more. "Then look at us. We are the elders of the kingdom you abandoned." Quote, "But I didn't." "But you have. You have the magic to kill and destroy and we're doing what's best for you." "My magic does not kill." Her eyes locked with the elders and a fire burned brightly in those lavender eyes. "It does not kill and my magic can be something beautiful if I wish it to be." The elders visibly flinched, afraid that Naruto had somehow escaped from his death wish and told her. But seeing the faltering in her eyes and the way she played with her fingers, it was a sudden adrenaline rush. It was time to drop the bomb. "Naruto is not coming," said the elder lady, a small smile on her face. What? Why? Hinata felt a sense of doom and her chest constricted in pain. "He left with another woman. He said something along the lines, 'I am leaving to find another better job since I'm planning on getting married soon.'" "Oh, I know. I'm shocked too," mocked the elder man when he saw Hinata's wide-eyed expression. "That is all for now, Snow Queen. Good night." They both nodded to the guard who closed the door. Cold, lonely, but most of all pain. She fell on her knees and cried. The room turned into ice and she felt her skin breaking from the major drop in temperature. But her tears never ceased. Icicles began to form and the frost was close to breaking the window. But her sobs never stopped. It all froze and she stayed in that position, her knees turning red from the cold. And she had no desire to move or leave. He left her alone. And once again, life didn't matter anymore. His body ached with an unimaginable pain and he flipped to his back. But he regretted that decision a second too late when his back arched from the floor. God, my back. He remembered the wiping and the stinging pain that was left behind. He remembered the tears that ran down his face and the blood running down his back. But most of all he remembered what the elderspeople who represent his home told him. "Hinata, oh, Hinata, wait for me," he groaned out in pain. He managed to go on his knees and he touched his bruised knuckles. He's never killed someone before, but something the need to be by Hinata's side drove him into a rage he never experienced. "Wait for me," he repeated, nagging to stand up but swaying on the spot. His eyes saw the tower from the distance and his heart squeezed in pain. Something was happening to Hinata. With that thought in mind, he tried to go as fast as his body let him. "Wait for me," he repeated once more, his face set in determination though his body cried out in pain. It's been a while since Hinata stopped crying, but her soul never did. She was tired and her eyes were puffed up. She didn't notice how she transformed her room into a hellhole of cold or how her body began to turn an unhealthy shade of pale. Her lips were blue and her wrists were red and bleeding from the tugging of her chains. Her legs were numb, but then again, she felt numb all over. "Naruto," she whispered, sniffling away the snot that threatened to come out. "Oh, Naruto." She could do nothing but wait for death's embrace. Yes, that would be the best option. Her hope and source for living vanished, left with another. It hurt the betrayal so bad. No words to describe how broken she became. Never before, not the separation from her sister or treated like a monster had she felt like this. And it hurt, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. She curled into herself. Lonely once again, huh? Hinata. Her head snapped in the direction of her window. Hinata. Hinahi. Let me go. No. Hinata. She ran to it and tried to open it, but it was closed shut from the ice. She pounded on it before ramming her shoulder on it. It broke instantly and she tossed it open, peering outside. He was just a little dot from where she was, but he was waving frantically at her while guards tried to pull him away from the castle. Hinata. Escape. They lied. They lied. They lied. They lied. Something in her stirred, an anger she never felt before. No, it wasn't anger. Nor was it the thirst foe. Our revenge or the cackling madness of a psychopath. It was a source of strength, and she knew that if she didn't get out of here, the elders would surely come and retrieve Naruto, who looked badly hurt. She felt herself in control with her powers, and, for once in her lifetime, she knew that she felt sorry for the people guarding her. She yanked off the chains that held her captive for such a long time, and a small smile bloomed on her face. She blasted the door away with ice and raced down the stairs. She heard the stomping of feet coming her way, and she stopped, looking at the brick walls. She broke the walls with a mighty swing of her hand, and the chill of the night prickled her skin. She turned to the side and saw a mob of soldiers coming her way. She focused on her magic and pressed her palms together. She gave out a battle cry and jumped out. She began to fall in an alarming speed, and she swung her arms in front of her, creating a slide of ice. She landed painfully and was racing down. He changed directions, and she was heading towards the guards who held Naruto in a vice grip. She crashed against them and she landed on the dirt, not minding the scraping on her cheek. She was pulled up by strong arms, and blue eyes took in her damaged figure. Hinata. Hinata, are you okay? Wait, don't answer that. Let's go. He grabbed her legs and carried her bridal style. He ran towards the woods. She gripped his shirt tightly when she heard the shouts of anger from the guards. Where are we going now? She was scared for the both of them. I know this abandoned cabin deep within the mountains that I'm sure no one knows about. She saw him struggling and she tried to speak up, but he tightened his grip on her, and she knew that it was a pointless argument. It was early morning and finally, the cabin was in view. It was rather plain and small, but right now it was their sanctuary and Hinata had no right to complain. She was finally set down and she opened the door, ushering Naruto in. She gasped when she saw the whip marks on his back and the dried blood coating all of it. He was staggering by now and Hinata led him to the only bed. Stay here and don't lie down. She rummaged the dishes in the cabin and found a bowl. She ran outside and poured large amounts of snow on it. She went back inside and placed the bowl on the table. She locked the door and drew the curtains. A sense of paranoia creeping inside of her. She glanced at the fireplace and then at the logs beside it and decided that a bit of warmth will do. After starting a fire, she ripped a piece of fabric and dipped it into the now warm water. Turn around, please. He nodded rather slowly, and if she looked closer, it looks like he's about ready to sleep. She cleaned away the blood and dirt and she was careful with the freshly made wounds. She marveled at how fast he was already healing and decided to question him later. She wrapped his back tightly with a blanket she found and she carefully laid him down on his side. She grabbed a chair and placed it beside the bed. She grabbed his hand and only then did she notice the bruised knuckles. Naruto, what happened? The elders, he groggily responded, both eyes opening slowly. Shish, don't talk. You need to rest. No, Hinata, I have to tell you something. He grabbed her hand and kissed the back of her hand longingly. Hinata, the elders lied about me. I don't know what they said, but it was a lie. I'll never want anyone but you. You make me so happy. You're the only thing I have left in this world. He cupped her cheek and she snuggled into his palm, smiling a small smile. I was so heartbroken when I heard them say that. You're the only thing keeping me alive, Naruto, and when I heard that you left with another, I believed it because I'm a woman who is cursed. She looked down, afraid of looking at him. It was the truth and it hurt to say it aloud. You're not. She glanced at him. He was looking at her with a fierce expression. What I saw today, with your magic, was beauty, strength, and fearlessness. You were a warrior and I think that deserves some praise. He smiled and kissed her suddenly. Hinata would stay by my side. Here in the middle of the mountains. He smiled sheepishly at the last part, but Hinata kissed his smiling lips. I wouldn't have it any other way. Week 3 question. Week 3 question. W. Hat is your favorite moment when Naruto stares in amazement at Hinata? Do you know that saying that, the eyes are the windows to the soul? That scene in the movie expresses and shows what the saying means. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and I believe it's something that Naruto and Hinata had for a long time. I want you to sit back and really think about this. As a human altogether, looking at someone in the eye can be a really hard task. Have you ever had difficulty keeping eye contact with anyone? You start to feel uncomfortable and, at times, it could get pretty intense. People act. You ally can't look at someone in the eye without feeling some kind of discomfort. But we look at Naruto and Hinata's relationship and they always have this connection by just looking at each other. It's hard to communicate to someone just by looking at them in the eyes, but they just do it so perfectly. They didn't even know each other so well. It takes years, I believe, to communicate by using eye contact. Yet they had it down perfectly. Now I want you to recall all of the times they had together, preferably in the manga. But why manga? I chose manga because Kishimoto had a unique way to draw Naruto's eyes to be so alive and expressive when he spoke to Hinata, especially when she confessed during the pain arc. Look back at it and really see the way Naruto sees Hinata. His eyes are so well led and showing the readers how he really feels. The way his expression was shown was just perfect. Now look when Naruto and Hinata talked about sensing each other by just looking into their eyes. That part, ladies and gentlemen, shows how strong of a bond they have. They have this connection that no other character has with Naruto except Sasuke. So to the question, my favorite part was Naruto's eyes. The expressive and very detailed way he looked at Hinata left me breathless. Seriously, I cried when I saw that, because that right there showed how much Hinata means to him. Right there it shows how much Naruto loves Hinata. Right there he realizes how goddamn beautiful she is. Right there it shows how much Naruto is just left in awe. I can't get enough of it. These two express the way the why feel about each other in a very unique way that's rare to find. They can communicate by one glance. They can talk to each other for endless amounts of time. They inspire one another, which is a healthy relationship. They can understand each other in a depth that no one can ever understand. They can also be very goofy and shy. But best of all, they both love each other for who they are, and if that doesn't make them the perfect ideal couple, then I don't know what else can. Chapter 22. Day 22. First fight and making up. Ka-san, have you ever been mad at Chu-san? Boruto asked with his mouth full of food. Boruto, chew your food then ask the question, Hinata scolded softly. The Uzumaki chewed quickly before repeating the question. Hinata locked gazes with Naruto, who sat on the other side of the table. They simultaneously shook their heads. I could never get mad at your Chu-san. Really? Asked Himawari, her curious blue eyes shining. Hi, responded Hinata quickly. Yes, your Chu-san has his flaws, but I love him even more because of them. The two lovebirds blushed, but Naruto was smiling widely. Boruto suddenly grinned. Chu-san, I have a bet for you. Naruto's blue eyes glistened. Oh really, buddy? Boruto matched his father's expression. Here's the bet, Chu-san. Ka-san is going to give you the silent treatment and you have to endure it till the end of this week. Himawari suddenly giggled. Chu-san won't last that long, she said with a smile. Naruto stood up suddenly, his face set with determination. I take your challenge, little buddy, and I won't back down because that's my Nindo. The Uzumaki children cheered while Naruto nodded his head like he was about to win a battle against a strong opponent. Hinata, however, shook her head with an amused smile. He knew her husband well, and one thing that always stood out to her was his need to constantly have her attention or physically touching her. If only Naruto knew that he will lose the bet quicker than he thinks. First hour. Naruto's smile never left his face. He was really confident that he'll win that bet and he'll get 40 bowls of ramen for free. Oh yes, his little buddy doesn't know what he's up against. He glanced around the office and noticed that not even the stacks of papers would dampen his mood. He joyfully stamped away the requests and looked outside the window, taking in the unusual bright, sunny day. It was approaching afternoon and his stomach grumbled at the thought of his wife's food. She'll always drop off his lunch around this time before heading out to finish any errands she has left. Her gorgeous face and presence always lifted his spirits when she makes time to personally make him some food and dropping it off here in his office. He momentarily stopped doing his work and eagerly looked at the door. He expanded his senses and smiled when he felt Hinilding. He heard her soft, quiet steps and before he knew it, she was in front of his door. He was there in a second and slammed it open, startling his beautiful wife. He nearly drooled when he smelled the food coming from the basket she was carrying. Considering his big diet, he took the basket and kissed her lips. He quickly went back to his desk and opened the top, smiling goofily when scents of ramen and other delicious platters invaded his senses. He glanced up and saw Hinata smiling at him with tender, lovely eyes. He reached her side and kissed her breathlessly. "Thank you, Hinata-koi," he whispered against her lips. She didn't respond but simply nodded with a small smile on her face. He cocked an eyebrow and kissed her nose. "Why didn't you respond with, 'You're welcome, Naruto-kun'?" She shook her head and laughed. She made her way around him and grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. She wrote something down and showed him the message. "I can't talk to you, remember? Silent treatment." He gaped and tore the paper from her hands. Silent treatment, silent treatment, silent. He was blinded by his own competitiveness that only now he realizes what he actually signed up for. Hinata wasn't going to talk to him. He's going to go a week without the sound of her precious voice. Crap. 5th hour. He was going crazy. Literally. It hasn't even been a full day and he already missed the sound of Hinata's voice. He knew what he took for granted the moment Hinata left smiling out of his office. Maybe she was secretly enjoying the torment. He was currently running back home and the thought that Hinata won't welcome him with a "welcome home" greeting made him miss a step, but he regained his footings quite quickly. He opened the door and Himawari was already racing his way. His little girl jumped and his arms were open for her arrival. She snuggled into his chest and he smiled, kissing her forehead. "How was Hima-chan's day?" "It was great. Ka-chan took me to visit Neji Oji-san again and then I helped her make dinner." She flailed her arms at the last part and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "I can't wait to try out the food then." He jumped when he felt lips against his cheek and he turned around when he saw Hinata giving him a smile. She walked away, however, after a few seconds of intense staring. His heart dropped when he remembered the silent treatment she was giving him and ran after her, Himawari jumping in his arms. "Hinata," he whined, "at least tell me something. Anything." He pouted like a child and Himawari giggled. "I told you so, To-san," she sang before signaling that she wanted to be put down. Hinata turned around and shook her head, a teasing smile on her lips. "Hinata, no." He ran after her and turned her around. "I want to hear your voice, please." She shook her head and pointed behind him. Boruto smirked when he saw his father holding his mother's shoulders, a desperate look on his face. "Do you give up yet?" Naruto faltered for a moment before he felt his shirt being tugged. He turned around and looked deep into Hinata's light, lavender eyes. They tendered and she shook her head, a large smile on her face. "She has faith in me," he thought disbelievingly. "I won't give up so easily." He responded to his son. Hinata clapped her hands and gestured to the dining table. At least Hinata's homemade food made him a bit happier. Second day. Last night was just terrible. He doesn't know where Hinata saw that he could complete his son's challenge. If he knew her as he knows he does. He knew that Hinata knows that he can't live without her. She is his other half and everything she does keeps him alive and going. Taking away her voice has crippled him greatly, and waking up with bags under his eyes because he couldn't sleep was one sign of him weakening already. He constantly waited for Hinata to make one tiny slip, but it never came. He always glanced at her direction and stared at her lips that could be directed to him, but nothing was ever said to him. He hated every minute of it. He was currently in his office, but he blankly looked at the papers he was supposed to sign. Yesterday his day was going so well. What went wrong? Someone knocked on his door and he snapped out of his musings. He grunted and returned to trying to do some work. Hinata stepped in and immediately noticed the dark mood her husband was in. She made her way to his desk and placed the basket of food on it. He looked up at her only to look the other way. "Hey Hinata." His voice was soulless and she flinched when she took note in the major changes his behavior began to undertake. He had bags under his eyes and he was slumped over his work. He wasn't even reacting to her food. She didn't know that she had such control over him. She parted her lips to respond, a natural reaction for her, but stopped. She knew more than anyone else how big Naruto's ego gets when he makes a bet. He's always determined to win the competition and becomes incredibly depressed when he becomes the loser. Should she just end his misery now or wait until he cracks? She decided to wait it out. There was a little part of her that was curious how long her love would last. She kissed his forehead and waved, leaving him alone once more. Naruto could only look at the love of his life as she left without a single word. The silent treatment is a horrible, horrible thing. Second day. 6 p.m. I can't take it. He slammed his hands on the table and everyone looked at him. He pointed at a smiling Boruto and said, "You'll get those 40 free ramen bowls, little buddy, and a little something extra." He had this gleam in his blue eyes that made Boruto shivered. "This is what I get for making Two-san suffer." His eyes locked with Hinata and that smile she missed for the past 2 days appeared. "You can finally talk now. No more silent treatment." He leapt over the table and kissed her lips. Snuggling closer to her, he ignored the protesting of his son and the giggling of his daughter and instead focused on Hinata who was smiling widely. "No more silent treatment then, Naruto-kun." He whooped loudly and kept her going in conversations. He really did miss her voice. Chapter 23, Day 23, Heart. Hinata clutched Naruto's hand tightly when the nurse put the gel on her bulging belly. "It's a bit warm, okay." Her soft reassurance did nothing to soothe her erratic heartbeat. She didn't know if she was nervous or excited to see and hear her baby for the first time. The nurse. He placed the transducer probe on her belly and Hinata jolted from the sudden contact. The nurse just smiled used to this behavior from new Mother-san moved the probe around. On the screen, the image was a bit blurry and Hinata couldn't see or hear her child. Aha, there it sees. And there it was. On the screen was her first baby. A sudden sound of a beating heart resounded in the room. It was quick but soothing. This is normal. The baby's heart usually sounds this fast. Did you bring a DVD? Hinata was astounded for a moment and couldn't respond to the nurse. Her child created by the love between Naruto and herself had a beating heart. It was alive and in her womb and she couldn't believe it. She was seeing her child. She was hearing her child. She turned to look at her husband with a wide smile but stopped. A few tears rolled down her cheeks when she took in his image. He was crying. The room shook with a heavy groan and she screamed when the plates came crashing down. She lost her balance and fell but quickly got back up when she heard Boruto cry. She ran into the nursery and scooped up her baby, protecting him with her fragile arms. The shaking didn't stop and she started to cry, screaming out Naruto's name that was currently in work. The front door opened and Naruto grabbed onto the doorframe as the shaking never ceased. He saw Hinata hugging Boruto close to her chest and she looked so vulnerable and scared. He immediately reached their side and gathered them into his arms. He pushed them to a wall and protected them with his body. Debris fell from the ceiling but he was least worried about that. The earthquake didn't stop wars but was really 2 minutes. The walls stopped swaying and the movement underneath their foot stood to a still, deathly silence. A few more ECTS fell but Naruto still kept his arms around his family. After a few minutes of no movement and the ringing in her ears stopped, she shushed her baby who was crying furiously, his face red. She said him shakily and sobbed into his little chest. What if Naruto didn't come in time? What if he was at work and something happened? She stopped there. He was here, alive and breathing, and that's what matters. He kept a hand on her shoulder and glanced around. His eyes were alert and his body tense. Ever so slowly, he kneeled in front of her and kissed her with such a fervor that she couldn't respond to the sudden action. He wiped away her tears and only then did she realize his body shaking. I could have lost you. I could have. He stopped and clutched them closer, Boruto sleeping soundlessly due to his crying. Naruto placed his head on her bosom and listened to the erratic heartbeat of his wife. In any other time, Hinata would have blushed from the intimate contact. But now, after such disaster, She understood what he was trying to do. He was reassuring himself that she was still here, and he was thanking whatever deity that nothing happened to his family. If she could have, she would have placed her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. But for now she brought him closer, crying with him in relief and hearing the distant sounds of an ambulance. She didn't know what he was trying to do, but her body was flushed from his intimate contact. His fingers dragged themselves almost lazily across the slope of her hip to a much lower, private area. His head was on her chest, listening to her heart. What are you doing? I like that. With a simple touch, I make your heart go crazy. To prove his point, he dug his fingers deep within her and she gasped, her body arching and her heart picking up its pace. I told ya so. Hinata stopped washing the dishes when the front door opened. Naruto walked in looking more dead than alive, and she giggled when he lazily took off high shoes and tossed his suitcase on the couch. He dragged himself to where Hinata was and she welcomed him with open arms and a wide smile. How was work today, architect? She asked playfully, kissing his chin. He was hunched over. She was small after all, and he groaned. He buried his head on her neck and breathed in her scent. I had to deal with this grouchy old man who thought he was better than me and decided to order me around. He surrounded to the kisses his wife gave him all over his face, but he still pouted. Sometimes I hate my job. Yes, well, I'll warm up dinner for you, and while I do that, you go along and take a shower. She smiled when she felt him shake his head. Too tired, he mumbled before she felt a smile against her neck. Do you want to help me? The whispered suggestee. On made her shiver and his arms encircled around her waist, bringing her closer. I thought you were tired. She still gets a bit shy when he initiates the sex. I always have energy for you. He kissed her cheek and oh so slowly made his way to her lips. She closed her eyes and surrounded to the feelings she was getting throughout her body. He picked her up and led her to the bathroom. Be Boruto, she whispered, trying to prevent what was to come. I bet you he's asleep. We can practice being quiet. He smiled and kissed her nose when she turned cherry red. She couldn't really argue with her husband. He always had this charm about him ever since she bumped into him in Disneyland. He was just so goofy looking with a Mickey Mouse hat and a shirt saying, I'm a pirate. He was alone, as well as she. And she was in line for Space Mountain. He casually started making conversation with her and she couldn't help but join every once in a while. His bright, yellow hair and exotic blue eyes always caught her attention throughout their conversation, and she constantly found herself just drawn to his eyes. When they finished the ride, he boldly asked if she was alone. She knew in this moment that if she said no, she might miss out in an opportunity she'll never get again. Maybe she'll gain a friend today. Later on, she thanks her past self for saying yes. After their little adventure in the bathroom, they weren't quiet at all. She found herself in their bed after joining him for dinner. He had his head on her chest, and every breath she took, his head moved along with the rise and fall. She played with his short, yellow hair and once in a while, daringly ran her hands over his back or arms. He'll hum in appreciation and snuggle closer to her. I always loved your eyes. She grew up hearing people call her eyes odd, weird, plain, or ugly. Her dark, indigo locks were usually a topic to tease, as well as her pale skin and lavender eyes. She came to believe that she was just an average woman with not so pretty eyes and disgustingly pale skin. But when Naruto became her boyfriend, he always showered her with compliments about every little thing. She soaked them all in and was always caught off guard even till this day. Who would have thought that someone would actually like the features she hated the most? Thank you. She blushed. I love your eyes more. They're so blue. I'm happy Boruto got your eyes. It's a bit common, he responded, kissing her breast. Lavender eyes are really unique and I find them more attractive. Though, I never thought I'll come to love such a color. She giggled and continued playing with his hair while he listened to her breathing and heartbeat. This was comfortable, she thought while closing her eyes. When she found out that they were going to have a second child, she was more hesitant to approach Naruto about it than with her first child. He was at the top of his career right now and lately has been called to meetings that would be miles away from their home. It was becoming a rare sight to see him home nowadays. She did indeed miss him, but she couldn't find it in her heart to tell him that he was needed in home. He looks so hot. PPY every time a new customer ringed him up and his smiles were the fuel to her life. She couldn't take that away. She touched her stomach and nervously twiddled her thumbs when she sat beside her husband in the couch. He immediately put his arms around her and brought her closer. Boruto was asleep on his lap, his 3-year-old body curling into his father's stomach for more warmth. Hinata sighed, conflicted with herself. She was never good in doing decisions. "What's wrong?" asked Naruto, his eyes trained on her instead of the television. He started playing with a strand of her hair and she was locked in a daze when his blue eyes looked at her. Her mouth got dry and she closed her eyes tightly. "I'm pregnant." The only thing heard was the sound of the television. She opened one eye and then the other. Naruto was staring at her agape, his eyes wide. His cheeks burned with a bright color and he sat frozen. "I'm going to be a father," he began to say before smiling widely. "I'm going to be a father." He picked up Boruto, who was startled awake. The little Uzumaki closed his eyes when his father began to jump around with him in his arms. Naruto kissed Hinata and brought her closer. "I'm so happy." She sighed out of relief, but it was replaced with worry in an instant. "But your work, what about it?" Naruto answered mindlessly, jumping a sleepy Boruto who was starting to get annoyed. "Hey, buddy, you're going to be a big brother. Let me sleep. Someone is in a bad mood," he said with pursued lips before kissing his son. "Naruto, I'm serious. What about your job? You'll have less time to be an architect once we have a second child, and the career you always wanted would have to wait for a while. Doesn't it be bother you?" Her eyes looked glassy, but Naruto cupped her chin, making her look up. He brought her closer with one arm while the other carried a sleeping Boruto. "It is true that I always wanted to be an architect, but you were wrong when you said that my career was th." He kissed her nose, but she furrowed her brows. "You're the thing I always wanted," he whispered against her lips. "All of this," he gestured around him, "was all I ever wanted. A job isn't going to hold me back in achieving the dream I always dreamt of. A family." She was crying now and she buried her head on his chest, listening to the soothing heart that provides life to her husband. Flash flood warnings are being announced all across the county as well as upcoming storms. As you can see here, a storm is coming our way, so we suggest you don't go outside during that time. In other news, Naruto, can you turn that off? I'm trying to hear for that god-awful rat. She was tired and heavy, 8 months pregnant, again, but her instinct to clean the house before her child arrives was kicking in already. She already polished the kitchen clean, vacuumed the living room, washed the clothes, cleaned the windows with bleach, disinfected the restroom, and bought groceries. Of course, her husband helped, who was constantly behind her during her pregnancy. Her second child was exactly like Boruto when he was in her womb. Her child moved constantly and always dug their feet on her pelvis, making her catch her breath. Naruto turned off the television and was by her side the next second. "You shouldn't be doing that." "I should." He grabbed the broom she was holding and shushed her out of the kitchen. She wobbly made her way into the living room and sat down slowly on the couch. But you're afraid of rats," she called from her place, hearing her husband scurry around the kitchen. "Yeah, you're right, but you're pregnant and I have to be a man for once in my life." She laughed loudly at that and relaxed against the couch. Her feet were throbbing and her body ached to sleep, but her mind refused to. She was so buzzed for the coming of her second child, and she was due in any moment now. She touched her bulging belly and tenderly caressed it. "You're coming home soon, my child." "Mom, how's my brother or sister?" Boruto came up to her and touched her belly, awe shining in his blue eyes. "He or she is doing well." Thunder broke through the silence and Boruto jumped from beside her, scooting closer to his mother. He clutched her sleeve and Hinata wrapped an arm around him, letting him bury his head against her shoulder. "And Naruto, are you okay in there?" "Why, yeah, just trying to find the damn, I found it and it's coming my way. Oh god, I actually got it. Hinata, I'm going to go throw this thing away, then I'll disinfect here, so don't worry about it." She heard the back door open and she closed her eyes, enjoying the silence and the warmth provided by her son. Her body relaxed and she sighed. Another thunder broke through and Boruto snuggled even closer to his mother. Suddenly rain started pouring down and Hinata found the sound soothing. It just started raining cats and dogs out there, honey. I'm so wet. That's what she said. Even at 26, he was still that goofy, immature young adult she met and fell in love with. Several hours passed with little to no activity except cuddling with each other on the couch. The rain never ceased. Instead, it seemed to drag longer and pour harder. Naruto surfed the television channels while Boruto slept beside Hinata, his head on her shoulder. She kept touching her belly, a small, lazy smile on her face. Suddenly, she cringed and touched her belly in concern. A contraction broke through and she gasped. She sat up immediately, startling Boruto awake, and was breathing heavily. Hinata, what's wrong? What's hurting? Hey, breathe. Breathe in and out. Okay, what's wrong? Naruto's blue eyes were the only thing she saw while she heard the beating of her heart in her ears. She screamed when her ba moved and she started crying when another contraction broke through. Boruto started crying when he saw his mom doubled over in pain and he was holding Naruto's hand in a tight grip. Naruto, more scared than confused, told his son to stay in his room and his hero will save the day. Their little own personal saying calmed him down and he accepted the request with a nod. Acting quickly, Naruto honed Sakura while laying Hinata down on the couch. He grabbed her hand and started breathing with her, anything to calm her down. Hello, Sakura. Oh, thank God. Do you think you can make it over here? Naruto, are you crazy? The weather is horrible outside and it's dangerous for me to go out there. What happened? Oh my God, don't tell me it's... Yeah, it is, interrupted Naruto, his eyes taking in his wife's sweaty face. Curse. Ever since she married Sasuke, she always tried to control her overuse of inappropriate words. The sound of rain filled the room as well as Hinata's occasional whimpers. Please, cried out Naruto. I don't know what to do. I can't take her to the hospital because it's too dangerous and you only live a few blocks away. Please, I need you to do this for me. He nearly cried. There was a silence from the other end before Sakura responded again. I'll be right over. And she hung up. He sighed and put the phone beside him, now using both hands to hold onto his wife. It's okay, sweetie. Help is on the way. He pushed a few strands of sweaty hair back and he kissed her trembling lips. Don't worry, everything is going to be okay. Sakura came a few minutes later. A drenched Sasuke besides her carrying their only child, Sarda, who was fast asleep in her father's arms. Where is she? Sakura asked, taking off her coat and handing it to Sasuke. On the couch. What do I? Take her to the master bedroom. I'll gather the equipment I'll need. Hey. She gripped Naruto's arm. Everything's okay, alright. He grew up alongside Sakura and Sasuke. Hearing a qualified doctor who was renowned for her research of cancer and autism speak with such confidence and determination bounced Naruto right back up. Alright. He carried his wife into his room, ignoring the kiss Sasuke and Sakura shared. Before leaving his wife in his friend's hands, Naruto joined Sasuke on the couch. It was a bit awkward to see the Uchiha hug his child so close with such a tender look. He was always a bastard and a cold-hearted person ever since he could remember, but the moment Sarada was born, Sasuke became a father figure like no other. Everything is going to be alright, said Sasuke when Hinata began to scream. Naruto covered his ears with his hands and rocked back and forth. The sound of a door opening startled him and he saw his son running towards him crying. What's going on? Mommy's just scared of thunder, little buddy. She's scared like me. His blue eyes looked so innocent. Why yeah, now go to sleep. I promise mom would get better. Boruto nodded artfully and snuggled closer to his father. A few hours had passed and Sakura has yet to emerge from their room. Naruto brought Boruto closer and ignored the sounds of thunder right outside. His door his room opened and he stood up with a sleeping Boruto in his arms. Sakura wiped some tears away before giving him a blinding smile. Come and cut the umbilical cord and meet your daughter. Hinata was leaning against Naruto's chest. In her arms was the newest addition to the Uzumaki family, Himawari. The baby snuggled closer to her mother's bosom and Hinata caressed her soft cheek. Her eyes followed Boruto's every movement as he played around the playground, her motherly instincts screaming at her to go over there and watch him closer. But she knew that in order for her children to grow, Hei had to learn to get up after they fall. Naruto brought her closer and kissed her neck, sighing into her ear. "Thank you. For what?" she asked, turning around to see her husband. Their noses brushed and she blushed. He chuckled at that and kissed her lips. "For giving me the family I always wanted and the love I always craved for." It was a bit corny but she loved every word of it. "You don't have to thank me. I should be thanking you for choosing me." Her eyes burned with tears. Things like these always got her emotional. Maybe it's best we don't argue about this topic for the rest of our lives. It was true, she thought. "I love you very much." He kissed the shell of her ear and she kissed his lips, a bold move for her. "I love you too, Naruto. I love you too." In that moment, her heart cried out in pure joy and happiness. Was this what genuine happiness feels like? Chapter 24. Day 24. Daddy's girl, Mama's boy. It was a known fact that Naruto treasured both of his children very much. He was seen at times crying over the food that Boruto would drop off at his office with Himawari. Other times he'll cause a scene when he'll get competitive with Boruto or buying all of the things his Himawari wanted. But the most noticeable factor of his parenting was that he always got along well with his daughter. It was a known stereotype of a sort that fathers typical. Why didn't play along with their daughters due to their manly egotistical ways, but what was wrong with making your princess happy? Not all fathers were like that, no, and Naruto happened to know quite a few fathers who played with their daughters like dress up Kosusuka, and he wasn't ashamed to admit that he played dress up with his Himawari. He fixed his dress and took a sip of his tea. "I love it, Hima-sama. Does Mr. Teddy like his tea?" It was a ridicule sight for anyone, but to the Uzumaki family it was a daily occurrence. So when Hinata passed by her daughter's room, she smiled and asked if they were both alright before going to check on Boruto. Naruto was secretly thankful that Hinata just accepted this with a smile and not a camera. He loves his tea. "Naruto Hime-chan, would you like some cookies?" He simply gazed at his beautiful daughter who was smiling back at him. "Yes, I would like some. Thank you." It was worth playing dress up with his little girl. Boruto didn't say it, but he really loves his mom. Ever since he could remember, his mom would always tuck him into bed and kiss him on his forehead while his dad ruffled his hair and kissed his cheek. Mom always knew what he wanted to eat, and for a few days, he truly believed she could read his mind. She also knew what to say to calm him down. There were times when he'll come home from the academy crying because some bullies told him that his dad didn't love him. His mom would be by his side the second he stepped into the house. She'll gather him in her arms and coo soothing words into his ear. "It's okay," she'll say, her fingers combing his wild, yellow hair. "Don't cry. Mommy doesn't like to see her little boy cry. You're a big boy. What happened, sweetie?" She'll brush away his tears and kiss his cheeks. Sometimes he hated himself for lying when she asked him that, but then again, what child would tell their parents that they were bullied? He saw it as a weakness, and his heart would break when he'll respond to his mother's worries with a nothing. Back then he'll let himself get pushed around. He was a bit shy after all, but one incident changed everything. "Your mom sucks. I heard she was the weak Hyuga and nobody liked her." He was upon the boy the next second, his knuckles hitting the poor kid's face. "Take it back," he yelled, his blue eyes blazing with anger. "My mom's not weak. She's not." The academy's principal contacted his mother and he started crying in the office. He always tried to prove to his mom that he was a good boy, and his pranks, at that time, was kept it in a low profile. But how would his mom react to this? He couldn't read her while the principal explained the situation. She nodded when she needed to and kept a mask of indifference on. After the conference, they were walking home and she was holding his hand tenderly. Arriving into their house, Boruto took off his shoes with a sad frown and proceeded to walk to his room dejectedly. Pa! Ir of arms stopped him and he was pulled into a hug the next second. His eyes were wide and he didn't know how to respond. "I'm so happy you defended me," Hinata cried, hugging her son closer. She placed her hands on his shoulders and gazed into his deep, blue eyes. "But please, don't hurt yourself. Don't start the fight because Ka-san worries about you a lot. And 2-san and Himawari, We all worry for you. She grabbed his bruised hands and led him into their parents' bedroom. After bandaging his bruises, she cradled him close, letting his head rest on her bosom. She explained to him that violence will not always be the answer, and she made him pinky promise that he'll never do it again. After his small lecture, he cuddled with his mom, enjoying her warmth and listening to her heartbeat, relaxing him into a sleepy stupor. He smiled and grabbed his mom's hand, interlocking their fingers. I'll grow up strong like Chu-san so I can protect you, Ka-chan, and my family, Datbasa. Chapter 25, Day 25, Red Scarf. Why is that scarf so special, Chu-san? Asked Himawari, her eyes zooming into the scarf Naruto was currently wearing. How do you know it's special? Challenged Naruto, a smile starting to spread on his face. We know it's special because you always wear it when it's cold and you take care of it, Boruto added, sitting on the floor with his imouto. Their Christmas tree was sitting in the corner of the living room, its bright, flickering lights the center of attention most of the time. The Christmas atmosphere in the Uzumaki household was lively and warm. The family decided to gather around the tree and have a family night. Well, it's special because your Ka-chan gave it to me when I realized how much she meant to me. He smiled cheekily at Hinata, who blushed in return. When did she give it to you? Asked Boruto, curious why his Ka-chan was turning a dangerously cherry red. It was a long time ago when we were around 19. You're old, interrupted Boruto with a wide smile. Oi, I'm old but I can still kick butt. Naruto regained his composure and brought Hinata closer, who was still blushing madly. Like I was saying, it was a long time ago when your mom and I were both 19. Back then, I didn't realize how precious she was to me. Until we went on a mission. It was a crucial mission because they kidnapped Hinata's little sister, Hanabi. Hanabi Oba-san, cried Himawari, her face expressing shock. What happened to her? Oh, she was taken by a man named Tonari. The name was seethed out and Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. His aura darkened when he remembers that Hinata was almost taken away from him by that man. Boruto's throat was dry and he felt Himawari snuggle close to him. It was Hinata who laid a hand on her husband's shoulder and kissed his cheek. I'm here and I'm not leaving, she whispered into his ear, knowing exactly how much of an affect the Tonari incident left on her husband. He relaxed his tense posture and gave his family an apologetic smile. Gomen, I just really hate that guy. We could tell, Datbasa, mumbled Boruto, making Himawari giggle. Why do you hate him? Asked Himawari after her little giggle fit. Naruto cupped his chin and scrunched up his face. I hate him because he tried to take your Ka-chan away from me. What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he know how powerful you are? He could have gotten killed. Datbasa, screamed out his son. Why would he try to take Ka-chan away from you? Asked Himawari, her eyes stinging from the tears. Well, began Hinata, scooping up her daughter in her arms. That man wanted my Byakugan and when he couldn't take mine, he took Hanabi. Hinata kissed her daughter on the forehead and then looked at the two men who were precious in her life. That man succeeded in getting the Byakugan from my Imouto and then he came after me. Her children gasped. Yeah, it was then that your Ka-chan gave me that scarf and told me she didn't love me after I confessed to her. She left with Tonari. Why did you leave, Ka-chan? Don't you love T2-kun? Himawari looked ready to cry and Hinata hugged her daughter closer. She glanced at Boruto and her son was simply looking at her in a perplexed way. I left because I had to. I'll die to protect your Chu-san. If I didn't leave I'd have killed Naruto and the rest of the world. Hinata closed her eyes tightly and shook her head. I love Naruto-kun so much that I'll do anything to keep him safe. She felt Himawari leave her arms and, instead, she was pulled into a hug. Her tears raced down and Naruto hugged her tightly, his head on top of hers. Shish, don't cry Hinakoi. It's not your fault you left. It made me realize how important you are to me and how strong you are. He grabbed her head and gazed into her teary eyes. You were selfless in what you did back then. It was to save me, to save the world, and to me that was amazingly strong and not wrong at all. I was sad, yes, but you had a good reason. And it was all for me. So please, don't cry. After a few minutes of silence, She nodded and wiped her nose, her face turning red when her husband kissed her. Kids, this long, red scarf represent the love your Ka-chan had for me ever since she was a little kid. And this, he held up Hinata and his hands, showing off their wedding rings, represents the commitment and love I have for her ever since I realized a long time ago how important she was to me. And with that, my children, the story comes to an end. Why don't you make a scarf for Ka-chan, Chu-san? Sked Boruto casually before getting pulled into another conversation with his sister. Naruto, are you okay? Hinata touched his shoulder when he seemed to have frozen. Yeah, I'm all right, he answered in a daze, his mind somewhere else. 2 weeks later, Hinata, I present to you a red scarf so we can match. Hinata stopped brushing Himawari's hair and focused on the long scarf Naruto had in his hands. His fingers were bandaged and red and Hinata smiled. She grabbed the soft material and didn't voice out the many large spaces the scarf had in between. Instead, she covered her neck with it and kissed Naruto's chin. I love it. Chapter 26. Day 26. Wedding night. Hinata fidgeted from her spot on the bed. Today was her wedding and throughout the day she was pulled from one conversation to the next. She was complimented too many times that she lost count and took many pictures that it was all a blur to her. But the one thing that stood out was the moment she was pronounced Uzumaki Hinata and kissed the love of her life. She was finally married to Naruto and she still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting in a cabin paid by Kakashi-sama for their honeymoon, she was nervous for their wedding night. She was a virgin and for most of her life, she stayed away from hearing and doing anything sexual. Her mind was always focused on training in Naruto that she didn't really have time to think about the needs she'll have when she became older. Dating Naruto for that year and a half brought a new experience for her. She began to feel this need when she saw Naruto shirtless or when he was close to her. Her body heated up when they kissed and he was on top of her. They had many steamy make-outs that left warmth between her legs. Her eyes would be drawn to his lips or outlining his figure. At times she'll have very explicit dreams that she'll wake up breathless with a flush face. She began to daydream about sex and she'll start to reprimand herself when she realized what exactly she was thinking about. She also began to grow curious about sex. How would it feel like? How does it exactly happen? Would it hurt? Would she feel pleasure? She was almost tempted to ask Ino or Sakura out it, but she'll always back out because either of them would come to the conclusion that Naruto and she are going to do it, or two, she was afraid of what they'll say. She tried reading books about it but the graphic images made her squeak and turn cherry red. She couldn't finish any of them. She sought out Kurenai-sensei and the young mother welcomed her with open arms. As Hinata explained her situation to Kurenai-sensei, she felt her face burning with embarrassment, but she felt slight comfort that she was talking about her problems with her teacher and mother figure. That night, Kurenai-sensei talked to her and made her change the way she saw sex. It was an amazing experience, her teacher explained. Especially if you do it with someone you really love. You'll feel connected and you start craving them more and more. And that's normal, mind you. So it's okay to just let go when you're ready, Hinata. Trust me, you'll enjoy it. It was going to finally happen and Hinata didn't know if it was normal to feel this nervous. The door opened and Naruto stepped in, his kimono loose. He looked sheepish and his face was flushed. Was he nervous as she was? He took small, slow steps towards her and Hinata felt her heart race. He sat beside her, leaving little to no space and his eyes focused on his knees. Hinata took a chance to glance at him and she couldn't help but stare at his jawline. Her body burned when she thought about the things that will most certainly happen tonight and she was surprised to feel excitement. Hinata, began Naruto, his voice high and shaky, I'm no expert in this and I'm going to be honest. I'm very excited and nervous for the, sex, and if you're ready then I'm all for it. If you're not, just tell me and I'll stop, Datbeo. He was upfront about it like always. She took in his words and slowly nodded, her sweaty hands interlocking with his bandaged hand. I'm ready, and Naruto-kun, she whispered and her body buzzed when Naruto gave her a dazzling smile. I'm glad, was all he said before kissing her hotly. His lips moved desperately against hers and his hand went to grab the back of her neck. He pulled back and purposely swallowed her saliva. She blushed and covered her face. She pressed her thighs together in embarrassment when she felt heat between them, now understanding what that meant. Naruto kissed his way to her neck and she whimpered, her hands fisting his short yellow hair. She arched her back, exposing more of her neck, and he grinned, leaving bite marks all over her pale skin. His hand traveled down to her breasts but he pouted when the folds of her kimono stood in his way. Damn this kimono, cursed Naruto, now sitting up and trying but to no avail to take off her wedding kimono. Hinata giggled and she, too, sat up. I'll do it, Naruto-kun. She shooed away his hands and proceeded to take off the layers of her kimono. Hinakoi, you're a lifesaver. They both blushed due to her nickname but Hinata smiled almost instantly. It's all for you, Naruto. He kissed her when the last piece of fabric fell and it revealed her chest. She crossed her arms over her breasts and she turned the other way, her cheeks burning. Would he like what he'll see? Wow, so beautiful, she heard him rasp out. He shifted closer and she felt something hard press against her naked thigh. What was that? And Naruto, do you have a kunai on you? She asked curiously. He froze on top of her and she felt the heat of his blush. No, Hina, that's not a kunai. Oh, what is it? She was innocent and she was really, genuinely curious. She shifted and felt the hardness against her thigh again. She pressed against it and she heard Naruto grunt loudly. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? She cupped his cheeks when she saw his eyes shut tightly and she glanced down to see what exactly was pressing against her thigh. She blushed madly when she saw that. No, it wasn't a kunai but a appendage of Naruto that was making a tent in his kimono. Naruto-kun, she said scandalous. Hinata, don't freak out, it's just I'm really turned on. Naruto looked down, his face flushed, and Hinata was breathing heavily, both arms still covering her chest. Oh, her body burned when he confessed that he found her attractive to the point that his member got erected. The heat between her legs returned once more, and to her slight horror, she felt a bit of wetness down there too. Did she just pee? Before she knew it, Naruto was stripping his kimono off and Hinata could do nothing but watch as her new husband became naked in front of her. During their year of dating, they were careful not to initiate anything sexual, though the times they Seijins were excused and that included seeing the other naked. When she started craving Naruto in a primal way that scared her, she was tempted to use the Byakugan every time her Naruto would take a shower. But then she'll become mortified of the thought that just passed through her mind and she'll faint. Now, however, she didn't need the Byakugan to see him naked, and up close too. He was well fit, not with bulging muscles, but with a lean and gorgeous body that had just the right amount of muscles and broad shoulders. And by God, did he look amazingly beautiful. Her eyes involuntarily looked down and blushed madly when she saw a tuft of blonde hair. She snapped her attention back at his fact. Ian tried to calm down her erratic heartbeat. His blue eyes turned dark and his pupils dilated as he watched his wife check him out. He felt his ego soar when her blush reached her neck. He pushed her down slowly, his palm relishing in the touch of her soft skin, and he put some weight on her, careful not to press his erection against her just yet. She whimpered when he grabbed hold of her arms and tugged. But he was patient, watching her for any kind of negative reaction. She gave none and she moved her arms, bearing herself in front of him. It felt odd having someone's full attention on her body. She felt his hands reach for her breasts and she moaned quietly when he touched the tip of her nipples. Her body arched and the heat between her legs grew to an ache. And Naruto, she breathed out, her body arching and her skin getting goosebumps. It felt great and the nervousness she felt was gone. However, she was still shy about this. Hinata, can I have you all to myself? He whispered, his eyes turning glassy. She knew how much this meant to him as well as how much it meant to her. He never imagined that he'll come this far with someone romantically, and now that it was happening, he was becoming emotional. She cupped both of his cheeks and brought him close, their noses rubbing against each other. A few tears landed on her cheeks and she kissed him, her lips moving against his. Naruto, you can have me. I'm yours and you are mine. Tonight, we promise our bodies to each other and I don't think I'll have it any other way. I'm ready for you. She buried her face on his neck, embarrassed that she just said that she was ready to have sex. A deep rumble came from her husband and she was pushed back. Her breathing came quick when she saw the lustful way Naruto was looking at her, and she squeaked when she felt his erection on her inner thigh. Then, Hinata, he nipped her earlobe. Let's have fun, nay. Chapter 27. Day 27. Studio Ghibli. Oh, she was hesitant to open his door and give him some tea. Her hand on the handle, yet her feet stayed firm on the floor. Many thoughts flew through her mind just then, from the moment he welcomed her into his home with open arms to her gaining feelings for him. He was a cheerful young man. That Naruto was a mischievous one, using magic to tell stories and to teach his apprentice, Konohamaru, about the uses of each spell and potion. Shish. He also befriended the fire who moves Naruto's castle, which happens to have a name that goes by Kurama. But the best memory that she has made thus far is that Naruto has stared at her with such love-filled eyes that it made her feel special, like she was the only beautiful woman in the planet. She grew up thinking she was rather plain-looking, compared to her upbeat and very beautiful sister, Hanabi. And she was always casted aside without so much as a look. She regarded her long locks of indigo and lavender-tinted eyes to be an odd sight, and she knew that she'll keep living a boring life making hats that she inherited from her family. But Naruto was another story. She's heard of the malicious tales her people would gossip about him, but she has yet to find anything ill about him. Like she said, he didn't cast her aside but really looked at her when she talked to him. The curse that she received from the Witch of the Waste caused her to become an old woman, and she found a sort of sanctuary in Naruto's castle. Would he ever see that the appearance she has now isn't her true form? Gaining some courage, she opened the door to his room but immediately took a step back when she saw all of the childish toys he had in his very small room. She shook her head with a small smile and was careful not to step on any of the objects on the floor. She reached the bed where Naruto was playing with an orb that changes colors. His blue eyes captivated by such a simple thing. "Naruto," whispered Hinata, afraid to break his focus. His eyes snapped at her direction and smiled widely. He dropped he orb and gestured for her to come closer. "Hiya Hinata, how are you?" He took the tray she brought and patted the bed. She took a seat but kept some distance, blushing from the closeness they had. "I'm good, but how? I mean, are you? Am I okay?" He finished, an amused smile on his face. She nodded quickly, tucking a few strands of hair that escaped her bun. "Well, the king wants me to keep fighting in the war, but I'm starting to oppose it." He paused and took a sip, his eyes gazing at her carefully. "I have something to protect, and I have a feeling that the king would use that against me." "Something to protect? I see. Maybe you should be careful. That king would do anything to have you fight in their side." She was genuinely worried for him. "Don't worry about me." He grabbed her hand. He didn't notice that she was slowly changing back to her young, 20-year-old self. "Do you like the new castle?" He leaned back on the headboard, happy to see that Hinata was gaining confidence. "I do, thank you so much." She played with the skirt of her dress before standing up, unaware of Naruto's blue eyes on her. "I'll take my leave now." "Wait, Hinata." He grabbed her arm and she turned around, her eyes wide with curiosity. The castle shook and Naruto pressed her closer, shielding her with his body. After the rumbling stopped, they both locked gazes before leaving his room. What was he going to tell me? They ran downstairs and saw Konohamaru hiding behind the table, his eyes staring at the door. "What happened?" asked Naruto, his eyes glancing around the kitchen. "They happened," piped in Kurama from his fireplace. They all looked at the door and Hinata watched with horror as the door ripped open, revealing the monsters that chased Naruto and her once, when they first met. "Konohamaru, take Hinata and Kurama out of here." "But boss, I know what it'll do," interrupted Naruto, his body already changing to a giant fox with 9 tails. "Just do it." The last thing Hinata saw was Naruto diving headfirst into the army of monsters and her screaming his name. She woke up in a ruined castle. Kurama was fueling the castle to move in a leisure place, and Amaru was cleaning up the broken glass and the objects that fell. "You're finally awake, Grandma. Mind helping me for a bit?" Hinata glanced at her worn and wrinkly hands and sighed. Of course she was an old lady again. "Oh, of course, Konohamaru." After a few minutes of silence, she decided to voice out the question that was bugging her for a while. What happened? The wizard's apprentice kept herring the broken objects, but his brows furrowed. I took you guys out of here, and after a while, boss came to get us, and he hasn't left his room since. His large, chocolate brown eyes gazed at hers and he looked worried. See, can you go check up on him? I think you'll have a better chance to talk to him than I do. Hinata wanted to run up the stairs so badly. She knew the effects that Naruto undergoes when he transforms into that beastly form, and she was as worried or even more so than Konohamaru. But she wouldn't know what to do if he was worse than she thought he was. Just go, rasped out Kurama from beside her. His flame's a beautiful orange color. The kid probably needs you now more than ever. She nodded and didn't notice the courageous feeling her body began to feel. As she walked up the stairs, her body transformed once more into a young woman. Wooden door and pressed her ear against it when she heard no sound. She knocked once more, and after hearing no response, she opened it slowly. Instead of Naruto's brightly lit room, she was in a cave. On the dirt floor was blood, and she gasped, following the trail without a second thought. She heard growling from one end and she quickened her pace. She turned the corner and before her was Naruto, his 9 tails cocooning him. His blue eyes gazed at her for a few seconds before resuming in licking his wounds. She took small steps towards him and his eyes snapped at her once more. She froze but returned walking to him, slowly, before reaching him. She touched his fur and she leapt at him, hugging him tightly. He didn't hug her back or acknowledge the fact that she was there. She hugged him tighter and buried her head on his chest. Naruto, come back to me, she cried out. Please, tell me, are you okay? Please Naruto, you're not like this. She knew that if he keeps transforming, he'll soon lose what little humanity he has left. No more, please. Her tears caught in his fur and ever so slowly, his arms encircled around her. He became human and collapsed in her arms. His body weight was much heavier than what she expected and she fell on the floor too. She cradled him close and wiped away the sweat that was lingering on his forehead. His face was covered in cuts that were slowly healing and she couldn't help but laugh, a few tears streaming down her face. You're okay, she whispered, caressing his cheek. Of course I am, he responded, a cheeky smile on his face. Are you okay? He was sitting up and touching her cheek, careful not to startle her. I am now. She blushed but held his hand. Naruto, please stop transforming. You know what it does to you. Hinata, he sighed out, his eyes glancing at their touched knees. I can't. The king would come after me. Then we'll run, she answered quickly, a flame of determination lit in her eyes. We'll run away from here, far away where they can't find us. But it's a war that also concerns me. Hinata looked confused and he elaborated. They're using people like me, Hina. I need to stop this. She stayed quiet, her thoughts jumbling everywhere. Then, she paused and gazed into his eyes, catching him off guard. Then I'll help. I might be an old woman, but I care for you and I wish no harm to befall on you. I will be by your side, as well as Konohamaru and Kurama, and together we'll defeat this war. He was speechless. Her words were laced with determination and conviction. She never knew how strong of an impact her words left him. He chuckled and brought her closer, hugging her tightly. Hinata, you're amazing. She blushed. But you got one thing wrong. He placed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her away a little, making her gaze into his eyes. You're not an old woman. In fact, I think you're a beautiful, young lady. The curse, cried out Hinata, her hands leaving his body and touching her cheeks. She felt the soft skin she missed so much and she smiled at Naruto. The curse has been lifted. Thank you so much, Na. The rest of the sentence was lost due to the fact that his lips interrupted her. Chapter 28, Day 28, Changing the Hyuga. Naruto shook his head when he entered the kitchen. Hinata has fallen asleep at some point. Her face pressed against an open book and papers were scattered around her. He made sure not to make any loud noises and he gently shook her. Hinata, wake up, he whispered, gathering all of the notes she had made. She woke up with a gasp and he chuckled, amusement written all over his face. Wah, what time is it? Past 12. What? She stood up shakily and glanced at the window. He sighed when she saw the darkness of midnight and helped Naruto gather her notes and books that were piled up beside her. They silently walked back into the room, making sure not to make any noise lest they wake up their children. And closed the door. Hinata took the notes her husband had and grabbed a folder that she keeps in a drawer. She placed the notes inside it and closed it, placing it back to where it belonged. Naruto was careful not to drop any books and he smiled when he saw Hinata struggling to take off her shirt. He silently went to her side, helping her get rid of her shirt and got her into a tank top. She simply took off her pants, too tired to blush, and jumped into bed, sighing out of happiness. Her body molded with the soft mattress and she snuggled closer to her pillow, a pleasant smile on her face. Naruto turned off the lights and jumped in with her, pressing her against his chest. They synced their breathing and he took in her scent. Why did you stay up late? He should really let her catch up on some sleep, but the nagging question couldn't leave his mind. I was caught up with the history of the Hokage and their politics. Gee Gomen, Naruto, it's okay. He sighed out, worried for her health. This wasn't the first night she stayed up late, trying to figure out a way to abolish the cursed seal and to reunite both branch and main families without any sort of conflict. But so far she has come across many obstacles. The elders were one problem. They were content with the traditional laws their ancestors had set up for the clan and refused to change them. However, that did not mean that they couldn't try, and that's where Hinata was pulled into another road, the politics. Now, politics within the Hyuga clan was played dirty, sly, and clever. Why? You had to be on your toes and retaliate the moment you propose a law to the elders, who would most likely shoot down your ideas. She tried to find loopholes and wrote down notes that can be helpful for the future, but so far, she was close to nothing. The Hyuga clan is one of the oldest clans in Konoha and thus tried to keep a royal-like image. What would the people the world think about when they announced that there is no longer a cursed seal and the two branch families reunited? Boisterous. It could never happen. Hinata read the many civil wars and accidents that happened in the past, and he came to the conclusion that if she ever proposed her disagreement against the cursed seal, she might receive little to no help. Fear would be what's going to keep them at bay, and she'll lose the battle quicker than she'll blink. It was becoming a task that was wearing her out, and Naruto couldn't find it in himself to stop her. The time has come for me to fulfill the promise I made to Neji-ni-san, Hinata said one day, surprising Naruto. But now he began to see that maybe she was pushing herself too much. Hinata, maybe you shouldn't work so hard. He felt her sit up and he knew in that moment, those were the wrong words to say. But I need to, Narukoi. Someone needs to abolish the cursed seal before any more of my family members receive it. I have waited too long, and I believe it is time to start the waves of change. Naruto sat up, too, and grabbed her hand. Hinata, I believe in you and I'm with you every step in the way, but, she prompted him, a smile on her face. But you're hurting yourself. You don't eat as much as you did in the past and you started focusing on that more than your family. She gasped and she grabbed his hands, her eyes filling with tears. I'm sorry, I didn't notice, it just consumed my full attention. I didn't. She bit her lip and gazed down, ashamed of her actions. He chuckled and she looked at him with wide eyes. He kissed her nose and then her lips, enjoying that he can still make her blush. Hinata, you're just like me. When you're determined to do something, you try to accomplish it immediately. But I learned from a certain someone, he caressed her cheek, that patience can also help you accomplish your goal. I'm about to be Hokage soon. At that, she hugged him close. He relished in her warmth before continuing. And together, I promise you we will tackle this. We will fulfill the promise we made to Neji, and he kissed her suddenly and slowly pushed her down, gazing at her with a dazzling smile. We will change the Hyuga. Week 4 Estion. If Naruto and Hinata had a song, what would it be? A Sky Full of Stars, by Coldplay. I Don't Wanna Miss a Thing, by Aerosmith. The lights in the bar were flashing and Naruto smiled brightly at the upbeat atmosphere. He clearly didn't imagine himself here, sitting in one of the tables with one arm wrapped around his shy girlfriend while chatting away with his friends. He imagined himself cuddling with Hinata while watching a movie. It was a big surprise when Sakura and Sasuke came over to ask if they wanted to go out. Sasuke seemed reluctant and he still wore a scowl on his face. "Sasuke, lighten up," he nudged his sour-looking friend, taking a gulp of beer. "Don't touch me. Whoa, don't kill me." Naruto decided not to bother him anymore when he received a deadly glare. Instead, his attention focused on Hinata, who was listening to Sakura as much as she can, considering the music was incredibly loud. His gaze took in her flush face and his eyes were drawn to her lips, which were sipping water. He was really lucky to have met a girl like her. She understood him in a way that no one else can. She came from a familiar background like him. She was casted away and ignored for most of her childhood because she couldn't achieve the expectations that were put on her. She grew up shy and afraid of socializing. He grew up in an orphanage, jumping from one family to the next when finally he got adopted by Iruka. Most of his childhood was consisted of being ignored and bullied. However, unlike Hinata, he grew up with a very bright personality and attention-getter. He still remembers the first time he bumped into Hinata in Carl's Jr. He dropped his drink all over her, yet she gave him a small smile and eased his anxious behavior that it was only a shirt. It initiated a long-course relationship and he never regretted bumping into her, literally. "Excuse me, everybody listen up." Naruto glanced at the front and noticed, for the first time, that there was a small stage with lights focusing on the speaker and a microphone. "We will now start karaoke night." "Karaoke night?" questioned Naruto, his question barely heard over the loud sound of cheers. "Yeah," responded Sakura, her voice a bit louder. "This is why I wanted to come." "Right, Sasuke," he grunted, but Sakura glared at him, kicking him under the table. "Karaoke, mumbled Naruto, his eyes gleaming with mischievousness. "Now who would want to go up first?" asked the host, his eyes scanning the crowd. "Me." Naruto immediately jumped up, startling Hinata the most, and speed-walked his way to the stage. He was practically vibrating on his feet and he took the microphone from the smiling host. Everyone applauded and he bowed playfully, earning a few chuckles from the crowd. He turned to the DJ who was posted in the back and whispered his choice of song. After a few minutes of silence, the sudden sound of a drop beat filled the room. The audience's attention was on Naruto and he smiled. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and this song is dedicated to my girlfriend and the woman I love, Hinata Hyuga." The audience cheered and one of the lights hit on Hinata, making her wave awkwardly to the crowd. Her attention was focused on the smiling blonde who was waving at her on the stage. A few notes of music continued to play before Naruto parted his lips to sing. "'Cause you're a sky full of stars, I'm gonna give you my heart." He smiled into the mic. "'Cause you're a sky full of stars. 'Cause you light up the path." His voice wasn't amazing. In fact, he was way off key, but his wide smile and blushing cheeks never left his face and no sign of embarrassment was present. He was truly enjoying himself. "I don't care. Go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do, ooh." His voice went way too high, but Hinata smiled, her eyes turning glassy. "'Cause in a sky full of stars. I think I saw you." The beat changed upbeat and Naruto started jumping up and down, clapping to the beat. The audience followed his lead, his bright attitude reeling them all in. "'Cause you're a sky full of stars. I wanna die in your arms." He slowly walked off stage and headed towards a blushing and nearly crying Hinata. "'Cause you get lighter the more it gets dark. I'm gonna give you my heart." He placed his hand on his chest and grabbed his shirt, smiling as he threw his heart to his love. "I don't care, you go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do, ooh. 'Cause in a sky full of stars, I think I see you. I think I see you." The beat went upbeat once more and Naruto started jumping up and down, clapping to the beat and swaying his hips, a silly smile on his face. The audience couldn't help but join in. Hinata covered her face with her hands but immediately gasped when Naruto grabbed her hand and kissed it, still jumping to the beat. He released it and began making his way to the stage, clapping to the beat. "'Cause you're a sky full of stars, such a heavenly view. You're such heavenly view, yeah, woo." The song ended and Naruto smiled, waving when the audience applauded loudly. Some whistling and others screaming in excitement. "And one last thing," he said to the microphone. "I love you, Hinata." He walked off the stage, his face flushed but his smile wide. He sat beside his girlfriend, who was blushing madly with a few tears on her face. "And Naruto," was all she was able to say before he kissed her. The crowd went wild and Sakura smiled from her spot beside Hinata. Never in a million years did she think Naruto would sing in front of a crowd, considering how badly of a singer he is, yet he just did it without an ounce of embarrassment. "Wow, that was amazing," said the host, the audience agreeing with his statement. "Now who's up next?" I will. Hinata. She shakily got up from her seat and, in an act of boldness, kissed Naruto on his stunned lips. She was nervous. Her hands were shaking as each step drew her closer to the stage and she felt her knees grow weak. But something watching Naruto perform such a song, meant for her, hit her like a tidal wave. An emotion that was so overwhelming that she had to bite her lip not to cry caused her to volunteer as next. He expressed his emotions in one song, and if he can do it, so can she. "Oh, so the girlfriend's next." The host nodded to her once she reached the stage and gave her the mic, giving her a pat on the back as he left. Hello, I'm Hinata Hyuga." Unlike her boyfriend, her voice was meek and soft. If it wasn't for the speakers, it would have been hard to hear her. This next song. She paused and looked at her boyfriend, who was smiling at her, and even from here, she can see his blue eyes shining. Her heart jumped and her next words were stumbled. It's for my boyfriend and the love of my life, Naruto." He waved when the lights hit him and she smiled as she told the DJ her song. She closed her eyes and cleared her throat, ready to show the world how much Naruto meant to her. "I could stay awake just to hear you breathing, watch you smile while you were sleeping. While you're far away and dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender." Her voice was just above normal. She couldn't hit the high notes, but it wasn't scratchy like Naruto's. The sounds of a piano and a guitar soothed her erratic heart and she sang from the bottom of her heart. "I could stay lost in this moment, forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure." The drums began to play and Hinata's voice went a tad bit higher, trying to match the beat of the song. "Don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep cause I'd miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing cause even when I dream of you the sweetest dream will never do, I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing." Naruto never expected such a rock and roll song from his girlfriend. Much less Aerosmith, but his heart was still touched by her courageous act of singing in front of a large crowd. "Lying close to you, feeling your heart beating, and I'm wondering if it's me you're seeing. Then I kiss your eyes and thank God we're together, and I just wanna stay with you. In this moment forever and ever. I don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep cause I'd miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing cause even when I dream of you the sweetest dream would never do, I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing." She was only able to smile at him momentarily. His breath got caught on his throat before she continued. "I don't wanna miss one smile, I don't wanna miss one kiss, well, I just wanna be with you. Right here with you, just like this, I just wanna hold you close. I feel your heart so close to mine and just stay here in this moment. For the rest of time, yeah. Hinata hit the note just right by pure luck. "Don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep. Cause I'd miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing cause even when I dream of you the sweetest dream would never do, I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing, I don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep cause I'd miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. Cause even when I dream of you." High-pitched, she tried but failed. "The sweetest dream would never do and I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing, don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep, yeah, I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna miss a thing." The sound of an electric guitar as well as a chorus, violins, and piano finished off the song, leaving a breathless and flushing Hinata. A moment of silence filled the room and Hinata started to shake. Nervous that she had done it all wrong. She was about to cry when someone broke the silence. "Woohoo! That's my girl, Hinata." Naruto stood up and applauded, a wide smile on his face. Then, little by little, everyone began to clap. Most of the crowd stood up and whistled. She only had time to nod and put the microphone back when Naruto was on the stage with her. He took her into his arms and kissed her. The sound of the roaring audience disappearing. "I love you so much," whispered Naruto, his eyes teary. "I love you too," responded Hinata before kissing him. Chapter 29. Day 29. Growing old together. Do you remember all those years ago when you told me we'll be together until the day you'll die? Yeah, I never thought you'll be serious about it. Hinata, for a moment, stopped to cough and she reached for her medicine, her wrinkled hands catching her attention. She retreats her arm and looked down on her hand, which had become so worn out over the years. Naruto gazes at her and he follows her line of direction. His eyes softened and he squeezed the hand he was holding. He didn't have much strength left. He was around his 80s after all, but for Hinata, who was his wife for more than 20 years and who became the love of his life, he'll do anything for her. He knew how much their age worn down Hinata and he couldn't, for the life of him, figure out why. He loved her still, like he did when he was 19 or when he was 30 or 45 or 66. It didn't matter what age they were in, he still believes she is the most beautiful woman in the planet. Hina, his other unoccupied hand caressed her wrinkled cheek and tucked a strand of indigo with white streaks behind her ear. Her droopy eyes tendered and she pressed closer to the palm of her husband, of her love, of her life. "Hi, Naruto." Her voice was no longer smooth like she was young, but it still held that tenderness that melts his heart. "You're so beautiful. Even after these years, he can still make her blush." Do you really think so?" She shyly glanced at the ground. She felt her hand get squeezed and she gazed into deep blue eyes that still looked so alive like when he was younger. His face carried wrinkles and his blonde hair was barley shone because of his white streaks, but she still ran her hands over his hair and she cuddles with him like no tomorrow. Her love, even at this point, still proves to be strong. But ever since she first saw the signs of aging, she worried Naruto might leave her because she will no longer look so beautiful. But she was wrong. "I know so, Hina. Why do you doubt yourself? Many years living together and in love comes with benefits. There were no lies or mistrust. There was only love and understanding. Look at me. I'm so old." He led and his wrinkled hands racked over his short nearly gone hair. "I am looking at you. You're beautiful like the first time we shared our first kiss." He wiggled his eyebrows and she laughed a sound deeply rich that he had to take a moment to just look at her and take it all in. As he aged, he grew more afraid of death. Not necessarily for him, but fear of Hinata dying before him. But while that thought wasn't always in his mind, he also experienced a sense of calamity and started to appreciate the things around him even more. He began to soak in every minute he had of his Hinata and he didn't help the tears that escaped his eyes when he realized that he had shared his life with someone who loves him. He found someone to love and that someone loved him back even more. He created a family and continued the legacy of his heritage. He achieved the greatest dream he ever dreamt of, bigger than being Hokage. He created a family and found someone to love. "And Naruto, what's wrong? Do you need your medicine?" Hinata reached for her cane but he stopped her. He kissed her wrinkly, old hands and kissed her nose. She was so beautiful. He kissed her lips and he relished in her touch. He loves her so much. I love you. Being old makes you emotional." Well, that was his excuse. "I love you too." And she understood him because she, too, became overridden with tears at times with a simple glance of her husband. How she lived so far in life and she never regrets a single moment. He kissed her once more before the door to their small house opened. "Ew. Gross. Kids don't come in here because your grandparents are kissing," yelled a 55-year-old Boruto, his facial expression eerily familiar to Naruto's. "Ni-san, don't say that. They were sharing a moment," scolded a 50-year-old Himawari, who grew to be as beautiful as her mother. Naruto and Hinata shared a look before standing up with shaky legs. Naruto supported Hinata who leaned against a cane. But they were both smiling, their eyes crinkled in happiness. The next few days they were found in their bed, snuggled close together with smiles on their face with no heartbeat. Their hands were interlocked and their foreheads were touching, their wedding rings glistening when the sun hit them. Chapter 30. Day 30. Family vacation. "I think it's time for a vacation," drawled out Shikamaru, tossing the folder he wasn't even reading on Naruto's desk. The Hokage's blue eyes stared at the folder, then at Shikamaru. What? I said you need a vacation. At Naruto's cocked eyebrow, Shikamaru sighed and walked towards the window, his eyes looking over Konoha. Baka, don't you know what a vacation is? No, I know what a vacation is, Shikamaru. What I'm asking is, why do I need a vacation? Mendokus, mumbled Shikamaru. You probably haven't seen it, Naruto, but you're working yourself to death. You're usually here all day and you go home really late. I even started to notice how little time you spend with your family. Hearing that, Naruto dropped his head, his eyes focusing on the papers sprawled all over his desk. Shikamaru glanced at a distraught Naruto and he shook his head. Naruto, I'll take charge. Why? Oh, you go out and have some fun with your family. You need it. If Naruto didn't know Shikamaru as well as he did, he might have commented on Shikamaru's nice behavior. All right then. Naruto stood up and walked around his desk, his bandaged hand on the handle of the door. Don't forget there are more piles of work in those cabinets over there and you have to review the emails that were sent to me since last month. Yane. Silence filled the room as Shikamaru glanced at the work he voluntarily signed up for. Mendokus. Papa's home. Awing the door open to his house. When no one answered, he took off his coat and placed it on the sofa, taking off his sandals in the same time. His eyes scanned the living room to the kitchen and he strained his ears to hear anything. He tossed his sandals on the floor and he expanded his chakra. He leapt when he felt 3 chakra signatures behind him and he turned around when he saw a smiling Himawari and a grinning Boruto, a sheepish-looking Hinata behind them. Whoa, there you guys are. How come I didn't sense you? Datbeo. He crouched down and he received bear hugs from his children. Mama is teaching us how to lower our chakra, responded Himawari, hugging her San close while smiling. I'm getting better, aren't I, Ka-chan? Boruto looked at his mother who beamed with pride and nodded. Welcome home, Naruto. He stood up to his full height and kissed Hinata passionately, leaving her breathless after they parted. I'm home, he whispered against her lips, smiling wide. I actually have an announcement for you guys. To the living room, Uzumaki family. It's time for a family meeting. He marched to the living room, Himawari following her father's silly antics while Boruto ran to the meeting area using chakra on his feet. Hinata simply shook her head with a smile. She watched as Himawari jumped on her father's lap when he sat down and how Boruto tried to take down Naruto, his little sister tagging along too. She walked leisurely to the sofa and sat down, waiting patiently for her husband and children to finish playing. She was rather confused when Naruto arrived home early, not looking tired but with a wide smile on his face. What kind of announcement is he going to say? All right my children, listen up. We're going on vacation. Naruto smiled and spread his arms, his eyes brightening. Vacation? Asked Boruto, one of his eyebrows cocked in confusion. Vacation. Woo, yelled Himawari, dancing to her mother's side and jumping onto Hinata's lap. Yeah, vacation. Shikamaru gave me a break from the office. And I decided to spend time with my family, answered Naruto when he saw his wife giving him a confused look. Well, the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan paused when her children and husband gave her the puppy eyes. Their lips pouting while their eyes sparkled with contained tears. Their beautiful blue eyes widened and her heart broke when all of them got on their knees and scooted closer to her. Did they think she'll say no? Of course we can go on vacation. She smiled when all 3 of them whooped. Naruto grabbed her by the arms and hoisted her up, kissing her on the lips. Then it's decided, let's go on vacation. Yay, are we there yet? Asked Boruto. No, Naruto responded. Ka-chan, I need to use the restroom, whined Himawari. Hima-chan, we just had a rest stop a few minutes ago, explained Hinata. But I didn't have to go then. Chu-san, are we there yet? I said no. Do you see that we are close to any kind of snow? Why do you have to carry me? Boruto, you, not used to running in the speed your Ka-chan and I use. So the faster we get there, the more time we have for fun. Ka-chan, I really need to use the restroom. Hima-chan, Naruto-kun, can we? Hi, let's just go over there where there's a bunch of trees and then. Quote, are we there yet? Boruto. Finally after hours and hours of running, we're here. Naruto all but dropped his son W. Ho was purposely bothering his father since the time they left their house back in Konoha. Boruto scowled when he couldn't land perfectly, but he soon forgot about the pain when he saw all the Snowda. Tea was surrounding them and a cabin not so far away. Let's go have some fun, Hima Imouto. Boruto ran off, kicking the snow while Himawari followed close behind her older brother, laughing when she touched the snow. Kids, be careful, come into the cabin when you're done, said Hinata, as loud as she can get, and walked towards the cabin. Naruto right behind her, he took in the scene of his child, Ren playing happily with smiles on their faces. This is the kind of peace Ero Sennin wanted, and now that he achieved it, he couldn't help but thank Kami for giving him such a wonderful mentor. Naruto, are you okay? Come inside, I'll make some ramen. She pressed her finger on her lips when Naruto smiled. She looked at the kids who were playing and gestured for him to come inside. I don't want the kids in the kitchen while I make the ramen. Remember what happened last time? Oh, yeah, Boruto, be careful. Ka-chan is cooking and she doesn't want you to get hurt. The onion, it burns my eyes. No, Hima-chan, don't touch that. Quote, oh dear, well no wonder you cook ramen out of nowhere now, commented Naruto as he threw the bags on the couch. He slugged his arm around his wife's waist and kissed her neck, making her blush red. And maybe we could have some adult alone time. En Naru Koi, the children are here. It's more exciting that way. Chu-san, what are you doing? Naruto jumped away from Hinata when Himawari asked that question. His cute little girl was cocking her head to the side, her big coat making her look smaller and oh so adorable. And nothing, sweetie, now go play with your brother. Hi, Himawari ran out the door, her laughter filling in the cabin. Naruto glanced at Hinata sheepishly and he grabbed the bags. I'll put these in the children's room and I'll go play outside with them. Good luck, honey. Arigato, Naruto. Hinata rolled up her sleeves and looked determinedly around the kitchen. There was never too much ramen for the Uzumaki family. So, it's Chu-san versus Himawari and I in a snowball fight. Dabasa, yelled Boruto, pumping a fist into the air. Himawari nodded her head with a smile, determined to help her older brother. All right, kids, but I do have to warn ya. I'm a beast at this. Datbeo, said Naruto cockily, pointing a thumb to his chest. Boruto glanced at Himawari with a smile, his little sister smiling in return. Let's do this. Ready, go. The kids immediately vanished in a puff of smoke. Nani? Naruto looked around the clearing, trying to find any trace of his kids. Wait a minute, was that Kawarimi no Jutsu? He didn't get the response he wanted. Instead, he received 2 hits on the head. He looked behind him and a smirking Boruto was tossing a snowball up and down while Himawari hid behind her brother, a wide smile on her face. We have 2 points, Chu-san, and you have 0. How do you guys know Kawarimi no Jutsu? How does Himawari know it? Mama is teaching me and she's helping Boruto Ni-san with his jutsus. Don't say that, Hima-chan. Naruto was stunned. A sense of pride swelled up in his chest and he couldn't help the tears that ran down his face. I'm so proud of you. But, a snowball hit Boruto right on the face and Himawari got one on the shoulder. I'm going to take you serious now. Bring it, countered Boruto, matching his father's smile. Let's go. While a battle to the death happened just outside, Hinata continued to cook, determined to make a batch that will feed at least 50 people for her family. She was too focused on making the ramen that she couldn't hear the sea rise of battle that echoed in the mountain. She cut slices of onion quicker than you can blink and tossed them in a pot along with other spices. She checked on the noodles and nodded when they were just right. Next, she grabbed some pork and was about to take out a pan when she felt a tug on her sweater. She glanced down to see her daughter with snow on her hair and coat. She placed the pan on the counter and crouched down to Himawari's level. She wiped off the snow and cradled her daughter's head, looking her over. What happened, Hima-chan? Papa and Ni-san are fighting. Nani? Oh, Naruto-kun. Achu. G Gomen, Hina, I was just too into the game. Me too, Ka-chan, mumbled Boruto who was wrapped up in a blanket. When Hinata saw the sad look in her son's eyes, she walked over to his side and sat down next to him. She hugged him closer and kissed his forehead. It's okay, I understand. Just be careful next time. She knew what to say to her eldest. He was a mama's boy after all. Alright, is that ramen ready? Naruto jumped to his feet, an eager smile on his face. When Hinata nodded, all three Uzumakis ran to the kitchen. Shouts of happiness were heard and Hinata smiled, joining her beautiful family in the kitchen. After a long day of getting to Snow Country, a big snowball fight, and really good and warm ramen, Naruto snuggled into the warm bed. He listened to Hinata humming in the bathroom and he placed both of his hands behind his head. From across the hall, he heard his children laughing, probably watching a movie from the collection he brought. The door opened from the bathroom and Hinata stepped out with her night dress. Naruto didn't know which he preferred. The night dress was short, reaching just a bit higher than her knees and a bit see-through. But overall still looked pretty innocent. It outlined her figure and showed off a good portion of her shoulders, arms, and legs. However, at times he wants Hinata to wear a shirt of his with her panties and nothing else. Why can't this be one of those times? Naruto-kun, you know why I can't wear your shirt. Hinata smiled and tucked a strand of indigo hair behind her hair. The view was marvelous. She walked to the bed while swaying her hips and Naruto gulped, his body burning with desire and love. Why yeah but still, he pouted and she giggled. She lay on the bed and turned off the lamp, room now dark except for the moon's light. He turned to his side and gazed at Hinata, who in return, gazed at him. He placed a hand on her hip and drew her closer. She placed her hand on his chest and touched the fabric of his shirt. Her eyes focusing on his chin. He tangled one of his legs with her own and he brushed her hair away, grabbing the back of her neck and kissing her. She returned kiss eagerly and her fingers played with his hair, making him smile. The moment was broken, however, when the door opened and Boruto came in screaming, "Pillow fight." It was so unexpected that Naruto and Hinata didn't have time to defend themselves and were savagely attacked by pillows. Boruto laughed as he attacked his mom while Himawari was hitting her dad with one pillow on each hand. In a moment of tiredness, Himawari paused to catch her breath and that's all Naruto needed to push his daughter down gently and grab his own pillow. He was careful not to hit her too hard and he began to attack his daughter who laughed loudly. Boruto glanced at his sister and Hinata tickled her son on the side, making him fall on the bed and laugh maniacally. They were merciless and the children couldn't find an opening to retaliate. Gotcha. Boruto hit his dad with a pillow and Himawari tackled Naruto down. Hinata tried to help her husband but was preoccupied when Boruto started tickling her. The rest of the night was filled with laughter and joy. This moment would forever be held close to Naruto's heart, considering it was his first family vacation. Final question. What does Naruhina mean to me? I forgot where I read or watched it but someone once stated that someone's OTP might reflect what they want in a relationship. And I remember thinking, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. I don't like Naruto and Hinata only because they're what I'm looking for in a relationship but I also like that they are so compatible. Ever since the first episode of Naruto, I loved Hinata. I remember asking my nephew who wanted to watch it with me if she liked Naruto, when she wished him luck and he nodded. I sighed, happy that at least someone liked him. What I knew and saw so far from just the first episode was that no one really liked Naruto with the exception of Sandaime-sama, Iruka, and Hinata. But the way Hinata gazed at Naruto made me so happy for him knowing someone really likes him despite having a demon sealed in his gut. She was someone who, I believed, saw all of his failures and all of his faults yet kept cheering him and kept admiring him from a distance. It was so beautiful the dedication and faith she had for him when no one else, even Iruka, doubted him. She was the only one who kept rooting for him from the shadows and I just wished that she'll get him at the end. And then I thought about it and it became a sort of role model for me. The way Hinata found no fault in Naruto and he had Manyon kept believing in him made me realize that if I ever found someone like Hinata found Naruto, then I should look past that someone's flaws and instead focus on what makes them amazing. I should have faith in that person the same way Hinata has faith in Naruto. I gained confidence from watching Hinata grow just to protect the one she loves, and she became someone I looked up to in that aspect. I shouldn't cast away someone only because I heard what other people said about that person. I should see it for myself, and I should be the judge of that. As Hinata grew, I kept rooting for her, secretly hoping to all gods that she ends up with the person she loves so dearly. I thought to myself, why? Why I am so emotionally moved and devoted to this fictional character? It's because someone like that was right for Naruto. You see, I saw how Eve Ryon looked down at my poor Naru, and I always screamed internally, Hinata is right there. She could boost up your morals, Naruto. She knows how you really are and she doesn't care. She loves you, dummy, and for whom you are. How many people are like that? Not many. I also wanted Kishimoto-sensei to at least give her a chance. Now on to Naruto. I loved his character since the beginning. He always made me laugh, and despite all of the glares, he held no anger in his heart or revenge. He kept on his cheerful act only to prove that he was better than the rest. He kept pushing himself when no one believed in him, but he didn't know that someone did. He became what I hoped I'll become in the near future, everyone looking at me as a guideline and as an inspiration. But in the same time, I watched head as he sought after Sakura and how she kept turning him down. I wanted to reach into the manga and shake him, yelling at him that there was someone who loved him since the start. Someone really did care for him, and that you can't find so very often. I wanted him to be happy, and I didn't want him thinking any less of himself. I've always loved the different personality couples, jock and unpopular, punk and classical, poor and rich. And most importantly, outgoing and shy. When I saw that in Hinata and Naruto, I immediately wanted it to happen. This is my own personal pleasure. I love that Naruto can bring out Hinata from her meek persona with his bright personality and can change her for the better. And Hinata can understand Naruto due to her kindness and patience. They balance each other out, and I love that so very much. I wanted someone who was completely different from me because they'll be coming from another world, from another perspective, and I'll be able to learn from and gain something from it. It'll also doesn't help that I'm a bit like Hinata personality-wise. They became the couple I want and the couple that we're meant to be. They became something that took over most of my life, and do I regret it? Nope, I don't. Chapter 31. Day 31. Memories. Oh, do you remember that, Naruto? When Hima-chan first got her boyfriend, an image of a young Himawari popped in front of them and Naruto grumbled, pouting at the image. Don't remind me of that. I tried to scare off the boyfriend, but at the end I embarrassed myself. Boruto-kun told me that Hima-chan was the one who put the silent no jutsu on you. What? My little girl did that? Naruto sobbed into his arm and Hinata hugged him close, smiling while massaging his scalp. Naruto, she is your daughter. You're right. Ooh, look at that one. That's when. Wait, Hinata, don't look at those. But it was too late. Hinata watched with wide eyes as Naruto's memories showed up in front of her. The images were of their mission to save her little sister, Hanabi. She never noticed T glanced her way throughout the mission and his eyes held so much emotion. She turned to her husband, who was young and grinning sheepishly, and launched at him, hugging him close while a few tears ran down her face. Naruto, she sighed happily. Her lavender kimono with the Uzumaki and Hyuga symbol on the back was washed with the sun's rays, and her beautiful indigo locks tickled his chest. He hugged her closer, his body covered with a traditional but orange kimono with his Hokage robe. Hinata, don't cry, you know I love you. He kissed her temple and she looked at him, smiling widely. Why, you're right. Let's see how our children are doing. He waved his hands and the images of his love-struck face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a much older-looking Boruto who was gripping his hair as his assistant brought more papers for him. This sucks, Boruto said as he glared at the papers. Oh dear, looks like our son didn't like the Hokage's position as much, Naruto. She giggled into her hand as she watched her son groan over his work. I thought he was going to like it. He squinted and tried to figure out if it was the position that Boruto was stressing over or the papers. Let's see what our Hima-chan is doing. Hinata waved her hands and the image of her son disappeared. Himawari was shown on her knees, her indigo locks braided and flowers in her hand. The young Uzumaki brushed the tombstone and smiled almost painfully. Ka-chan, Tu-san, I miss you guys so much. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand, and her heart broke as she watched her daughter cry over their tombstones. She leaned against Naruto's shoulder and he held her close, his eyes bearing pain as he watched his princess mourn over their deaths. Why did we have to die so soon? Asked Hinata, her young features frowning at the thought. I don't know, Hinata. I don't know. He paused when Himawari's children came into view, each holding a flower. Ka-san, why are you crying? Quote, we're visiting your grandparents, remember? Come and say hello. Quote, hello Obaa-san. I miss you and your cookies. Here's a flower for you. Hinata felt sudden warmth like she always does when someone close to her comes and talks to her. She smiled and laid her hand on her chest. Ji-kun, I already mastered Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I can do up to 3. Quote, Yada, he's an Uzumaki alright. Cheered Naruto, feeling the same warmth his wife felt on his chest. Kids, go along to your father. I need to talk to your grandparents. Quote, by Obaa-san and Ojii-san. The children kneeled in front of the tombstone and kissed their palms, pressing it against the marble. Hinata and Naruto watched as their grandkids ran away and they focused on their daughter. Gomen for Boruto ni-san not visiting. That goofball is so caught up in his work, but I think he's just too sad in coming in terms that you both died. When we found you both in your room together. Himawari broke off and bit her lip, her blue eyes wide with tears. It's amazing how the whole town mourned the loss of Konoha's finest hero and #1 unpredictable ninja and the Hyuga's Byakugan Harem. You know, the whole world knows your love story. Hinata gazed at Naruto, who returned the look with confusion. It's inspirable. Himawari stood up and wiped her tears. I love you guys so much. I'll come back next time. Next stop, Neji Oji-san. Naruto waved his hands and the visual disappeared. He glanced at Hinata, who was wiping away her tears. She glowed with love and he smiled, swooping down and kissing her lips. She was stunned for a moment before returning the gesture. Her hand came up and wiped away his tears that slowly began to descend down. He broke the kiss and sobbed, hugging her close. I'm so happy that they're okay, he choked out, breathing in Hinata's scent. Me, she took in a deep breath, me too. They stood like that for a long time, neither one moving from their spot. The field they were in was filled with different kinds of flower. Each one represented a flower someone dropped off on their tombstone. The sun never left the sky here. It was called heaven and it was always warm. Hinata gently pushed Naruto down till they were both lying down, facing each other. She closed her eyes and involuntarily, the memory of the day they died appeared in front of them. It was so sad watching their funeral as many of their friends mourned. Yet, after every visit from her family, her spirit felt alive and well and warm. She was sure Naruto felt the same. It was always sad when they cried and told them how much they wished they were there, but they remember them. Naruto and Hinata are never forgotten. Hinata, I love you. I'm happy and I know it's elfish of me that we at least died together. I can spend the rest of my afterlife with you. He brushed a strand of indigo lock behind her ear and she smiled. We were meant to be together even after death, she whispered. Tracing his whisker marks, death or anything could never separate us. He kissed her lips as the sun kept shining bright with warmth. Their love story will never be forgotten, and even when their hearts stop beating and they look on from the sky above, their love will continue to grow forever. Fin.